Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Solar Strength Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Late Bloomer. Izuku Midoriya stared at the hole in his ceiling, heart pounding against his ribs. Below, his mother was still calling his name, panic rising in her voice. He couldn't blame her. Most kids didn't float out of their beds at 3 a.m. and crash through 2 floors of their house. "I'm okay, Mom," he managed to shout, trying to lower himself back down. At 13, he was used to being the kid without a quirk. The one who sat through countless doctor's appointments, who watched his classmates develop amazing abilities while he remained painfully ordinary. Until now. The irony wasn't lost on him. After years of being quirkless, after enduring the whispers and pitying looks, his power decided to show up in the middle of the night by launching him through his roof. Izuku! His mother burst into the attic, still in her pajamas, her telekinesis quirk causing small objects to float anxiously around her. "Oh my God, are you hurt? We need to call an ambulance." "Mom, I'm fine really." He tried to prove it by floating down but instead shot sideways into a stack of boxes. I think my quirk finally came." The next few hours were a blur of phone calls, doctors, and his mother alternatively crying and hugging him. By morning, they had a preliminary diagnosis, a mutation class quirk that gave him abilities similar to the American comic book heroes his father used to read about. Super strength. Enhanced senses. Invulnerability. The doctor called it solar enhancement. His body could absorb and process solar energy in ways that defied conventional physics. It was unprecedented in its versatility and power level, especially for a late bloomer. This was happening in October of 2164, roughly 1 year and 2 months before the UA entrance exam that would change everything. Izuku was still learning to control his newfound powers, unaware of the incredible journey that lay ahead. "You'll need to register for immediate quirk counseling," the doctor explained, adjusting his glasses. "A quirk this powerful manifesting at your age. It's unusual. You'll have to learn control quickly." Izuku nodded, still trying to process everything. Just yesterday, he'd been planning to attend regular high school, giving up on his dream of UA. 2 weeks after his quirk manifested, Izuku Midoriya was still struggling with the most basic tasks. Every morning brought new challenges: crushed toothbrushes, shattered glasses, and doors pulled off their hinges. His mother had already replaced their entire set of dishes twice. The whispers at school had evolved from amazement to something darker after he'd accidentally dented a desk just by sitting down. Even the teachers kept their distance, unsure how to handle a student with such volatile powers. It happened during lunch PRD on a cloudy Tuesday. Izuku was carefully trying to eat his lunch with plastic utensils. Metal ones had proven too risky, when Bakugo's shadow fell across his table. "Oi, Deku," Bakugo snarled, using the old nickname that had always felt like a punch to the gut. "You think you're hot stuff now, huh? Walking around here like you're some kind of big shot." Izuku kept his eyes down, focusing on his breathing like his quirk counselor had taught him. "Gentle movements. Don't react. Look at me when I'm talking to you." Bakugo slammed his hands on the table, small explosions scorching the surface. "Kakin, please," Izuku whispered, feeling his control slipping. The sunlight streaming through the cafeteria windows was making his skin tingle with excess energy. "I don't want to fight." "Fight? You can barely hold a chopstick without breaking it." Bakugo's hand shot out, grabbing Izuku's collar. "You're still the same useless Deku, just with a quirk you can't even." It happened in less than a second. Izuku's instinctive flinch, powered by muscles that could lift tanks, sent Bakugo flying across the cafeteria. The explosive boy crashed through 3 tables before hitting the wall with a sickening thud. The cafeteria went silent. "Kakin!" Izuku was there in an instant, moving so fast that students later swore he'd teleported. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Bakugo lay in the wreckage of the tables, his eyes wide with shock and something Izuku had never seen before in his childhood friend's face: fear. The teachers arrived moments later, followed by the school nurse. Bakugo had 3 cracked ribs and a dislocated shoulder. The incident report would later note that if he hadn't instinctively used an explosion to cushion his impact with the wall, the injuries could have been fatal. That evening, Izuku sat in the principal's office with his mother, listening as words like suspension and liability floated around him. He couldn't stop seeing Bakugo's face, that moment of fear, the way his childhood friend had looked at him like he was a monster. "I want to withdraw from school," Izuku announced suddenly, cutting through the adults' discussion. "Izuku, no," his mother started. "Just until I can control it better," he insisted. "I can study from home. Take the correspondence courses for students with dangerous quirks. I can't risk hurting anyone else." The principal looked relieved at the suggestion. They both knew that several parents had already called, concerned about their children's safety. That night, Izuku added a new entry to his notebook. Day 15 hurt Kaken today. All this power, and I still couldn't protect anyone, not even from myself. Need to learn control before anything else. All Might never hurts people by accident. Real heroes protect others. They don't send them to the hospital. Tomorrow I start over. Basics first. Control breathing. Monitor solar energy levels. Practice gentle movements. Learn to pull punches. Note: found out the hard way that strong emotions make power control harder. Need to work on that too. He closed the notebook and looked at his hands that could crush steel but couldn't manage it. Simple high five. 1 year and 2 months until the UA entrance exam. He had to master this power by then, or his dream of becoming a hero would remain just that, a dream. Outside his window, he could see the lights on in Bakugo's house. For the first time since they were kids, he didn't feel like the powerless one in their relationship. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing. The correspondence course packet from UA sat on Izuku Midoriya's desk like a lifeline. Special Distance Learning Program, for students with high-risk quirks, was printed across the top in bold letters, along with a personal note from Recovery Girl herself. "Young Midoriya, your case is particularly interesting. A solar enhancement type quirk manifesting at 13 is unprecedented. Remember, control before power. We've included specialized training protocols developed by the UA support department. Stay safe. Recovery Girl." Izuku's new routine took shape quickly. Every morning began at 5 a.m. in the empty lot behind his house, a space the city had graciously designated for his quirk training after his mother filed the proper paperwork. The lot was surrounded by reinforced walls, designed to contain students with powerful quirks who needed private practice space. His online coursework was structured around his power levels. Math and literature during the early morning and evening hours when the sun was weakest. Physical training and quirk control exercises during peak sunlight. Day 45, he wrote in his notebook, now reinforced with titanium alloy pages, courtesy of UA's support department. Finally managed to squeeze toothpaste without destroying the tube. Small victories. The specialized training equipment arrived weekly. Sensors to measure his strength output. Virtual reality goggles that simulated rescue scenarios. Compression weights designed to help him practice fine motor control. His mother watched from the kitchen window each morning as he practiced hovering, trying to maintain a steady height without shooting into the stratosphere. Some days she found him frustrated to the point of tears. Other days, beaming with pride over the smallest achievements. "Look, Mom," he called out one morning, carefully holding up an egg. 3 hours and I haven't broken it." The online classes were a blessing in disguise. Without the pressure of controlling his strength around other students, Izuku could focus entirely on his studies and training. His grades, already good, became exceptional. His teachers noted that his analytical skills, particularly in hero studies, were off the charts. But it was lonely. He missed school, missed normal interaction with kids his age. Even Bakugo's bullying seemed preferable to the silence of his room, broken only by the hum of his computer and to the occasional crash when his powers slipped. Day 73, Bakugo returned to school today. Saw him walking home from my window. His ribs have healed. He looked up at my house but didn't stop. Progress on power control, Can now type without breaking keyboard keys. Manage to pet a cat without sending it into orbit. Small steps. The UA correspondence course included weekly video calls with various pro heroes who specialized in power control. Today's mentor was 13, the space hero. Immense power requires immense restraint, they explained through the screen. Think of your strength like a faucet, not a flood. You don't need to turn it on full blast to get a drink of water. Izuku took notes frantically, his special reinforced pen barely surviving his grip. But how do you maintain that control in emergency situations? Practice until restraint becomes instinct. Start with eggs, work up to glass, then cards, then soap bubbles. When you can hold a soap bubble without popping it, even while watching a horror movie, then we'll talk about hero work. That evening, Izuku added to his daily training regime. 100 eggs, careful holds. 50 glass cups, gentle placement. 1 deck of cards, individual handling. Soap bubble practice, pending DLVRY of bubble solution. His mom found him asleep at his desk that night, surrounded by broken eggs and playing cards, but with one perfect, uncracked egg clutched carefully in his hand. She took a picture and sent it to his Quirk counselor, proof that progress, however small, was happening. Day 96, finally managed to hug mom without worrying about crushing her. Cried for an hour afterward. Note: emotional control affects physical control. Need to work on both. Current power control status. Flight: can maintain steady hover for 30 minutes. Strength: can adjust from lifting cars to holding eggs. Super hearing: learning to filter sounds instead of being overwhelmed. Super speed: walking at normal pace without creating sonic booms. Things to work on: fine motor control. Power modulation under stress. Emergency response protocols. Social interaction, when cleared for public contact. The last point bothered him the most. UA's entrance exam was still months away, but it would require him to work alongside other students. To use his powers while surrounded by people. The thought terrified him. But every night, before bed, he looked at the All Might poster on his wall and remembered why he was doing this. Heroes weren't just about power, they were about control, about protecting others, about being someone people could trust. He picked up another egg, took a deep breath, and started again. One more try. One more day. One step closer to being a hero who could save people without fear of hurting them in the process. 8 months into his Quirk training, Izuku's counselor suggested something unexpected: martial arts training with Gunhead. Power without technique is just brute force, the counselor explained. And Gunhead's dojo has experience with powerful Quirk users. That's how Izuku found himself standing outside the reinforced doors of Gunhead's urban combat dojo, clutching his permission forms. The hero agency had specially modified one of their training rooms with the same material used to build high-security villain containment cells, just in case. So, you must be the Solar Kid. Izuku turned to find a boy about his age with spiky red hair grinning at him. I'm Kirishima Ijiro. I'm here for special training too. My hardening quirk needs work if I'm gonna pass UA's entrance exam. Oh, you're applying to UA too? Izuku relaxed slightly, noting how Kirishima showed no fear despite surely knowing about the cafeteria incident. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Dude, your story is so manly. Kirishima's enthusiasm was infectious. Getting such an awesome quirk late, then working super hard to master it? That's what real men do. During their first sparring session, under Gunhead's careful supervision, Izuku discovered something remarkable. He didn't have to hold back as much with Kirishima. The other boy's hardening quirk meant he could take hits that would shatter concrete. Come on, Midoriya. Kirishima called out, his skin taking on its familiar rocky texture. You won't break me. Let's see what you've got. For the first time since his quirk manifested, Izuku could practice fighting without paralyzing fear of hurting his partner. Kirishima's unwavering trust and endless enthusiasm helped Izuku push past his mental blocks. Day 112. Something unexpected happened during training today. Nearly set the reinforced wall on fire. Mom's worried. Support team rushing over new equipment. Note: eyes feel strange when angry. It started during a particularly frustrating training session. Izuku had been trying to perfect his flight control when a sudden surge of heat burst from his eyes, leaving smoking scorch marks on the training facility's walls. His mother immediately called UA's support department, who quickly provided specialized training equipment, heat-resistant targets, thermal sensors, and protective goggles. Each morning now included careful practice, learning to adjust the intensity from gentle warmth to intense heat. Izuku filled pages of his notebook with observations. Day 115, heat vision progress, can light candles without melting them completely. Still working on precision. Discovered trigger seems connected to emotional state and solar energy levels. Need to practice more control exercises. Then came the cold breath, manifesting during a sparring session with Kirishima. Dude! Kirishima had shouted, his hardened form now covered in a thin layer of frost. That was super manly. But maybe warn a guy next time? Day 120, second new power manifestation, some kind of freezing breath. Completely different from heat vision control. Need to work on not accidentally freezing things when I sneeze. Current practice regime updates. Heat vision control, morning. Cold breath control, afternoon. Combined temperature management exercises. Note, these powers seem opposite but complementary. Like hot and cold taps on a sink. Maybe that's the key to control. Izuku spent hours practicing temperature control, learning to regulate both powers. Some days he worked on precision, using heat vision to light birthday candles or cold breath to cool hot tea to the perfect drinking temperature. His mother helped design practical exercises, defrosting the freezer with careful heat vision, chilling drinks with gentle cold breath. Each small success built his confidence. Day 135. Finally managed to use both powers in controlled succession. Created an ice sculpture, then carefully melted specific parts with heat vision to shape it. Mom says it looks like a cat. It was supposed to be a hero figure, but progress is progress. Temperature control status. Heat vision, can adjust from warming tea to melting steel. Cold breath, can control from gentle cool breeze to instant freeze. Combined use, getting better at rapid switching between hot and cold. Still need work on. Precision targeting. Power modulation. Emergency situation control. Not freezing my juice when I get startled. Kirishima proved invaluable for practice, his hardening quirk allowing him to withstand both temperature extremes. They developed training games. Izuku would create ice obstacles that Kirishima would break through, then use heat vision to melt the debris. Day 140, think I'm finally getting the hang of these new powers. Today I helped Mom in the kitchen, used heat vision to brown the top of her casserole and cold breath to chill the dessert. She cried a little. Said she was proud of how far I've come. Note to self, sometimes the smallest victories mean the most. These powers aren't just about combat, they're tools to help people in any situation. Day 146, Izuku wrote that evening. First real sparring session today. Kirishima-kun's hardening quirk is amazing for practice. Managed to land 3 pulse punches without overcompensating. He called my control manly, which I think is a compliment. Note, having a training partner who isn't afraid of my power makes everything easier. Is this what having a friend feels like? Over the next few weeks, their post-training conversations became longer. They talked about heroes, compared notes on quirk training, and shared their dreams about UA. Kirishima's straightforward nature and genuine interest in Izuku's progress made him easy to talk to. You know what's really cool? Kirishima said one day as they cooled down. How you're turning what could have been a scary situation into something awesome. That's what heroes do, right? They take tough situations and make them better. Izuku looked at his hands that could crush steel but had just spent an hour practicing gentle martial arts forms. Thanks, Kirishima-kun. That means a lot. Hey, what are friends for? Kirishima flashed his sharp-toothed grin. And dropped the kun already. We're gonna be classmates at UA, right? Friends. The word felt foreign but wonderful. Here was someone who had seen his power, knew his story, and chose to stand beside him. Anyway, not out of fear or obligation, but because he genuinely wanted to. Right? Izuku smiled back, feeling something warm bloom in his chest that had nothing to do with solar energy. We're gonna be heroes together. That night's journal entry was shorter than usual. Day 168. Kirishima says we're friends. First real friend since ever? Progress today. Completed full sparring session without breaking anything. Learned 3 new control techniques. Made plans to study together for UA exam. Finally have someone to eat lunch with who doesn't flinch when I reach for the soy sauce. Note, maybe having this power isn't just about learning control. Maybe it's also about finding people who help you believe in yourself. 10 months before the UA entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya stood at the gates of Aldra Junior High, his heart thundering in his chest. After 6 months of intensive training and correspondence courses, his control had finally reached a level where the school board deemed him safe to return. His notebook entry that morning was brief. Day 184, first day back. Perfect control maintained for 3 weeks straight. No accidents. No breaks. No slips. Ready as I'll ever be. The whispers started the moment he stepped into the building. They weren't the same fearful murmurs from before. These were laced with curiosity. In his absence, the story of his quirk had grown into something of a legend. Is it true he can fly faster than jets? I heard he lifted a truck with 1 finger. My cousin said he saw him stop a runaway train. Izuku kept his movements measured and precise, just as he'd practiced. Each step carefully calculated, each gesture controlled. The heavy titanium training bracelets from UA's support department, now mostly ceremonial, gleamed on his wrists, a reminder of how far he'd come. The first test came when he reached his classroom. Bakugo was already there, feet up on his desk, trying too hard to look like he wasn't watching the door. Their eyes met briefly before Bakugo looked away, but not before Izuku caught something unexpected in his expression. Anger? Hatred? The day Izuku returned to school, the hallways parted like water. But while other students moved aside out of awe, 1 pair of crimson eyes tracked him with pure hatred. Katsuki Bakugo gripped his desk so hard his knuckles turned white, small explosions singeing the wood. He remembered everything about that day in the cafeteria. The helplessness as he flew through the air. The crack of his ribs. But worst of all, the pitying looks from classmates who had once feared him. Deku, the quirkless nobody, had humiliated him in front of everyone. During Izuku's absence, Bakugo had trained until his palms bled, pushing his explosions to new limits. Every night, he replayed that moment in the cafeteria, but in his mind he was the one standing victorious. The one in control. "Good morning, Kaken," Izuku said softly as he passed Bakugo's desk. Bakugo's response was a low growl, sparks dancing between his fingers. "Don't you dare speak to me, you late-blooming freak." The classroom went silent. Izuku stood frozen, hurt flashing across his face before he carefully schooled his expression. I'm sorry about what happened," Izuku started. "Shut up." Bakugo slammed his hands on his desk, controlled explosions making the metal legs screech against the floor. "You think you can just walk back in here like nothing happened? Like you didn't spend years being worthless before getting lucky with some random power? Kaken, and stop calling me that." Bakugo's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "You lost that right when you threw me through those tables. You're not the helpless Deku anymore? Fine. But I'm not your Kaken either." During lunch, Bakugo and his friends claimed a table far from Izuku. But Bakugo's eyes never left his former childhood friend, watching as Izuku carefully, almost painfully carefully, ate his lunch with measured movements. "Look at him," Bakugo sneered to his followers. "Acting all high and mighty with his perfect control. Makes me sick." "You gonna do something about it?" one of his friends asked. Bakugo's smile was sharp enough to cut. "Not here. Not now. But soon. The UA entrance exam is coming up. And when it does..." His palm crackled with barely contained rage. "I'll show everyone what happens when you look down on me." After school, he waited by the gate, not to extend an olive branch, but to make a declaration of war. "Oi, Deku." Izuku stopped, hope flickering across his face before dying at Bakugo's expression. "You're applying to UA, right?" "Of course you are, with that BS power of yours." Bakugo stepped closer, voice dripping with venom. But because I'm going to crush you there. I'm going to show everyone that your fancy solar enhancement quirk doesn't make you better than me. I'm going to prove that you're still the same worthless Deku who followed me around like a lost puppy. Kaken, it doesn't have to be like this. 10 months, Bakugo cut him off. 10 months until the entrance exam. Train all you want. Learn all your perfect control. It won't matter. Because when the time comes, I'll remind you exactly who you are. He turned and walked away, each step punctuated by small explosions. Behind him, he heard Izuku sigh deeply, followed by the slight crunch of concrete, evidence that even perfect control had its limits. That night, Bakugo added a new entry to his own notebook. Day 1 of Operation Deku Destruction. Weaknesses observed. Still hesitates before every movement. Afraid of his own strength. Too focused on control. Thinks we can still be friends. Note. His power might be unlimited, but his spirit can still break. And I know exactly where to hit. The day Izuku returned to school wasn't a reunion. It was a declaration of war. While other students whispered in awe, Katsuki Bakugo sat at his desk, palms smoking with barely contained rage. Every controlled movement. Izuku made every careful gesture, felt like a personal insult. 6 months of rehabilitation. 6 months of explaining to everyone why he, Katsuki Bakugo, the undisputed strongest in their year, had been thrown through tables like a rag doll. 6 months of his pride bleeding out while that Demon Deku learned to control his powers. Good morning, Kaken, Izuku said softly as he passed. Bakugo's desk crackled under his grip. Don't you dare act friendly with me, you late-blooming bee. The classroom fell silent. Temperature dropped as Izuku's breath hitched, literally dropped, frost forming on nearby windows before he caught himself. Another display of that perfect control that made Bakugo's blood boil. I trained every day while you were gone, Bakugo snarled, standing up. Every single. You think getting some random godlike power makes you better than me? Makes you worthy of being a hero? Kaken, I never said. And stop calling me that. Small explosions peppered Bakugo's words. You lost that right when you threw me through those tables. You're not the helpless Deku anymore? Fine. But I'm not your Kaken either. During lunch, Bakugo watched from across the cafeteria as Izuku carefully ate with measured movements. Each precise bite, each gentle touch of his chopsticks made Bakugo's hands spark with rage. Look at him, he growled to his followers. Playing at being gentle. Like he's not a monster wearing a muzzle. After school, Bakugo waited by the gate. Not for reconciliation, but for declaration. Oi, Deku. Izuku stopped, something like hope flickering across his face. Bakugo felt savage satisfaction watching it die at his expression. You're applying to UA, right? Of course you are, with that power of yours. Bakugo stepped closer, voice dripping venom. But because I'm going to destroy you there. I'll show everyone that your fancy Superman quirk doesn't make you special. Doesn't make you a hero. It doesn't have to be like this. 10 months, Bakugo cut him off. 10 months until the entrance exam. Master all the control you want. Learn to hold eggs without breaking them. Paint yourself as the perfect hero candidate. It won't matter. Because when the time comes, I'll remind you exactly what you are, a nobody who got lucky. That night, Bakugo added to his own training journal. Because that was the truth Bakugo had learned during his recovery. It didn't matter how strong you were if you were afraid to use that strength. And Deku, for all his power, was still the same scared kid inside. He just needed someone to remind him of that fact. While Izuku trained with precise control exercises, Bakugo was creating a war room in his bedroom. The walls were covered with notes, observations, and strategies. 6 months of watching Deku's training through his window hadn't been wasted. Every hesitation, every flinch, every moment of self-doubt had been catalogued. Strategy: break his concentration. Make him doubt his control. Force him to choose between winning and staying safe. Bakugo's own training evolved beyond just increasing his explosion power. He developed techniques specifically designed to counter Izuku's abilities. Bakugo muttered, adding to his notes. He's so scared of going too far that he doesn't go far enough. In a real fight, that hesitation will cost him everything. During the months before UA's entrance exam, Bakugo's room became a shrine to his obsession. Every news clip about power-type quirks, every scientific paper on solar-powered abilities, every scrap of information. 10 months until UA, 10 months to perfect his counter-strategy. 10 months to prove that determination and tactical genius could overcome even godlike power. UA will be my proving ground. And Deku will be my stepping stone to greatness. Every night, while Izuku practiced his perfect control, Bakugo sat in his room surrounded by evidence of his obsession. The walls were plastered with newspaper clippings, printed security footage stills, and endless notes. A timeline of the cafeteria incident dominated one wall, analyzed frame by frame, each moment of his humiliation preserved and studied. Observed Deku's training through binoculars today. Still hesitates 0.3 seconds before any significant movement. Weakness noted. Can exploit this during UA exam. Current timeline: 5 a.m. begins morning training. 7:45 a.m. practice control. Strategy: use these fears. Make him doubt every move. Force him to second-guess his control until he breaks. Bakugo's own training had become an obsession. Every morning before school, he practiced explosion techniques designed specifically to counter Deku's abilities. Every afternoon was spent studying footage of powerful quirk users losing control. Every night was dedicated to planning, analyzing, preparing. His mother found him asleep at his desk one night, hands blistered from training, surrounded by scorched notebooks filled with combat strategies. Day 184. Deku returned to school today. Watched him use perfect control. Pathetic. He's wrapped himself in invisible chains, afraid of his own shadow. Every moment Deku spends learning to be gentle, I'll spend learning to be lethal. The burns on his palms never fully healed anymore, but Bakugo didn't care. Each scar was a reminder, each blister a promise. While Deku learned to hold back, he would learn to push forward. While Deku practiced restraint, he would practice dominance. His room had become a shrine to this singular purpose. The ceiling was scorched from late-night training. The floor was covered in papers analyzing Deku's every movement, every habit, every fear. Final note: they think power is about how much you have. They're wrong. Power is about how much you're willing to use. And while you're learning to cage your strength, Deku, I'm learning to weaponize every weakness you show. The gap between us isn't about quirks anymore. It's about will. And I will break you. Bakugo's room had become a shrine to his obsession, but not in the chaotic way of before. Gone were the angry scorch marks and torn papers. Now everything was methodically organized, clinically precise. The walls held annotated photographs of Deku's training sessions, each movement analyzed, each hesitation noted. Day 212. Deku's weakness isn't his power, it's his mercy. Every pause before action. Every held-back punch. Every careful step. He thinks being a hero means being gentle. I'll show him that mercy gets people killed. The change in Bakugo wasn't obvious at first. He stopped shouting at Izuku in the hallways. Stopped making explosive displays of anger. Instead, he watched. Calculated. Planned. His new training journal was different too. Note: the best way to break someone isn't through force, it's through fear. Make him afraid of himself. At night, Bakugo practiced his own version of control. Not to contain power, but to weaponize it. Each explosion precisely calculated, each blast designed to push Izuku toward impossible choices. The perfect trap isn't the one that hurts him. It's the one that makes him hurt himself. His mother noticed the change in him. The quiet focus. The cold calculation that replaced his hot temper. Sometimes she found him standing in front of his mirror, practicing the exact words, the precise tone that would make Izuku flinch. Because that's the truth about power, Deku. It's not about how strong you are. It's about how far you're willing to go. And while you're learning to hold back, I'm learning exactly where to strike. You may have the power of a god, but I'm becoming something worse. The one who makes gods bleed. 9 months before UA's entrance exam, something changed in Izuku Midoriya. It started during a sparring session with Kirishima, when his friend said something that struck home. You know what, Midobro? You're not going to hurt anyone. You're too good for that now. Stop being afraid of your strength and start embracing it. That night, Izuku wrote a different kind of entry in his journal. Day 215, Kirishima's right. I've spent so much time learning to hold back that I've forgotten how to move forward. My power isn't a curse to be contained, it's a gift to be mastered. The change was gradual but profound. His movements became more fluid, more natural. The constant tension in his shoulders eased. During flight practice, he stopped counting seconds and started feeling the air currents, letting his body respond instinctively to the wind. Day 230, something incredible happened today. During solar peak, I didn't feel afraid of the power surge. Instead, I welcomed it. Let it fill me completely. Flew to the stratosphere and just existed there. Felt like coming home. Note, the sun isn't my limitation, it's my ally. His mother noticed it first. The way he moved around the house had changed. No more tiptoeing, no more hesitation. He helped with chores using his full range of abilities, heat vision to warm breakfast, cold breath to chill drinks, super speed to clean. All with a natural grace that made it look effortless. During training with Kirishima, Izuku started pushing boundaries. His punches carried more force, his movements held more certainty. Yet his control remained perfect, not from fear, but from confidence. Dude! Kirishima laughed after a particularly intense session. You're finally letting loose. That's the Midobro I knew was in there. Day 245. Breakthrough in power management. It's not about holding back or letting go, it's about harmony. Like conducting an orchestra instead of caging a beast. Each power responds to intention, not just control. Note, I am not afraid anymore. The hesitation that Bakugo had counted on as a weakness was disappearing. In its place grew something more dangerous, certainty. When Izuku walked through school hallways now, his footsteps were sure, his presence undeniable. He no longer apologized for existing. Day 260, realized something today. All this time, I've been treating my powers like they were separate from me. Like they were tools I had to carefully manage. But they're not, they're part of who I am. Just like breathing, just like thinking. I am not a person containing power. I am the power, shaped into a person. And it feels right. His training journal entries became less about control metrics and more about exploration and growth. Each day brought new discoveries, new levels of connection between his will and his abilities. Day 275. Flew with the sunrise today. Not just in it, with it. Followed the dawn around the curve of the earth for a few seconds. Felt the solar energy flow through me like a river finding its path. Power isn't about limits anymore. It's about possibilities. Note to self, I'm ready for you. Not because I've learned to hold back, but because I've learned to be whole. The scared boy who once broke everything he touched was gone. In his place stood someone new, someone who didn't just control his powers, but embodied them. Someone who had learned that true strength comes not from restraint, but from acceptance. Bakugo, watching from afar, saw it too. The hesitation he'd planned to exploit was vanishing. His carefully crafted strategies would need revision. Because Midoriya wasn't just learning to use his powers. He was becoming them. Day 275 brought the moment Bakugo had been dreading. Standing in the school courtyard, he watched as Midoriya descended from his morning flight. There was something different in the way he landed, no careful calculations, no hesitant touches. Just pure, fluid grace. The notebook in Bakugo's hands felt suddenly worthless. 6 months of observations, strategies, and weakness analysis, all becoming obsolete before his eyes. Everything's falling apart. During lunch, Bakugo observed as Midoriya chatted with Kirishima. The way Deku moved now was different. No more tiptoeing around his own strength. No more apologetic smiles when reaching for things. He existed in his space like he belonged there, like his power was as natural as breathing. What happened to you? Bakugo muttered, crushing his analysis notes. Where's the weak point? Where's the crack in your armor? The transformation was most evident during their joint physical education class. Midoriya participated in sports now, not with careful restraint, but with measured power. When he jumped, he didn't calculate the force anymore. He just jumped. When he ran, he didn't count his steps, he just ran. The fear was gone. The hesitation had vanished. And with them went every strategy Bakugo had crafted. That evening, Bakugo sat in his room, surrounded by the remnants of his planning. The walls that once held Midoriya's weaknesses now displayed the evidence of his evolution. Through his window, he could see Midoriya floating in his backyard, basking in the sunset. There was a serenity to him now, a confidence that made Bakugo's teeth grind. The scared kid who once apologized for existing was gone. In his place stood something far more dangerous, someone who had made peace with their power. Final note: my perfect plan is worthless now. All the psychological warfare strategies, useless. He's not just learning to use his powers anymore. He's transcending them. And I need a new plan. Because how do you fight someone who's no longer fighting themselves? 10 months before the UA entrance exam, their homeroom teacher stood before the class with a stack of career counseling forms. His expression was resigned, already knowing what was coming. I could hand these out, he sighed, looking at the papers, but let's be honest. He tossed them into the air with a flourish. You all want to be heroes. The class erupted in cheers, students showing off their quirks in excitement. Ice crystals, small flames, elongated fingers, a rainbow of abilities on display. Bakugo's voice cut through the chaos like a knife. Don't lump me in with these extras. He stood on his desk, palms crackling with barely contained rage. I'm the only one here with the real potential to get into UA. The class went silent. Every eye turned to Izuku, who sat calmly at his desk, solar energy making his skin glow slightly in the morning light. What's wrong, Deku? Bakugo snarled, explosions growing larger. Nothing to say? Think just because you got some random power dropped in your lap, you're suddenly worth something? Izuku stood slowly, his movement fluid and confident. You know, Kaken, I used to think being worthless was about not having a quirk. His voice was steady, carrying clearly through the silent classroom. But now I realize it's about how you use what you have. And using your power to put others down? That's what's really worthless. Bakugo's face contorted with fury. You dare. He launched himself across the desks, explosions propelling him forward, right hand ped back for his signature right hook. In a movement too fast for most of the class to follow, Izuku caught Bakugo's fist. No desks broken. No walls cracked. Just perfect, precise control. I'm not that scared kid anymore, Kaken. Izuku's eyes glowed slightly, his voice quiet but firm. And I don't need your acknowledgement to know what I'm capable of. He released Bakugo's fist and sat back down, returning to his notebook as if nothing had happened. The class stared in stunned silence, not just at the display of power, but at the complete shift in dynamic between the two boys. Bakugo stood there, trembling with rage and something else. Something that looked almost like fear. This isn't over, Deku, he growled, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. You're right, Izuku replied without looking up. We'll both be at UA plenty of chances to see who's really worthy of being a hero. The teacher, wisely, decided to move on with the lesson. But everyone in that classroom knew they'd witnessed something significant. The day Midoriya Izuku stopped being Bakugo's victim and became his equal, or perhaps even more. As the final bell rang, Bakugo lingered at his desk, watching Izuku pack his things with those perfectly controlled movements. The classroom emptied quickly, leaving just the two of them in the late afternoon light. Hey, Deku. Bakugo's voice was different, quieter, colder. You know what the worst part is? Izuku paused, turning to face his childhood friend. I actually wished you dead that day. Bakugo's words fell like ice. When you got your quirk, when everyone started looking at you differently. I laid in that hospital bed with broken ribs, and I wished you had never existed. The sun dimmed slightly, clouds passing overhead as Izuku absorbed those words. Despite all his power, despite all his control, that admission hit something deep and vulnerable. And you know what's even worse? Bakugo continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Part of me still does. Because you didn't earn this. You didn't deserve this power. You're just a pathetic Deku who got lucky, and everyone's forgotten what you really are. He walked past Izuku toward the door, pausing at the threshold. At least when you were quirkless, you were honest about being worthless. The words hung in the air like poison. Izuku stood perfectly still, his control absolute even as something inside him cracked. Because despite all his growth, despite his new confidence and mastery, hearing those words from someone who had once been his closest friend still had the power to hurt. The sun emerged from behind the clouds, bathing the classroom in golden light. But for once, its warmth brought no comfort. Walking home from school, Izuku let the sun's warmth wash over him, feeling its energy seep into his skin. Despite Bakugo's cruel words, a smile found its way back to his face. He had something now that Bakugo could never take away, a true friend. His phone buzzed with a text from Kirishima. Dude, beach training tomorrow? Got some new moves to try. Out. Izuku's smile grew brighter. Yeah, he wasn't that lonely, powerless kid anymore. Izuku took his usual shortcut home through the underpass, his mind still processing the day's events. The afternoon sun filtered through the grates above, creating patterns of light and shadow on the concrete. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost missed the sound, a wet, slithering noise behind him. A medium-sized body to hide in. Perfect. Before Izuku could fully turn around, a mass of green sludge erupted from a fallen bottle nearby, launching itself at him. The creature was mostly liquid, with eyes and teeth floating in its viscous form. Don't worry, kid. I'm just going to take over your body. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. The sludge villain tried to force itself into Izuku's mouth and nose, but encountered an unexpected problem. Izuku's invulnerable skin made PNTRTN impossible. The villain's attacks simply slid off him like water off glass. What? Why can't I get in? The sludge monster's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku could feel the solar energy coursing through his body, and suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could absorb energy, maybe he could do the opposite too. Let's give this a test. This villain had no idea who he was trying to possess. With perfect control, Izuku took a deep breath and released his cold breath. The sludge villain froze instantly, turning into a grotesque ice sculpture. Impossible! It gasped as the last of its liquid body froze solid, transforming into a grotesque ice sculpture. Izuku quickly stepped back into the shadows as he heard a powerful landing above. Through the grating, he saw the unmistakable form of All Might himself, holding an empty bottle and looking concerned. Now where did that villain? Ah! All Might's booming voice echoed through the underpass as he spotted the frozen sludge villain. What's this? Someone has already dealt with the villain. All Might jumped down into the underpass, examining the frozen creature with evident surprise. Most impressive. A freezing quirk powerful enough to completely immobilize him. But where is the hero responsible for this? Hidden in the shadows, Izuku watched his idol circle the frozen villain, heart pounding with excitement. Part of him wanted to step forward, to tell All Might everything. But something held him back. Maybe it was the new confidence his powers had given him, or perhaps the realization that he'd handled the situation on his own. Well, All Might's voice boomed off the concrete walls. Whoever did this clearly knows what they're doing. I'll make sure this villain is properly contained. He carefully picked up the frozen sludge villain. Citizens can rest easy knowing there are capable heroes, or future heroes, watching out for them. As All Might bounded across the city with the frozen sludge villain, steam began to curl from his muscular form. No, not now, he muttered, feeling his power draining. In his haste to find somewhere private to transform, his grip on the partially thawed villain loosened. The bottle containing the sludge villain slipped from his massive hands, plummeting toward the shopping district below. As it fell, the ice encasing the villain continued to melt in the afternoon sun. Several blocks away, Bakugo walked with his two followers, still fuming about the day's events. Can you believe that nerd Deku? He snarled, small explosions popping in his palms. Just because he suddenly got a quirk, he thinks he's A crash interrupted him as the bottle shattered nearby. Green sludge erupted from the broken container, rapidly expanding as it fully thawed. Perfect! The villain's eyes focused on Bakugo. A powerful body with an explosive quirk. Even better than the last one. Before anyone could react, the sludge villain engulfed Bakugo. His two friends ran screaming as their leader struggled against the liquid mass trying to force its way into his mouth. "Get off me!" Bakugo roared, setting off explosions that only served to spread the villain's liquid form around him. Each blast scattered drops of sludge that reformed instantly. Heroes arrived quickly, but none could get close. Death Arm's punches passed harmlessly through the villain's liquid body. Backdraft's water attacks only made the villain more fluid. Empty Lady was too large to maneuver in the narrow street. "Can't breathe." Bakugo's struggles began to weaken, his explosions growing smaller. High above, All Might, now in his skeletal true form, watched helplessly from a rooftop. "I'm sorry, young man," he whispered, blood trickling from his mouth. "I can't help you in this state." The gathered crowd watched in horror as one of the most promising students from Aldra Junior High fought for his life, his own powerful quirk useless against an enemy he couldn't touch. And somewhere nearby, a certain green-haired boy with newly acquired powers was about to face a critical decision. The explosions echoed through the shopping district, drawing Izuku's attention from his walk home. Something about their pattern seemed familiar. His enhanced hearing picked up the panicked screams before he rounded the corner. The scene that greeted him made his blood run cold. Bakugo, the boy who had tormented him for years, was being suffocated by the same sludge villain he'd frozen earlier. "Kaken," Izuku whispered, his eyes widening as he recognized the villain. "But how?" Through the crowd's legs, he could see Bakugo struggling, his usually fierce expression replaced by genuine fear as he fought for air. The other heroes were there, but none could help. Death Arm's punches passed harmlessly through the villain's body. Backdraft's water only made things worse. Empty Lady was too big to even enter the narrow street. "Someone do something," a woman in the crowd screamed. "The heroes can't get close with all those explosions." Isn't that the villain All Might was chasing earlier? Izuku's enhanced vision caught something else, a skeletal figure on a distant rooftop, watching helplessly. Even with his new powers, he recognized the guilt-ridden expression. Somehow he knew All Might couldn't help this time. Through the gathered crowd, Izuku and Bakugo's eyes met. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Gone was the usual anger and contempt in Bakugo's expression, replaced by something Izuku had never seen before, raw fear and desperation. Izuku felt the solar energy humming beneath his skin, ready to be used. He could stop this. He knew exactly how to freeze the villain, had done it just hours ago. But this was Bakugo, the boy who'd tormented him for years, who'd told him to jump off a roof, who'd crushed his dreams time and time again. He turned away, his feet heavy as lead. The crowd's murmurs and the distant explosions grew fainter with each step. "Please." The word was barely a whisper, choked and desperate, but Izuku's enhanced hearing caught it clearly. He stopped mid-step. "Please. Help me." Bakugo's voice, proud, arrogant Bakugo, cracked with fear and something else. Something that sounded like tears. In that moment, Izuku remembered his own words from earlier that day. It's not just about having a powerful quirk. It's about inspiring others, protecting them, making people feel safe. He turned back, his eyes meeting Bakugo's once more. This time, he saw something different in them, not the bully who'd tormented him, but a scared kid who needed help. Just like he had been, all those years without a quirk. The real test of a hero isn't how they treat their friends. It's how they treat their enemies. Izuku burst through the crowd, solar energy crackling around him like lightning. His eyes glowed with an intense red light as multiple powers activated at once. "Get away from him!" Izuku roared, his voice carrying an authority he'd never felt before. The crowd gasped as he lifted off the ground, floating on waves of solar energy. "You again!" The sludge villain's eyes widened in recognition. "But this time I won't." Izuku didn't let him finish. He unleashed a blast of freezing energy, much more controlled than his earlier attempt. Ice crystals formed around Bakugo's head, creating a protective shell that prevented the villain from suffocating him. At the same time, Izuku's heat vision activated, carefully melting channels through the villain's body to weaken his grip. What are you? The villain struggled as Izuku demonstrated power after power. Flight, freeze breath, heat vision, super strength, abilities that shouldn't all exist in one quirk. On the rooftop, All Might's skeletal form tensed. His sunken eyes widened with a mixture of awe and growing concern. Impossible. Multiple quirks? But that would mean... Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm with one hand, his invulnerable skin protecting him from the explosions. With his other hand he unleashed another freezing blast, this time targeting the villain's core. I won't let you hurt anyone else, Izuku declared, his voice carrying across the street as he pulled Bakugo free. The crowd cheered as the sludge villain froze solid once again. But up on the rooftop, All Might's face had drained of what little color it had. Blood trickled from his mouth as his hands gripped the railing with white-knuckled tension. Multiple quirks. Just like him, All Might whispered, memories of his ancient enemy flashing through his mind. Could it be? Has All for One returned? Below, unaware of the terror he'd sparked in his idol's heart, Izuku set Bakugo down gently. The other boy stared at him with an unreadable expression, coughing and gasping for air. Are you okay, Kaken? Izuku asked, the red glow fading from his eyes as his powers settled. I didn't ask for your help. Bakugo exploded, his voice raw from nearly being suffocated. He shoved away from Izuku, stumbling slightly. I had it under control. I didn't need you to save me, you dumb nerd. Izuku's eyes, still glowing faintly red from using his powers, narrowed as he looked from Bakugo to the professional heroes who were now trying to lecture him about reckless behavior. Young man, what you did was extremely dangerous, Death Arms began. Dangerous? Izuku cut him off, his voice carrying across the street. The solar energy still coursing through him made his skin glow slightly. What was dangerous was all of you standing around while someone was dying. The heroes fell silent as Izuku turned to face them fully. MD Lady, you could have used your giant form to create shade, weakening the villain's liquid form. Backdraft, instead of adding water, you could have used your hoses to create steam, making it harder for him to maintain cohesion. Death Arms, you could have cleared the crowd and created an evacuation route. His voice grew stronger with each word. But instead, you all just stood there, making excuses. The crowd began murmuring, some nodding in agreement. The heroes shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. A real hero doesn't wait for the perfect conditions, Izuku continued, remembering all the analysis he'd done over the years. They adapt, they think creatively, they work together. But most importantly, they act when someone needs help. You don't know anything about being a pro-hero, kid, one of the heroes muttered. Maybe not, Izuku agreed, his eyes flashing. But I know what it feels like to be helpless, to watch heroes who could help but don't. And I promised myself I'd never be that kind of hero. He turned back to Bakugo, who was still glaring but seemed taken aback by Izuku's outburst. You can hate me for saving you, Kaken. That's fine. But I'll never apologize for being the kind of hero I've always wanted to see in the world. With that, Izuku lifted off the ground, solar energy crackling around him. Before anyone could stop him, he shot into the sky, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers, shamed heroes, and one very conflicted childhood bully. All Might sunken. Eyes narrowed as he watched the green-haired boy below. His skeletal hands gripped the railing so hard the metal warped beneath his fingers. What had seemed like admirable heroism moments ago now filled him with a cold, familiar dread. Multiple quirks. Powers that shouldn't coexist in one body. A boy who appeared from nowhere with abilities that mirrored his greatest enemy. Blood trickled from the corner of All Might's mouth as memories of his brutal battle with All for One flashed through his mind. The devastating fight that had left him in this weakened state, the villain who had nearly destroyed hero society itself. It can't be coincidence, All Might whispered, his voice harsh with barely contained fury. First appearing right as I begin searching for a successor, with powers that perfectly counter the sludge villain. And now this display. Below, Izuku continued speaking to the professional heroes, unaware of the growing hatred directed at him from above. The sun caught his form, making him seem to glow with absorbed solar energy, power that by all rights shouldn't exist in a single quirk. All for One always played the long game, All Might muttered, wiping blood from his chin. A child soldier, perhaps? Or worse. His own son. The cheering crowd, the rescued Bakugo, the frozen villain, none of it mattered now. All Might saw only the shadow of his nemesis in the boy's multiple quirks, in the casual display of power that should have been impossible. I won't let you win this time. All Might's voice carried an edge of steel rarely heard in his weakened form. Whatever game you're playing, whatever this boy is to you, I'll stop it before it begins. He straightened up, ignoring the pain that racked his emaciated body. The symbol of peace had made his decision. This boy wasn't a promising hero. He was a threat. All Might's trembling fingers dialed a number he rarely used. Each ring felt like an eternity as he watched the green-haired boy disappear into the distance, solar energy trailing behind him like a comet. Sir Night Eye speaking. Mirai. All Might's voice was grave. I need your insight. Something concerning has appeared. A pause on the other end. His former sidekick rarely heard this tone from him. I've just witnessed a middle school student display multiple quirks. Super strength. Ice powers. Heat vision. Energy manipulation. All Might's grip tightened on the phone. All in one body. The silence on the other end grew heavy. You think it's him, Sir Night Eye stated. Not a question. The timing is too perfect. Just as I begin searching for a successor, a boy appears with godlike power? Power that shouldn't exist naturally? Blood dripped from All Might's mouth as his voice grew harder. You were right about me needing to be more cautious. I'm willing to listen now. Describe everything you saw. Sir Night Eye's analytical tone took over. Leave nothing out. If All for One is making his move through a child soldier, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. As All Might began his detailed report, he watched the last traces of solar energy fade from the sky where Izuku had vanished. The symbol of peace had spent years fighting villains in the open. Now, perhaps, it was time to fight them in the shadows. The sun set over Mizudafu, casting long shadows across the city. Somewhere out there, a boy with impossible powers flew home, unaware that his childhood hero now saw him as the greatest threat to hero society since All for One himself. Izuku landed gently in front of his apartment building, making sure no one was watching. The events of the day weighed heavily on his mind as he opened the door to find his mother, Inko, pacing nervously in the living room. Izuku, she rushed forward, having already seen the news about the sludge villain incident. I saw what happened on TV. Are you okay? They showed someone flying and using ice powers and I thought. Mom, Izuku smiled softly, placing his hands on her shoulders. I'm fine. That was me. I saved someone today. Inko's eyes welled with tears, but these were different from her usual worried ones. You really did, didn't you? My little boy. A hero. They sat down at the kitchen table, where Izuku took a deep breath. Mom, I've been thinking. I have these powers now, but I'm starting to learn it's not enough to just be strong, you have to kind and understanding. In a darkened room filled with medical equipment, a figure watched multiple screens displaying news coverage of the sludge villain incident. All for One leaned forward in his chair, his scarred face illuminated by the screen's glow. Interesting, he murmured, his ruined eyes somehow still conveying intense focus. Multiple quirks in a single body. Flight, super strength, ice manipulation, heat vision. The footage played again, a green-haired boy moving with impossible speed, demonstrating power after power while saving the explosive child. Doctor, All for One called out. Are you seeing this? Dr. Garaki stepped closer to the screens, adjusting his glasses. Yes, master. The boy's power set is concerning. Not concerning, All for One corrected. Fascinating. Either All Might has passed on one for all far earlier than expected, or, he paused, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on his armrest, or there's a new player in our game. Should we investigate? All for One was silent for a moment, analyzing the footage frame by frame. The boy's powers. They're too coordinated, too natural. This isn't one for All's stockpiled power. This is something else entirely. He leaned back in his chair, his tone growing darker. All Might must be beside himself with paranoia. A child appearing with multiple quirks? He'll assume I'm behind it. And are you, Master? No. All for One's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. That's what makes this so intriguing. Someone else has entered the game. Someone with the power to grant multiple quirks, or, he paused again, considering, or something entirely new has emerged. He turned to Dr. Garaki. Monitor the situation, but maintain distance. Let's see how All Might reacts to this development. After all, his ruined face stretched into a genuine smile now. It's not often someone surprises me anymore. The screens continued to play footage of Izuku's rescue, the boy's powers glowing like a beacon in the darkened room. Two of the most powerful men in Japan watched him with very different kinds of interest. All Might with fear and suspicion. All for One with curiosity and anticipation. And somewhere between these titans, a young boy trained on a beach with his best friend, unaware he was being watched at all. In his office at UA, Principal Nizu replayed the security footage for the third time. The video showed Izuku's encounter with the sludge villain, the perfect control of his cold breath, the precise containment, the casual efficiency of it all. Fascinating, isn't it? Nizu's eyes gleamed as he paused the footage. No hesitation, no collateral damage, just clean problem-solving. Aizawa stood in the shadows, his capture weapon shifting slightly as he watched. Midoriya Izuku. One of our distance learning students. Solar enhancement type quirk that manifested late. Indeed. Nizu's tail swished with excitement. But what interests me most isn't just his power, it's his control. Look at the precision of that freezing technique. He didn't just stop the villain, he contained him without risking permanent harm. The footage played again. Izuku's calculated breath, the perfect ice formation, the way he ensured the villain could still breathe. His progress in the distance learning program has been remarkable, Aizawa noted, his eyes narrowing. From barely controlling his strength to this level of precision in months. Precisely. Nizu clapped his paws together. The question is, Aizawa-kun, what do you think of him as a potential student? Aizawa studied the footage one more time. He's rational, efficient, doesn't show off despite having every opportunity to do so. And most importantly, he paused the video on Izuku walking away from the scene. He's not seeking recognition. He just solved the problem and left. So you approve? Let's see how he handles the entrance exam, Aizawa replied, a rare hint of interest in his voice. But yes, he might be worth keeping an eye on. Nizu's smile grew wider. Oh, I have special plans for testing young Midoriya. Very special plans indeed. Mirko perched on a rooftop overlooking Dagoba Beach, her ears twitching at the sound of metal being crushed below. The rumors had caught her attention. Whispers about a boy who'd frozen a sludge villain solid with a single breath, handling the situation more efficiently than most pros would have. So this is where you train, kid, she muttered, watching Izuku and Kirishima clear another section of the beach. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she observed Izuku enhance Kirishima's quirk, turning his hardening crystalline. The transformation was impressive, but what really caught her attention was the control. Every movement calculated, every power used with precision. This wasn't just raw strength, this was skill. First the sludge villain, now this, she smirked, watching them coordinate their cleanup efforts. Maybe those distance learning reports weren't exaggerating after all. She'd read his file, of course. Solar enhancement type quirk, late bloomer, perfect control development. But seeing it in person was different. The way he switched between powers effortlessly, the natural flow of his movements, the careful consideration for his surroundings, this wasn't just another powerful kid. This was something special. Well, Mirko grinned, cracking her knuckles. Looks like it's time to say hello properly. Let's see what you're really capable of, sunshine. She had a feeling this would be interesting. Very interesting indeed. 10 months before UA exam. Today started as a simple community service project with Kirishima. Ended up discovering a new power and meeting the number 6 hero. Life's funny that way. It began at Dagoba Municipal Beach. The place had become a dumping ground over the years, mountains of trash stretching along the shoreline. Perfect training ground, we thought. Me practicing precise strength control, Kirishima working on his hardening duration. Dude, this is going to be so manly. Kirishima grinned, activating his quirk. Race you to see who can clear the most trash. Something interesting happened when I grabbed his shoulder to accept the challenge. A surge of solar energy flowed from me into him. His hardening, usually rough and craggy, became smooth like polished diamond. The change was instant and dramatic. When Izuku's solar energy flowed into Kirishima, the transformation was stunning. His usually rough, rocky hardening became something else entirely, smooth, crystalline, almost diamond-like in its perfection. Whoa! Kirishima stared at his transformed arms in awe. This is beyond manly. His normal hardened form, which usually resembled jagged rock, had transformed into perfectly faceted crystal. The red tint of his quirk deepened to a rich crimson, catching sunlight like perfectly cut rubies. But the changes weren't just aesthetic. The durability is off the charts. Kirishima exclaimed, testing his new form. It doesn't even feel like there's a limit anymore. In this enhanced state, Kirishima's abilities evolved dramatically. Crystal clear hardening instead of rocky texture. Ability to extend and reshape his crystalline form at will. Durability that could withstand even Izuku's strongest hits. Perfect defensive formation with no weak points. Enhanced strength and speed while hardened. Ability to maintain hardening without stamina drain. This is incredible, Midoriya. Kirishima threw a punch that shattered a refrigerator like it was made of paper. Red Riot Diamond form. They spent the next 15 minutes testing his enhanced capabilities. Kirishima could now form crystal spikes, shields, and even complex shapes with his hardening. His movements were faster, his strikes more powerful, and his defense nearly impenetrable. The best part, Kirishima grinned, his entire body gleaming like polished gems, is that it doesn't hurt to maintain it. Usually my hardening strains my muscles after a while, but this feels natural. Izuku took detailed notes. Kirishima enhanced form analysis. Crystal structure suggests molecular rearrangement. Durability increased by estimated 200%. Fine-tune control over hardening shape and extent. No visible weak points in defense. Stamina drain has nearly vanished. Power output multiplied significantly. Duration, exactly 15 minutes. Note, the enhancement seems to perfect his quirk's natural capabilities rather than just boosting raw power. Fascinating. When the enhancement wore off, Kirishima was buzzing with excitement. Dude, with your power boost and my hardening, we're going to be an unstoppable team at UA. Watching his friend's enthusiasm, Izuku realized something important. His powers weren't just about what he could do alone, they were about lifting others up too. Making them stronger, helping them shine brighter. Maybe that was another kind of heroism entirely. The peaceful afternoon at Dagoba Beach shattered with the impact of Mirko's landing. Sand exploded outward as the number 6 hero crashed down between Izuku and Kirishima, her trademark wild grin sending chills down their spines. Well, she drawled, cracking her knuckles as her red eyes gleamed with predatory excitement. If it isn't the kid who took down a sludge villain better than the pros. Been watching you two for a while now. Kirishima's crystalline form glinted in the sunlight, still enhanced by Izuku's solar enhancement quirk. And Mirko? He stammered, torn between excitement and terror. That's right, Red. Her grin grew wider, more feral. And I've been dying to test out what this kid can really do. She dropped into a fighting stance, practically vibrating with barely contained energy. What do you say, Green Bean? Want to dance? Izuku felt his heart hammering in his chest. The number 6 hero, known for her love of combat and overwhelming strength, was looking at him like a predator who'd found particularly interesting prey. Unless, she taunted, her ears twitching with anticipation. "You're scared?" The challenge hung in the air like electricity. Kirishima watched wide-eyed as his best friend straightened up, solar energy humming beneath his skin. "Okay," Izuku said quietly, settling into his own stance. "Let's dance." Mirko's laugh echoed across the beach. "Now that's what I like to hear." The sand hadn't even settled from her landing before the real show was about to begin. The beach air crackled with tension as Mirko and Izuku squared off. Kirishima, still in his crystal form, backed away to give them space, his enhanced hardening glinting in the sunlight as he watched with wide eyes. "Man," he whispered to himself, "this is the most manly and terrifying thing I've ever seen." The contrast between the two fighters couldn't have been more stark. Mirko bounced on her toes, a wild grin splitting her face, her entire body radiating barely contained violence. Her ears twitched with excitement, picking up every slight movement in the sand. Izuku, on the other hand, stood perfectly still, solar energy humming quietly beneath his skin. His movements were measured, calculated, his green eyes tracking Mirko's erratic motions with practiced precision. "Come on, kid." Mirko's voice dripped with anticipation. "Show me what the guy who froze a villain solid can really do." Should we be stopping this?" Kirishima called out nervously, watching Mirko's grin grow more predatory by the second. "Nah, Red." Mirko laughed, her eyes never leaving Izuku. "Your friend here needs to learn what it's like to fight someone who isn't afraid of his power." The air seemed to grow heavier as Izuku finally shifted his stance. Solar energy began to pool around him, making the sand at his feet crystallize from the sheer pressure. "Holy crap," Kirishima breathed, his enhanced crystal form reflecting the scene like dozens of mirrors. "This is actually happening." Mirko's laugh echoed across the beach as she launched herself forward, her kick breaking the sound barrier. "Now that's more like it, sunshine. Let's dance." The real fight was about to begin, and Kirishima had a front-row seat to what would surely be an epic clash between raw power and controlled strength. The beach erupted into chaos as Mirko launched her first attack. Most would have expected Izuku to rely solely on his solar enhancement powers, but something unexpected happened. Gunhead's martial arts training came alive. Where raw power might have failed, technique found its mark. Izuku's movements were precise, calculated, each block, each redirect using Mirko's own momentum against her. His solar-enhanced reflexes combined with technical martial training created a dance both beautiful and terrifying. Mirko's wild grin grew wider. "Not bad, kid." Her kicks broke the sound barrier, but Izuku was no longer just blocking. He was weaving, redirecting, using techniques that transformed her explosive attacks into opportunities for counter-movement. "Kirishima," Izuku called, his voice steady despite the intense combat. "Watch her hip rotation. That's where her real power comes from." The crystalline Kirishima watched in awe. This wasn't just a fight, it was a masterclass in combat technique. Mirko's attacks became more complex, more aggressive. But for every wild strike, Izuku had a precise counter. Gunhead's training had taught him something crucial: power wasn't about strength, but about understanding movement. When the dust settled, Izuku was bruised but standing. Mirko stood across from him, her wild smile as she watches all the bruises all over his body disappear now tinged with genuine respect. "You're not just a power machine," she laughed. "You're a fighter." Izuku smiled back. "I've got a lot more to learn." "And that," Mirko said, "is exactly why you're going to be interesting." Kirishima watched the fight unfold, his crystalline form reflecting the battle from a dozen different angles. Each impact, each movement was like a masterclass in combat he never expected to witness. "Holy crap," he muttered to himself, "this is insane." His enhanced vision caught details most would miss. Izuku wasn't just defending, he was learning. Every time Mirko landed a hit, his body adjusted, his martial arts training combining with his solar enhancement in ways that defied conventional fighting. "Dude's getting his butt kicked," Kirishima analyzed, "but he's not losing. He's studying." Mirko's wild kicks broke the sound barrier, but Izuku's gunhead martial arts training transformed what could have been devastating blows into opportunities for counter-movement. Each time she attacked, he didn't just block. He redirected, analyzed, adapted. Man, Kirishima whispered, he's got so much more to learn about real combat. The bruises forming on Izuku's body told a story. Despite his incredible powers, despite his perfect control, he was still fundamentally a student. His martial arts were technical, but Mirko's real-world experience showed massive gaps in his fighting style. When the dust settled, Kirishima saw something most would miss, not just a fight, but a lesson. Izuku might have solar-powered abilities that could level cities, but true heroism was about continuous improvement. You're gonna be something else, bro, Kirishima grinned, his crystalline form catching the sunlight. But you've got a long way to go. As Mirko's wild grin settled on Kirishima, the color drained from his face. The crystalline form that had moments ago seemed so powerful now felt like a thin layer of protection against the predatory hero. You're next, Red. Mirko's laugh was more of a battle cry. Let's see what you're made of. Kirishima looked to Izuku, his voice cracking. Dude. Help. Izuku just smiled, a mix of sympathy and amusement. You wanted to train with pro heroes, remember? Mirko bounced on her toes, her rabbit ears twitching with excitement. Come on, kid. Show me that hardening quirk of yours. No holding back. I think I'd rather hold back, Kirishima muttered, but he knew there was no escaping this. The wild hero was looking at him like a cat eyeing a particularly interesting mouse. Hardening, he called out, trying to sound more confident than he felt. His body crystallized, but compared to his enhanced form from earlier, it seemed almost pale and weak. Mirko's grin grew impossibly wider. Now this is going to be fun. Kirishima's last coherent thought before the training session began was a simple prayer. Manly heroes don't cry. Manly heroes don't cry. But deep down he was pretty sure he was going to cry. Kirishima's crystal form glinted in the sunlight, but the bravado that had filled him moments ago had completely evaporated. Mirko's predatory grin grew wider with each step she took toward him. You look like you're about to pass out, Red, she laughed, her rabbit ears twitching with excitement. Where's that manly spirit now? I'm still manly. Kirishima squeaked, his voice cracking embarrassingly. Totally manly. Izuku couldn't help but burst out laughing. The contrast between Kirishima's earlier confidence and current terror was too perfect. You wanted to train with a pro hero, he called out, barely containing his amusement. Looks like you're getting exactly what you wished for. Not helping, bro. Kirishima's crystal form seemed to shrink as Mirko bounced closer. Mirko's laugh was a mix between a battle cry and pure entertainment. Come on, kid. Show me what you're made of. Or are you all talk? Kirishima looked to Izuku with pleading eyes. Dude, a little backup? Izuku's response was nothing more than a wide grin and a thumbs up. You wanted to be manly, right? This is your chance. I'm rethinking my entire life choices right now, Kirishima muttered, as Mirko prepared to launch her first attack. The beach suddenly felt very, very small. And Mirko looked very, very hungry. The beach became a battlefield as Mirko launched her first attack. Kirishima, expecting to be demolished instantly, was shocked to find himself not just surviving, but actually holding his ground. Not bad, Red. Mirko laughed, her kicks breaking the sound barrier. Show me what you're made of. Something unexpected happened. Kirishima's hardening, enhanced by Izuku's solar enhancement, transformed beyond his usual rocky form. His crystal-like defense began to absorb and redirect Mirko's attacks with a precision that surprised even himself. Holy crap, Kirishima muttered, I'm actually doing this. Izuku watched from the sidelines, a proud grin spreading across his face. That's it, Kirishima. Use the enhanced form's flexibility. Mirko's attacks became more complex, testing the limits of Kirishima's newfound abilities. Each blow that would have normally shattered him now seemed to flow around his crystalline defense. Now this is getting interesting. Mirko's wild smile grew wider. She wasn't holding back, and Kirishima was somehow keeping up. For 15 minutes, the beach became a training ground of pure intensity. Kirishima's movements became more confident, more calculated. The fear that had gripped him earlier transformed into something else, pure, unrestrained determination. When the dust settled, Kirishima was bruised, beaten, but standing. Mirko stood across from him, her wild smile now tinged with genuine respect. "Not bad, Red," she laughed. "Not bad at all." Kirishima's response was a tired but genuine grin. "Manly enough for you?" "More than manly," Mirko replied. "You've got potential, kid." Izuku watched, his heart swelling with pride for his friend. Kirishima might have lost the sparring match, but he'd won something far more important: confidence in himself. As the dust settled on Dagoba Beach, Mirko approached Kirishima and Izuku with a wild grin that was equal parts predatory and proud. "Not bad, Red," she said, ruffling Kirishima's hair. "You've got more potential than I thought. Those last few moves? Pure warrior spirit." Kirishima, bruised but beaming, stood a little straighter. "Manly enough for you?" "More than manly," Mirko laughed. "You're going to be interesting at UA." Turning to Izuku, her expression softened slightly, a rare thing for the wild hero. "Those martial arts combined with that solar enhancement quirk? You're going to be a problem for a lot of villains." Izuku bowed slightly. "Thank you for the training, Mirko-san." "None of that formal stuff," she waved him off. "We're going to be sparring partners now. I want to see how far you can push those powers before UA's entrance exam." "Really?" Kirishima bounced with excitement. "More training sessions?" Mirko's grin turned dangerous. "Once a week. Beach, training grounds, wherever. I want to see what you kids are really made of. No holding back." As they made plans, Izuku noticed something changing. This wasn't just about training anymore. This was about building something, a connection, a path to becoming true heroes. "One condition," Mirko added, her eyes glinting. "You two tell no one about these sessions. Consider it your first hero secret." Kirishima and Izuku exchanged a look. Their adventure was just beginning. Mirko left as dramatically as she had arrived, tossing her contact card to both boys before disappearing in a blur of motion. The moment she was gone, Kirishima and Izuku's knees buckled. Are we still alive?" Kirishima gasped, collapsing onto the sandy beach. "I thought we were going to die." Izuku chuckled, feeling a slight drain on his solar energy storage. The training session had been intense, but nothing he couldn't handle. "She's something else, isn't she?" "Manly doesn't even begin to describe it," Kirishima groaned, sprawled out on the beach. "How are you still sitting up?" "I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Multiple trucks. A whole fleet of trucks." Izuku's smile was soft, a mixture of pride and exhaustion. "Solar enhancement," he explained. "I can recover faster, especially with sunlight." He looked up at the sky, feeling the warmth recharging his energy reserves. Kirishima rolled over, looking at Mirko's card. "She wants to train us more before the UA exam." "Dude, are we ready for this?" "Ready or not," Izuku laughed, "we're going to be heroes." The beach around them was a testament to their training: craters, frozen patches, scorch marks painting a picture of their intense session with the number 6 hero. But more importantly, they were still standing. Still moving forward. "Hey," Kirishima said suddenly, "want to get some meat buns?" Izuku's laugh echoed across the beach. "Absolutely." 5 months of intense training with Mirko had transformed both Izuku and Kirishima in ways they never expected. The once trash-filled Dagoba Beach was now pristine, a testament to their hard work and dedication. During one particularly intense training session, something unexpected happened. "Dude, check this out." Kirishima called out, his body crystallizing without Izuku's touch. The diamond-like hardening that had previously required Izuku's solar enhancement now came naturally to him. Mirko watched with her trademark wild grin. "Looks like someone's been improving." Izuku's notebook came out immediately, scribbling observations. "Fascinating. The enhancement seems to have triggered a permanent evolution in Kirishima's quirk. No longer dependent on external power boost." "Manly, right?" Kirishima flexed, his crystal form gleaming in the sunlight. "I can hold this form longer, and it's way more stable." As the beach cleanup project concluded, they stood together, two friends who had grown stronger together, ready for the UA entrance exam. Time for a break, Izuku said, feeling the familiar hum of solar energy beneath his skin. But not for long. The real challenge is just beginning. Kirishima grinned. Bring it on. The summer sun blazed as Kirishima dragged Izuku through the theme park entrance, a wide grin on his face. Dude, you're going to love my friends. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pink-skinned girl bounced up to them. Kirishima, you made it. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked at Izuku. So this is the kid with multiple quirks I've heard about. Mina Ashido, Kirishima introduced. Best friend and absolute chaos incarnate. Before Izuku could respond, another figure hopped up beside them. Large eyes, a calm demeanor that somehow made Izuku's heart race. Hello, Karo, the girl said simply. I'm Tsuyu Azui. But call me Tsu. Izuku's face immediately turned bright red. Hi, he stammered, suddenly forgetting how to form coherent sentences. Mina burst out laughing. Oh my god, he's adorable when he blushes. Tsuyu tilted her head, studying Izuku with her trademark direct gaze. Your quirk is interesting, Karo. I saw the videos from the beach cleanup. Videos. Izuku's blush deepened. Kirishima threw an arm around his shoulder. Dude, you're famous in the quirk enthusiast circles. As they walked through the park, Mina bounced between rides, her acid-based quirk creating colorful light shows on the roller coaster tracks. Tsuyu remained calm, her frog-like abilities allowing her to hop effortlessly between attractions. Want to try the water ride? Mina suggested, her pink skin glistening with excitement. Tsuyu looked at Izuku. You might want to be careful with your powers, Karo. Water and solar energy don't always mix well. Izuku's blush returned full force, simultaneously. Embarrassed and impressed by her direct observation, Kirishima just laughed. This is going to be the best day ever. As they settled at a table with their food, Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay, quirk nerd, she pointed at Izuku. I want a full breakdown of your abilities. Izuku's eyes lit up, his notebook appearing as if by magic. Well, my solar enhancement quirk allows me to absorb and process solar energy, which gives me multiple abilities. He began drawing diagrams between bites of his hamburger. Show us. Mina bounced. I want to see both your quirk and Kirishima's new mode. Kirishima grinned. Watch this. His body crystallized, the diamond-like hardening gleaming in the sunlight. But Izuku's attention was suddenly divided. Tsuyu had leaned closer, her large eyes studying him intently. Interesting energy conversion rates, Karo, she said matter-of-factly. Their eyes met. Something shifted. Izuku felt his heart race. The bustling theme park seemed to fade away. Tsuyu's green eyes were deep, analytical, but somehow warm. Without thinking, he found himself floating slightly, a subtle manifestation of his solar-charged excitement. Would you like to fly? The words tumbled out before he could stop them. Tsuyu tilted her head. Karo. In an instant, Izuku scooped her up, rising gently above their friends' surprised faces. The world below shrank, the theme park becoming a colorful tapestry. Mina's jaw dropped. Kirishima burst out laughing. Smooth, bro. Smooth. Izuku, completely oblivious to his own boldness, continued floating, lost in Tsuyu's eyes. As Izuku landed, reality crashed down on him. What had he just done? He'd literally picked up a girl he barely knew and flew with her above a crowded theme park. The color drained from his face as Kirishima and Mina collapsed to the ground, howling with laughter. Oh my god! Mina wheezed. Did you see his face? Tsuyu, completely calm, looked up at Izuku and said simply, I had fun flying with you, Karo. Izuku's solar powers flared up instantly, turning him an even deeper shade of red. Steam practically rose from his ears as his entire body heated up with embarrassment. I'm going to die, he muttered. Kirishima, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, suddenly perked up. Oh, this is too good. I'm definitely telling your mom about this. Mina burst into another round of hysterical laughter. Mama Inko is going to love hearing about her son's first flight with a girl. So you just blinked. Karo. Izuku looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole, his solar enhancement making him glow bright red with pure mortification. As everyone prepared to leave the theme park, Tsuyu walked up to Izuku with her usual calm demeanor. "Thank you for taking me flying," she said simply. Before Izuku could respond, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Izuku immediately blue-screened, his solar powers flaring up and turning him an even deeper shade of red. "My first kiss," he muttered, almost to himself. "I just got my first kiss from a really pretty girl." The comment caught Tsuyu by surprise, causing her to blush, a rare occurrence for the usually composed girl. Mina and Kirishima gasped, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Oh my god!" Mina wheezed. "Did he just say that out loud?" Kirishima was practically rolling on the ground. "I am so telling your mom about this." Tsuyu simply tilted her head and said, "Karo," her blush deepening slightly. Izuku remained frozen, still processing the moment, steam practically rising from his embarrassed form. As everyone said their goodbye to each other, well, mostly to Mina and Kirishima, seeing as Izuku still frozen from his first kiss. Kirishima looked at his blue-screened best friend and shook his head. With a grunt, he scooped up the still frozen Izuku and carried him to Inko's apartment. "Mama Midoriya," Kirishima called out. "I need help. Izuku's broken." Inko rushed out, concern etched on her face. "What happened?" Kirishima explained the theme park adventure, including Tsuyu's kiss and Izuku's subsequent blue-screen mode. Inko tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Then an idea popped into her head. "Did you see the All Might figure that came out?" Just like that, Izuku snapped back to reality. "Oh, what? Where's my wallet?" Inko and Kirishima blinked for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. "Welcome back, sweetie," Inko managed between laughs, wiping tears from her eyes. Izuku looked around, completely confused. "What? Did I miss something?" After the laughter subsided, Kirishima turned to Izuku with a mischievous grin. "So, want to know how your mom broke out of your stupor?" Izuku nodded, still looking slightly confused. "She pulled out the old and new All Might action figure has come out," Kirishima explained. Izuku's face immediately turned red as he looked at his mother with a hurt expression. "Mom, you used All Might to snap me out of my stupor." Inko just whistled innocently, her hands behind her head as if she hadn't done anything wrong. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said with a completely straight face. Kirishima burst out laughing again. "Mama Midoriya is savage." Izuku continued to look betrayed, his solar powers causing him to glow slightly with embarrassment. "Traitor," he muttered, looking at his mother. Inko simply winked. A mother's got to do what a mother's got to do. 1 week before the UA exam, Izuku stood with Kirishima, Mina, and Tsuyu during their final training session. His notebook was out, meticulously documenting the results of his solar enhancement shared power experiments. "Okay," Izuku announced, "let's test the solar enhancement on Mina and Tsuyu." With Kirishima's crystalline form as a previous reference point, Izuku carefully touched Mina first. Her pink skin began to shimmer with a subtle solar-enhanced glow. "Whoa!" Mina moved her hands, noticing slight changes. Her acid manipulation seemed more precise, with a slightly increased range. Everything feels more controlled. Tsuyu's transformation was more subtle. Her already impressive frog-like abilities gained a slight boost in flexibility and strength, but not as dramatically as Kirishima's previous enhancement. Izuku scribbled notes furiously. "Interesting. The enhancement seems to work differently for each quirk. Kirishima's transformation was the most dramatic, while Mina and Tsuyu show more nuanced improvements." Kirishima peered at the notebook. "So it's not a one-size-fits-all power-up?" "Exactly," Izuku replied. "Each quirk responds differently to the solar enhancement. The core principle remains the same, temporary boost of existing abilities, but the manifestation varies." Notes from his observation. Kirishima, most dramatic transformation, crystalline form. Mina, improved acid control and precision. Tsuyu, subtle strength and flexibility increase. Duration remains consistent at 15 minutes. We're ready for you, Izuku said, closing his notebook with a determined smile. Whatever comes our way, we'll face it together. The beach had become a training ground for Izuku, Kirishima, Mina, and Tsuyu. Their sparring match caught the attention of 3 unexpected observers, the legendary UA. Big 3. Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado, and Tamaki Amajiki approached, initially planning to help with the community service project they'd heard about. Instead, they found a pristine beach and 4 students engaged in an intense training session. Wow! Nijire bounced excitedly. Look at them go! Mirio watched with a critical eye, impressed by the precise movements and controlled power. Those kids are serious about becoming heroes, he observed. Tamaki hung back, slightly overwhelmed by the intensity of the training. Izuku, mid-spar with Kirishima, noticed their arrival. His solar enhancement quirk made his movements fluid, crystal-like energy crackling around him as he dodged Kirishima's hardened attacks. Mina and Tsuyu watched from the sidelines, their own quirks on display as they analyzed the fight. The big 3 stood in stunned silence. This wasn't just a casual beach workout. This was a carefully orchestrated training session that rivaled professional hero preparation. I thought we were coming to help clean up, Mirio muttered, but it looks like they've beaten us to it. Nijire couldn't take her eyes off the sparring match. Isn't this exciting? Tamaki just hoped they wouldn't be noticed. The beach fell silent as the 3 approached. Mirio Togata stepped forward first, his bright smile radiating confidence. Hey there. I'm Mirio Togata from UA's 2nd year. Nijire bounced excitedly, her energy almost visible. I'm Nijire Hado. Your training looks so amazing. Can I ask a million questions about your quirks? Tamaki hung back, mumbling softly, I'm Tamaki Amajiki. Izuku's analytical side immediately kicked in. His notebook appeared as if by magic, ready to document everything. The next Gen UA. Big 3, he muttered, solar energy humming slightly beneath his skin. Mirio's eyes locked onto Izuku and Kirishima with a competitive gleam. You 2 look like you've got some serious training going on. How about a special match? Me versus both of you. 2 versus 1. What do you say? Kirishima's eyes went wide. Manly, he shouted, immediately hardening into his crystal form. Izuku's solar enhancement began to activate, subtle energy crackling around him. Are you sure? He asked cautiously. We've been training intensely. Mirio's grin grew wider. That's exactly why I want to see what you can do. Mina and Tsuyu stepped back, Tsuyu calmly observing while Mina pulled out her phone. This is going to be epic, she whispered. Nijire bounced between excitement and curiosity. Oh, this is going to be so interesting. Tamaki just hoped they wouldn't destroy the beach they'd worked so hard to clean up. The challenge was set. A 3rd-year hero student against 2 determined soon-to-be first-year hopefuls, their solar enhancement and hardening quirks ready to be tested against Mirio's legendary abilities. Mirio's mastery as leader of the group became immediately apparent. His quirk turned him into an impossible target. Izuku's solar-enhanced strikes and Kirishima's hardened attacks phased through him like he was made of mist. The beach sand kicked up with each missed blow, their increasingly frustrated attacks meeting nothing but air as Mirio seemed to dance between dimensions. Is that all? Mirio's cheerful voice echoed as he reappeared behind them, that unwavering smile still plastered across his face. Nijire hovered slightly off the ground, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Oh, did you see how they almost got him that time? She called out, while Mina's phone tracked every movement, her golden eyes wide with amazement. Blow after devastating blow missed their mark. Izuku's solar energy crackled uselessly through empty space while Kirishima's crystalline form sliced through afterimages. The 2 soon-to-be first years found themselves facing an overwhelming truth. How do you hit someone who could simply choose not to be there? Mirio's movements defied conventional combat logic. One moment he was directly in front of them, the next he'd sink through the beach sand only to burst up behind Kirishima with a lightning-fast strike. Prediction is key in hero work, he called out cheerfully, his fist phasing through Kirishima's crystal defense before solidifying for a perfectly timed impact. Izuku analyzed each movement, solar energy pulsing as he tracked Mirio's patterns. The third-year student's mastery was incredible. He could selectively solidify parts of his body mid-phase, turning simple dodges into devastating counterattacks. When Izuku tried to predict his emergence point with a solar-charged kick, Mirio simply let it pass through him, simultaneously phasing up through the ground to land a solid hit on Izuku's solar plexus. "You've got to think 3 steps ahead," Mirio advised, his body half-submerged in the sand. A hero who can't adapt, he vanished mid-sentence, reappearing between them, won't last long in the field. That's when it happened. As Izuku recovered from the hit, he caught Kirishima's eye. In that split second, both boys noticed something crucial about Mirio's technique. Kirishima's crystal form reflected the sunlight in a particular way, and Izuku's solar energy seemed to react whenever Mirio phased nearby. Without speaking a word, a plan formed between them, one that might just turn this seemingly impossible fight around. The shift in their stance was subtle, but Mirio noticed it immediately. His smile grew even wider, recognizing the look of students who just figured something out. "Oh," he said, readying himself. "Show me what you've learned." The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Izuku and Kirishima's strategy was brilliantly simple. Izuku stripped down to his shorts while Kirishima crystallized into his most reflective form. The combination of Izuku's solar-enhanced body and Kirishima's crystal surface created a dazzling light show that lit up the entire beach. "My eyes!" Mirio yelped, instinctively phasing to avoid an attack that never came. But in that moment of distraction, he forgot one crucial detail: his clothes didn't phase with him. The resulting scene sent Nijire, Mina, and Tsuyu diving for cover, their faces flushed bright red. Tamaki spun around so fast he nearly tripped, muttering, "I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home." And there stood Mirio, completely unfazed by his sudden wardrobe malfunction, bursting into his signature hearty laugh. "Now that's thinking outside the box," he declared, still completely naked. "Using my quirk's weakness against me? Brilliant. Though maybe we should call this match before we scandalize the entire beach." The laughter proved contagious, even as Izuku frantically offered Mirio his gym jacket and Kirishima tried to create a crystal privacy screen. It wasn't exactly the victory they'd imagined, but they definitely succeeded in surprising the leader of the Big Three. The setting sun cast long shadows across the beach as Mirio approached his 2 opponents-turned students. His trademark smile held a different quality now, less the competitive grin of a challenger and more the proud beam of a mentor. "You know what impressed me most?" he said, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "It wasn't just the creative solution, though that was certainly memorable." He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "It was how you both adapted and communicated without words. That's a rare talent, especially for soon-to-be first years." His expression grew thoughtful as he gestured to the scattered footprints in the sand where their battle had played out. "Every move you made, even the ones that missed, taught you something. Izuku, you were analyzing my patterns from the start, weren't you? And Kirishima, you kept adjusting your crystal density to try different approaches. That's exactly what future heroes need, the ability to learn while fighting." He struck his signature pose, pointing toward the horizon. A true hero's strength isn't just in their quirk or their muscles, it's in their ability to grow from every experience, even. He paused for dramatic effect, his grin turning slightly sheepish, unexpectedly naked ones. Behind them, Nijire could barely contain her giggles, while Tamaki seemed to be trying to sink into the sand from secondhand embarrassment. But Mirio's words carried the weight of experience, making even this awkward moment feel like a valuable lesson. The UA entrance exam. 4 friends stood together in the shadow of UA High School, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The massive building loomed before them, its glass and steel architecture a testament to the prestigious hero academy it housed. They exchanged determined glances, each knowing that beyond those imposing gates lay the challenges that would test their dreams of becoming heroes. Bakugo Katsuki shattered the moment of anticipation, barreling through the crowd with his usual explosive energy. His attempt to shoulder check Izuku went hilariously wrong when he collided with Kirishima's instinctively hardened form instead. The impact sent him stumbling backward, his face flushing red with a mixture of rage and embarrassment. "Watch where you're standing, you extras." Bakugo snarled, trying to maintain his dignity despite his failed intimidation attempt. Kirishima couldn't help but laugh, his sharp teeth flashing in a good-natured grin. "Sorry, man. Guess my hardening quirk has gotten pretty reliable lately," Kirishima offered, extending a hand to help Bakugo up, which the explosive teen predictably swatted away. Izuku watched the scene unfold with a mixture of concern and amusement, solar energy quietly humming beneath his skin. Some things never changed. Even on the brink of the most important test of their lives, Bakugo was still. "Well, Bakugo." Mina leaned closer to Azui, her pink skin practically glowing with amusement as she watched Bakugo's failed attempt at intimidation. "Wow, is he always this?" She gestured vaguely at the fuming blonde. "Explodey?" "Ribbit," Azui replied, her large eyes studying Bakugo with that characteristic direct honesty. "He reminds me of those pufferfish that blow up when they're startled." "I'll say that to his face too, Ribbit." "I heard that, raccoon eyes." "And you, frog face." Bakugo whirled around, small explosions popping from his palms like angry firecrackers. Mina burst into laughter, throwing her head back. "Raccoon eyes? I kinda like it." "Hey, Kirishima, your friend's pretty creative with nicknames. Don't encourage him." Kirishima called back, still grinning from their earlier collision. Azui simply placed a finger to her chin, completely unfazed. "If you're trying to be intimidating, Ribbit, you might want to work on your landing next time." "Just saying what I think, as always." The exchange only made Bakugo's face redden further, a vein visibly pulsing on his forehead as he struggled to maintain what was left of his dignity. As Bakugo stormed off in a huff, Izuku called out enthusiastically to his friends, "Come on, let's." His foot caught on a loose stone, sending him pitching forward. Solar energy instinctively flickered beneath his skin as he prepared to catch himself, but before he could activate his quirk, a small hand reached out and touched him. Suddenly, the world tilted strangely as gravity released its hold. Izuku found himself floating in midair, suspended like a leaf in a gentle breeze. He turned his head to find a girl with round rosy cheeks and warm brown hair smiling at him, her hands still outstretched. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice bright and concerned. "Sorry for using my quirk without asking. I just thought it'd be bad luck to fall before the exam." Izuku's brain short-circuited for a moment, and before he could stop himself, he mumbled, "Wow, she's almost as cute as Tsu." The words hung in the air for a painful second before Izuku's eyes widened in horror. He'd said that out loud. He'd actually said that out loud. Mina and Kirishima immediately doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Azui cheeks turned a brilliant shade of red that rivaled Kirishima's hair, while the brown-haired girl's face bloomed pink to match her rescue pad fingers. "Release!" the girl squeaked, pressing her fingertips together. Izuku dropped back to earth with both his body and his dignity thoroughly bruised, wishing his solar enhancement included the power to turn invisible. The group of 5 made their way into UA's main building, their footsteps echoing through the pristine hallways. As they approached the testing room, Izuku felt a familiar warmth in his chest, not from his solar enhancement, but from memories of countless study sessions with his friends. Late nights poring over his mother's law books, equations from his father's old physics texts dancing in his head, and all those science volumes they'd tackled together. He'd made sure everyone was prepared, turning their preparation into a team effort that brought them even closer. "Dad," he thought, his hand tightening around his pencil, "I wish you could see this. I'm going to make you proud today." Unknown to the excited group, a gaunt figure watched from the shadows, his hollow eyes fixed on Izuku with barely contained animosity. "I won't let you have your way in this school," the skeletal man muttered, his words lost in the bustling hallway. As they filed into the testing room, Uraraka gave Izuku an encouraging smile that nearly made him forget his own name again. Mina nudged him playfully, while Kirishima flashed a sharp-toothed grin. Tsu's quiet presence beside him felt like an anchor, grounding him in the moment. The written exam papers landed on their desks with a soft thud. Izuku took a deep breath, solar energy humming quietly beneath his skin. All those study sessions, all that preparation, it was time to show what they could do. The scratching of pencils filled the examination hall until a single chair scraped back, drawing every eye in the room. Izuku stood, test paper in hand, with a full hour remaining on the clock. The solar energy beneath his skin seemed to make his confident smile glow even brighter. Snipe, who was monitoring the exam, tilted his head in surprise. "Partner, you still have a whole hour left. Sure you don't want to double-check your answers?" "Already did, twice," Izuku replied, his smile so radiant that Snipe had to shield his eyes. Looking back, the test hadn't been as challenging as he'd expected. Just 1 or 2 questions where he'd needed to uncover hidden meanings in the hero laws and physics problems. His father's old books and all those study sessions had more than prepared him. The reactions from his friends came in rapid succession. Mina dramatically slumped over her desk, fake sobbing into her answer sheet. "Don't abandon us, Izu," she whispered wailed, earning a stern look from Snipe. "So manly." Kirishima mouthed silently, his jaw hanging open in awe, stars practically visible in his eyes. Azui's expression was softer, a mix of pride and something else as she watched him, a slight blush coloring her cheeks as she gave a quiet "caro" of approval. Uraraka stared at him with undisguised amazement, her pencil forgotten in her hand. The look made Izuku's ears turn pink, reminding him of his earlier embarrassing slip-up. From the back of the room, Bakugo's pencil snapped in his grip, his teeth grinding audibly. "Steel Deku," he seethed internally, always trying to show off, thinking he's better than me. As Izuku handed in his paper, he caught a glimpse of something in the hallway, a shadow that seemed to move on its own, accompanied by the sensation of being watched. But when he looked again, there was nothing there. Through the empty hallway outside the exam room, the skeletal figure moved like a shadow, his hollow eyes never leaving Izuku's silhouette through the classroom window. The boy's solar energy, barely visible beneath his skin, seemed to mock everything the man stood for. "Impressive, finishing so quickly," he muttered, his gaunt fingers curling into a fist. "But raw intelligence isn't everything, young Midoriya. The practical exam will show everyone your true colors." A bitter smile crossed his face as he remembered the beach incident, how this boy and his friends had managed to clean up that entire shoreline, their quirks working in perfect harmony. The man's own power flickered weakly within him, like a dying ember struggling to stay alive. He pulled back deeper into the shadows as Present Mike passed by, chattering excitedly about the upcoming practical exam. Once alone again, he cast one final glance at Izuku. "Soon enough, we'll see if you're truly worthy of being here," he whispered, his words carrying the weight of unspoken history. "Or if you're just another pretender playing at being a hero." The figure melted away into the darkness of the corridor, leaving behind only questions and the faint scent of decay in the air. The cafeteria buzzed with nervous energy as students decompressed between exams. Izuku had barely claimed a table when he heard an all-too-familiar zombie groan behind him. He whirled around, solar energy instinctively flaring beneath his skin, to find Mina and Kirishima shuffling toward him like extras from pre-Quirk movie World War Z. "Izu," Mina dramatically, lurching forward with outstretched arms. "How could you abandon us?" His fight-or-flight response kicked in for a split second before Mina reached him, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him like a rag doll. "I thought we were friends. That test was so hard, and you just zoomed through it like some kind of genius." Sorry. Izuku laughed, patting her head apologetically as her zombie act dissolved into exhausted giggles. "I guess all those study sessions really paid off?" The rest of their group caught up, Azui and Uraraka trying to hide their amusement at Mina's theatrical performance. They'd managed to snag a table near the front, where the legendary Lunch Rush was serving up his famous energy-boosting meals. Izuku's eyes lit up at the sight of the pro-hero cooking. "Oh wow, did you know Lunch Rush's quirk actually enhances the nutritional value of—" "Nope," Kirishima declared, grabbing one of Izuku's arms while Mina took the other. "No analysis mode until after we eat." I need brain fuel before I can handle another Quirk lecture. But his cooking technique is fascinating. Izuku protested as they dragged him toward the serving line, Azui and Uraraka following behind, their laughter echoing through the cafeteria. The massive UA auditorium buzzed with nervous energy as students filed in for the practical exam briefing. Izuku's heart sank when he realized their assigned seating meant goodbye to most of their group. Mina, Ashi, and Uraraka were directed to different sections, having come from other schools. Just my luck. Bakugo growled as Izuku and Kirishima ended up in seats flanking him, stuck between a nerd and shitty hair. Before any tension could build, the lights dimmed dramatically. A spotlight burst to life, illuminating Present Mike as he rocketed onto the stage with his signature flair. Yeah, how are you doing, listeners? Can I get a hee? The auditorium fell into awkward silence, except for 5 enthusiastic voices. Izuku and Kirishima exchanged grins before shouting "UI" in perfect sync, while across the room, Mina, Ashi, and Uraraka's voices rang out just as eagerly. Present Mike's smile could have powered the whole building. Thank you, little listeners. Finally, some proper audience feedback. He shot finger guns toward their general directions while the rest of the students sat in bewildered silence. Bakugo slumped lower in his seat, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, "surrounded by idiots." Present Mike had barely launched into his explanation when a hand shot up like a mechanical lever. A tall student with blue hair and an oddly rigid posture stood, his glasses glinting in the auditorium lights. "Excuse me, sir. I must point out that there appears to be an error in UA's official handout." His voice carried through the auditorium like a programmed announcement. He then spun robotically toward Izuku and Kirishima. "And you too. This childish behavior is unbecoming of UA applicants. If you cannot take this seriously..." Page 4, Section B details the 3 types of villain robots we'll encounter: 1 pointers for agility, 2 pointers for strength assessment, and 3 pointers for tactical thinking. The handout also mentions a 4th obstacle that's worth 0 points, designed to test split-second decision-making under pressure. Izuku's clear voice cut through the tension, reciting Present Mike's presentation word for word before it had even begun. If you can't handle a little background noise or friendly enthusiasm, who's really not taking things seriously? Across the auditorium, Mina, Ashi, and Uraraka, who had been ready to jump to their friend's defense, sat back with satisfied smirks. Even Bakugo looked mildly impressed, though he quickly covered it with his usual scowl. The blue-haired student stood frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a malfunctioning robot. "Yeah." Present Mike pointed enthusiastically at Izuku. "That's exactly right, listener. Now, how about we let me do my job and explain the rest of the awesome challenges waiting for you?" Remember, Izuku's voice carried through the corridor as his friends gathered for one last moment together. Being a hero isn't just about destroying robots or showing off power. It's about helping those in need. Every person we save, every hand we extend, that's what makes a true hero. His friends nodded in agreement, their expressions determined. Even Uraraka, who'd been nervously fiddling with her gym uniform, seemed to stand taller. Bakugo's scoff cut through the moment as he passed by. "Like saving some weakling is gonna help you become strong, Deku. Power is everything in this world." He stormed off toward his assigned battle center, small explosions crackling in his palms. Unknown to the gathered students, multiple cameras tracked their every move. In a dimly lit observation room, 7 figures watched the feeds with interest, particularly focused on Izuku and his friends. "The boy understands the true essence of heroism," one of the figures noted, earning nods of approval from the others. But in the corner, away from his colleagues, the skeletal figure struggled with an internal battle. Could I have been wrong? He wondered, his sunken eyes fixed on Izuku's earnest expression. No, he has to be connected to All for One. And yet... His emaciated hands clenched into fists as he watched the boy who seemed to embody everything a hero should be. Outside Battle Center B, Izuku spotted Uraraka doing breathing exercises to calm her nerves. He started toward her, hoping to offer some encouragement, when a rigid hand clamped down on his shoulder. "You there?" It was the blue-haired student from the auditorium, his glasses gleaming with disapproval. Are you planning to distract that girl? She appears to be focusing for the trials ahead. As UA applicants, we must. And start. Present Mick's voice boomed across the battlefield, catching everyone off guard. While other students stood frozen in confusion, solar energy surged through Izuku's body. In one fluid motion, he scooped Uraraka into his arms bridal style, her surprised "eep" lost in the wind as they shot past the still lecturing student and through the city gates. Sorry for surprising you, Izuku called out as they zoomed forward, his solar-enhanced speed leaving the other contestants in the dust. But Present Mike always says there's no countdown in real hero work. Uraraka's initial shock melted into determined excitement. That was amazing. Now let's show them what we can do. Behind them, the blue-haired student stood slack-jawed at the gates, his lecture forgotten as he watched their retreating forms. Such speed. And initiative. Izuku set Uraraka down with careful precision at an intersection that offered multiple escape routes. The buildings here provide good cover, he explained professionally, keeping a respectful distance. And there's a perfect spot to use your zero gravity if you need height advantage. He'd noticed her quirk during their brief encounter earlier, and his analytical mind had already mapped out how she could best use it. Good luck. And remember, a true hero's job isn't just about destroying robots. It's about protecting others too. With a friendly wave and a surge of golden energy beneath his skin, he vanished into the concrete maze. The scene he encountered next would have been intimidating to most. 3 two-pointers, their mechanical claws clicking menacingly as they approached from the left, 4 one-pointers rolling forward on their tank-like treads from the right, and 5 massive 3-pointers blocking the road ahead, their red sensors all locking onto him at once. Time seemed to slow as solar energy flooded his system. To the cameras monitoring the exam, what happened next appeared as nothing more than a golden streak of light, a brief flash that danced between the robots with impossible precision. Each movement was calculated, each strike purposeful, ensuring the falling debris wouldn't endanger any nearby examinees. By the time the other students heard the commotion and turned to look, all that remained was Izuku standing amid a field of sparking mechanical parts, his solar energy dimming back to a subtle glow beneath his skin. The entire encounter had lasted less than a second. Points tally, 23. And his expression showed he was just warming up. In the observation room, several monitors tracked his movement, or tried to. Most of the cameras could only capture blurred afterimages of his speed. The skinny figure in the corner gripped his chair tighter, his internal conflict growing. This kind of power. It was unprecedented. In the dimly lit observation room, 7 of UA's finest teachers watched the multiple screens with growing amazement. Izuku's golden trail blazed across one monitor, leaving destroyed robots in his wake, but what caught their attention wasn't just the destruction. It was how he deliberately angled falling debris away from other participants, how he paused his own point gathering to guide lost examinees towards safer routes. All Might clutched his left side as pain shot through him, his internal conflict visible on his gaunt face. Everything he'd suspected about the boy, every dark theory about a connection to All for One. It all seemed to crumble in the face of such purely heroic instincts. Would you look at that? Midnight marveled, leaning forward in her chair. The precision control at that speed is extraordinary. Kid's got the tactical mind of a pro already, Snipe added, tipping his hat in approval. Notice how he's creating safe zones for the other examinees? Power Loader nodded appreciatively. And the way he's dismantling my robots, clean breaks, minimal collateral damage. That's rare. But it was Aizawa who seemed most intrigued, his usually tired eyes sharp with interest. It's not just him, he said, gesturing to other screens showing Mina melting through robots while helping fallen examinees, Kirishima acting as a human shield for others, and Ashi using her frog form abilities to rescue trapped participants. His entire friend group shows remarkable potential. They've internalized what real hero work means. Suddenly, Aizawa's expression darkened. Unlike that one. He directed their attention to another screen, where Bakugo was leaving a path of excessive destruction in his wake. Get out of my way, extras. Bakugo's voice crackled through the speakers as he blasted another robot, the explosion far larger than necessary, forcing nearby examinees to dive for cover. Powerful, yes. Midnight frowned, watching Bakugo's rampage. But that attitude. Raw power without restraint. Ken Ishiyama shook his head. Reckless. Dangerous. Two sides of the same coin, Aizawa mused, his gaze shifting between Izuku's and Bakugo's screens. One understands that heroism is about more than power. The other. The teachers fell silent as they continued to observe, the contrast between the two students growing starker with each passing moment. In the corner, All Might's internal struggle intensified. Had he been wrong all this time? The evidence before him painted a picture so different from what he'd feared. Uraraka's vision blurred as her quirk's nausea hit hard. 3 three-pointers had her cornered, their mechanical arms reaching for her. Just as hope seemed lost, a familiar golden streak blazed through the air. Izuku appeared before her, his eyes glowing with solar energy as he melted the robots with precise heat vision. Are you all right? He asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. Though she nodded, Izuku could see the telltale signs of her quirk's backlash. A moment of internal debate crossed his features. He hadn't revealed this aspect of his power to anyone outside his close friends, but, Uraraka, I'm going to do something. Do you trust me? She looked up at him, struck by the warmth and determination in his eyes. What do you mean? His smile radiated reassurance. Do you trust me? She nodded, and Izuku placed his hands on her shoulders. Suddenly, energy unlike anything she'd ever felt coursed through her body. The nausea vanished instantly, replaced by incredible vitality. Her quirk felt different too, stronger, more versatile, as if new possibilities had opened up. This boost will last 15 minutes, Izuku explained, stepping back. Don't worry, no side effects to worry about. Now show them what you can do. With that, he shot back into the fray, leaving a newly energized Uraraka ready to face the challenge. The observation room had fallen into stunned silence as the teachers processed what they'd just witnessed. Recovery Girl was furiously scribbling notes, muttering about quirk enhancement without drawbacks, while Midnight rewound the footage of Izuku's power transfer. Principal Nizu, present Mike broke the silence, uncharacteristically serious. You mentioned the correspondence courses for students with dangerous quirks program. But that program's acceptance rate is 3 students every 3 years, yes, Nizu replied, pouring himself a fresh cup of tea with an amused glint in his eyes. Young Midoriya, young Kirishima and one more student completed the course that was given to them. The files before you tell quite the story. The teachers flipped through the documents, their eyes widening at each page. Solar enhancement that can be transferred to others? Power loader whistled low. And these power output readings. The boy's control is remarkable, Aizawa noted, scanning the training logs. Especially considering how his quirk manifested. All Might paused at a particular page. It says here he floated out of his bed and crashed through 2 floors of their house. Ah yes, Nizu chuckled, clearly entertained by the memory. Quite the dramatic awakening. The boy went to bed quirkless one night and woke up crashing through not 1, but 2 floors of his family home. His poor mother was quite startled to find him in the attic, completely unharmed and glowing like a small sun. That kind of sudden manifestation. Recovery Girl mused, it's unusual for such a powerful quirk to appear so late and so explosively. Which is precisely why he was fast-tracked into our special program, Nizu continued. A quirk of that magnitude, appearing so suddenly, he needed immediate guidance to prevent accidents. Though I must say, his control was remarkable even from the start. On the monitors, Uraraka was demonstrating incredible control with her enhanced quirk, creating complex zero-gravity combinations that would have been impossible minutes ago. Her movements were precise, confident, but most notably, she was using her enhanced power to protect other examinees while fighting robots. Just like her temporary power donor, Snipe observed. She's picked up on his hero instincts too. The influence of proper heroic mentality, Aizawa nodded approvingly. Even with suddenly enhanced powers, she's thinking about others' safety. Recovery Girl finally looked up from her notes. Principal, if I may. This power-sharing ability wasn't in his original file from the program. No, Nizu agreed, his smile returning. Young Midoriya's quirk seems to be evolving. Fascinating, isn't it? Though I suspect he's been keeping this particular development quiet, testing it carefully with those he trusts most. Like those friends of his, Midnight added, gesturing to other screens showing Mina, Kirishima, and Ajui's impressive performances. All Might watched silently, his emaciated form hunched in his chair. The story of Izuku's quirk awakening didn't fit any pattern he knew, not all for one's methods, not any villain's work. Just a random, powerful quirk manifestation that the boy had learned to control and use for others' benefit. Well then, Nizu chirped, breaking the contemplative mood. Shall we see what other surprises our examinees have in store? After all. His beady eyes twinkled mischievously. We haven't even released the zero-pointer yet. Kirishima wiped sweat from his brow, his hardened skin gleaming under the Mach City sun. 5 minutes left, and he'd spent most of his time playing damage control for the living explosion in his testing site. Man, I really drew the short straw here, he muttered, watching Bakugo blast another robot while showering nearby examinees with debris. Die, you scrap heap. Bakugo's voice echoed through the street as another explosion rocked the area. Seriously? Kirishima hardened his body just in time to shield 2 examinees from falling metal. Wish I was with Midor, bro. We could be pulling off some epic combo moves right now. Instead, I'm stuck babysitting Mr. Anger Management. His points counter was painfully low, just 30 villain points. He knew Izuku must have racked up double that by now. But every time Kirishima tried to focus on taking down robots, Bakugo would unleash another reckless explosion, forcing him to protect nearby participants. A memory flashed through his mind, Izuku's voice from one of their training sessions. Being a hero isn't about the flashiest moves or the highest scores. It's about protecting people who need help even when no one's keeping count. Kirishima's sharp-toothed grin returned as he watched Bakugo charge toward another group of robots, other examinees scrambling to get out of the blast radius. Yeah, you're right, Midor bro. Sometimes being manly means doing the unglamorous work. He hardened his skin to its maximum density and sprinted after Bakugo. Besides, somebody's gotta keep this ticking time bomb in check. Nizu pressed a red button on his console, and across every battle center, the ground began to shake. Buildings trembled as massive forms emerged from hidden underground bays, the zero-pointers, each one towering over the Mach cities like mechanical kaiju. My, Nizu hummed, watching the multiple screens. It seems we have quite different reactions in each arena. In Battle Center A, Mina skidded to a halt, acid dripping from her hands as she stared up at the colossal robot. In Center C, Ajui's expression remained calm even as her powerful legs tensed for action. But it was Centers B and D that drew the teacher's immediate attention. Now this is interesting. Aizawa leaned forward, eyes fixed on the monitors. Look at young Bakugo and Kirishima's sight. The explosive teen had actually stopped his rampage, a manic grin spreading across his face as he stared up at the mechanical monster. Behind him, Kirishima stood protectively in front of a group of examinees, his hardened skin catching the sunlight. And in Center B, Present Mike pointed at another screen, where Uraraka was still riding the wave of Izuku's power boost. But something was wrong. She'd overextended herself despite the enhancement, and now knelt behind some debris, catching her breath. Young Midoriya has already accumulated more than enough points to pass, Recovery Girl noted, checking the scores. Let's see what choice he makes. The cameras caught Izuku pausing mid-flight, his head snapping toward the zero-pointer as it advanced toward the section where Uraraka rested. His expression shifted from surprise to determination in an instant. Principal, All Might spoke up suddenly, noticing something in Izuku's stance. That look in his eyes. Yes, Nizu's smile grew wider. The same look he had when he first came to us for training. The question isn't whether he'll help, it's how many of our expectations he'll exceed while doing so. The massive robots continued their advance, and across 4 battle centers, 4 very different stories were about to unfold. The power boost had taken its toll on Uraraka. Without the months of training Izuku's other friends had, her body struggled to handle the enhanced quirk, leaving her collapsed and gasping behind debris as the zero-pointer's massive treads approached. Izuku hovered above the chaos, his enhanced hearing picking up her labored breathing, but the swirling dust clouds obscured his vision. Frustration mounted until suddenly, his vision shifted, the world becoming transparent like an X-ray diagram. The new ability startled him for a moment before his training kicked in. Focus, adapt, control, he reminded himself, quickly pinpointing Uraraka's location just feet away from the zero-pointer's advancing tracks. Golden energy flared around him as he shot toward the mechanical behemoth. His breath came out in a crystalline stream, coating the massive robot in a layer of ice that crackled and spread across its surface. What happened next would be whispered about in UA's halls for years to come. Drawing on 80% of his stored solar energy, Izuku seized the frozen zero-pointer. Muscles straining, solar power blazing like a second sun, he lifted the colossal machine. With a roar that echoed across the testing ground, he hurled the frozen robot straight into the stratosphere, where it disappeared with a distant twinkle. The effort drained him completely. As his eyes closed and consciousness faded, he began plummeting toward the ground. But Uraraka, summoning her remaining strength, pushed herself up and activated her quirk. She caught him with zero gravity, then carefully lowered them both to safety. Cradling his head as he slept peacefully, Uraraka stared at the boy who'd saved her twice now. "Who are you, Izuku Midoriya?" she whispered, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "And why are you so incredibly cool?" The observation room erupted into chaos the moment the zero-pointer vanished into the stratosphere. "Holy smokes!" Present Mick's voice cracked so hard his quirk accidentally activated, shattering 3 monitors. "Sorry, but did anyone else just see that?" He yeeted a zero-pointer into space. Power Loader had fallen out of his chair, scrambling to check his tablet. That's impossible. Those zero-pointers weigh several tons. The force required to escape Earth's gravity. The calculations. He looked up, eyes wide behind his helmet. What kind of monster strength? The precision of that ice attack first, Aizawa muttered, rewinding the footage. He didn't just throw it, he strategically weakened its structure, reduced its mass. Problem solving even while rushing to save someone. Midnight fanned herself with a folder. Is anyone else feeling a little overwhelmed? Because that was... She whistled low. That was something else. Principal, Recovery Girl turned to Nizu, who was calmly sipping his tea despite the chaos. Just how much power has that boy been holding back during training? The better question, Snipe drawled, is how much more powerful can he get? Kid's already throwing robots into orbit. All Might sat frozen, tea spilling unnoticed from his dropped cup. The display of raw power combined with strategic thinking and heroic instinct had shattered his remaining doubts. No villain's creation would risk everything to save others like that. Oh my, Nizu's eyes sparkled with delight as he watched the footage again. It seems our special program graduate still has quite a few surprises up his sleeve. Though. He glanced at the maintenance budget on his desk. We may need to allocate more funds for replacement zero-pointers. Across the different battle centers, all activity ground to a halt as examinees and robots alike stood transfixed by the sight unfolding at Battle Center B. In Center A, Mina's jaw dropped as she watched her friend lift the colossal machine. "That's my Izukuan," she squealed, acid accidentally melting the ground beneath her feet. "Show them what you can really do." At Center C, Ajui's usually stoic expression broke into a proud smile. "Karo, that's definitely going to be talked about at dinner tonight," she mused, watching the zero-pointer disappear into the sky. Kirishima, still shielding other examinees in Center D, felt tears of manly pride stream down his face. "That's my bio," he shouted, pumping his hardened fist in the air. "Most manly thing I've ever seen. Did you all see that? That's what a real hero looks like." But the most dramatic reaction came from Bakugo. His explosions actually stopped mid-blast, palms smoking as he stared at the distant spectacle. His eyes widened to the point of bulging, veins pulsing in his forehead. What the actual? Bakugo's voice started low, then rose to a scream. What the hell do you? Throwing robots into space now? Who the hell do you think you are? Small explosions popped from his palms like angry firecrackers as he watched his childhood friend demonstrate power that exceeded anything he'd imagined. That DMN nerd. When did he? How did he? His meltdown was so spectacular that even the nearby zero-pointer seemed to pause its advance, as if confused by the explosive teen's reaction. That's IT. Bakugo roared, turning to his own zero-pointer with manic determination. You think you're so special, eh? Watch this. He launched himself toward his zero-pointer, explosions blazing. I'll send mine to the moon. Die, you oversized trash can. Bakugo rocketed toward the zero-pointer, his explosions echoing across Battle Center D. If that nerd can do it, oh. Smith. The zero-pointer's massive hand moved with surprising speed, swatting Bakugo mid-rant. Time seemed to slow as his expression cycled through an impressive range of emotions. Confidence, to confusion, to shock, to outrage, and finally settling on what could only be described as surprised, angry chihuahua face. His spiky hair flattened on one side from the robot's slap, his eyes comically wide, mouth frozen in a perfect, oh, of disbelief as he pinwheeled through the air. Kirishima watched the scene unfold with the deadest of deadpan stares, his usual sharp-toothed grin nowhere to be seen. Bro, he muttered, shaking his head, that was the least manly thing I've ever seen. The zero-pointer actually paused, its head tilting slightly as if confused by the audacity of this tiny human. It even looked at its hand, as if checking to make sure it hadn't gotten any explosion residue on itself. That doesn't count. Bakugo's distant voice echoed as he pulled himself from a Bakugo-shaped crater in a nearby wall. I wasn't ready. This time I'll... Dude, Kirishima called out, still wearing that dead-eyed stare. Just... stuff. You're embarrassing yourself. In the observation room, the teachers lost all semblance of professionalism. Present Mike fell out of his chair, rolling on the floor. Did you see his face? Like a surprised Pomeranian. Even Aizawa's shoulders were shaking with suppressed laughter. I'm saving this footage. For educational purposes, of course. Of course, Midnight agreed, wiping tears from her eyes. To teach students about proper approaching techniques. Power Loader had to lift his helmet to catch his breath. The zero-pointer checking its hand. I didn't program that response, but it's perfect. All Might tried to maintain his dignity, but the sight of Bakugo's perfect, face as he sailed through the air broke him. Tea sprayed from his mouth as he doubled over laughing, his skeletal form shaking. Oh my, Nizu chuckled, rewinding the footage. Shall we watch it again? In slow motion perhaps? Wait. Present Mike wheezed from the floor. Someone add the Wilhelm scream to this. Time's up. Present Mick's voice boomed across all battle centers. The UA entrance exam is officially over. In Battle Center B, Uraraka sat protectively near the still sleeping Izuku, who had a peaceful smile on his face despite having just yeeted a zero-pointer into orbit. Other examinees gathered around, whispering and pointing at the boy who'd performed the impossible. At Center A, Mina stretched her arms with a satisfied grin. Well, that was fun. Though I don't think anyone's going to top Izuku's finishing move. Center C's participants watched in awe as Azui helped the last few stragglers to safety, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos of the exam. Meanwhile, in Center D, Kirishima was helping pull a still grumbling Bakugo out of his wall crater, the explosive teen's hair still remarkably flattened on one side. Let go, shitty hair. Bakugo growled, though with notably less energy than usual. And if anyone mentions what just happened, oh. Dude, Kirishima deadpanned, literally everyone saw it. The zero-pointer recorded it. I'm pretty sure it's going in UA's greatest hits compilation. In the observation room, Nizu gathered the scoring sheets with a satisfied smile. Well, that was certainly one of our more memorable entrance exams. Memorable? Present Mike snorted, still wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. We had one kid throw a zero-pointer into space and another get slapped into next week by one. This is going down in UA history. Speaking of which, Power Loader checked his tablet. Has anyone spotted where Midoriya's zero-pointer landed? The teachers paused, looking at each other. Make some calls to the space agency, Aizawa sighed, already dreading the paperwork. All Might watched the sleeping form of Izuku on the monitor, a genuine smile crossing his gaunt face. Perhaps it was time to have a very different kind of conversation with that young man. As the dust settled across the battle centers, two very different scenes unfolded. In Battle Center B, a small crowd had gathered around the sleeping Izuku, who was still being guarded by Uraraka. Recovery Girl had arrived, checking his vitals while muttering about ridiculous displays of power. Will he be okay? Uraraka asked worriedly. Oh, he'll be fine, dearie, Recovery Girl chuckled. Just drained his solar reserves. Though I must say, throwing a zero-pointer into orbit is a rather extreme way to end an exam. Among the crowd gathering around the sleeping Izuku, the blue-haired student stood rigid, his engines cooling after the exam. Ida Tenya was experiencing what could only be described as an existential crisis. Earlier, I tried to lecture him about proper behavior. Ida's thoughts raced as fast as his engines, his hand making chopping motions unconsciously. I, who was so focused on rules and protocol, attempted to correct someone who embodies the very essence of heroism. He watched as Recovery Girl tended to Izuku, remembering how this same student had, without hesitation. He gave advice his competition to help them succeed. Rushed to save someone in danger. Sacrificed his own exam points to protect others. Launched a zero-pointer into orbit to ensure everyone's safety. I must apologize. Ida suddenly burst out, startling everyone around him with his volume and robotic bow. I have failed to see the truth of heroic spirit. My previous assessment was completely incorrect. To think I dared to question someone who shows such noble heroic spirit. I have brought shame to the Ida name. The zero-pointer in Battle Center D paused its confusion over Bakugo to turn its head toward the sound of Ida's passionate declarations. I must train harder. I must learn to see beyond mere rules and regulations. I must. Young man, Recovery Girl interrupted gently, while your revelation is admirable, perhaps you could have it a bit more quietly? We do have a sleeping student here. Ida immediately switched to an aggressive whisper, his arms still chopping the air. Of course. My sincerest apologies. I shall continue my self-reflection at an appropriate volume. Has anyone found it yet? Someone in the crowd whispered. I heard it landed in the Pacific Ocean. No way. My cousin works at NASA and said they spotted it passing the International Space Station. I got it on video. Already has 1 million views. Meanwhile, in Battle Center D. Stop. Moving. Bakugo. Kirishima gritted through sharp teeth as he tried to help extract his classmate from the Bakugo-shaped crater. You're only making it deeper. Shut up. Bakugo roared, though the effect was somewhat diminished by his still flattened hair and the wall debris stuck to his gym uniform. I meant to do that. It was part of my strategy. The zero-pointer stood nearby, still seemingly puzzled by the whole encounter. It actually took a step back when Bakugo finally freed himself, as if worried the tiny angry human might try for round 2. Your strategy was to get PMP slapped into a wall? Kirishima's deadpan stare intensified. That's not very manly, bro. It wasn't a slap. It was a tactical retreat. Via facial impact? In the observation room, the teachers were still reviewing both incidents. The duality of man. Present Mike wiped away a tear of laughter. One student achieves the impossible with grace and heroism, the other. He gestured to the replay of Bakugo's flight path, now enhanced with cartoon sound effects courtesy of Power Loader. I've already received calls from 3 hero agencies, Niza mentioned casually, asking about the zero-pointer space program. Though I've also received one very confused call from the International Space Station. And I've received 17 memes of Bakugo's tactical retreat, Midnight added, showing her phone. The internet works fast. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Should we be concerned that one of our zero-pointers is now officially classified as a satellite? Look on the bright side, Power Loader offered. At least we know our robots can withstand atmospheric exit. That's something for the product brochure? All Might sat quietly, watching both scenes with growing amusement. The contrast between Izuku's peaceful sleeping face and Bakugo's wall-printed scowl said everything about how differently their attempts had gone. Young Midoriya, he mused to himself, I believe I owe you an apology. And perhaps a conversation about responsible use of orbital trajectories. Consciousness returned slowly to Izuku, along with the distinct feeling that his solar batteries were running on empty. What happened? Why do I feel so? Ouch! Izuku rubbed his head where Recovery Girl's cane had made contact. Then his eyes widened. I felt that? How is that possible? Well, Recovery Girl smirked, twirling her cane. Seems throwing zero-pointers into orbit depletes your solar reserves enough to temporarily disable that invulnerability of yours, sonny boy. In an instant, a notebook materialized in Izuku's hands as he began scribbling frantically. Temporary vulnerability when solar reserves depleted. Potential correlation between stored energy and defensive capabilities. Perhaps a minimum threshold. Where did that notebook even come from? Recovery Girl stared bewildered at the notebook that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Do you just manifest school supplies out of thin air? Mutter. Could the materialization of notebooks be a secondary quirk? Mutter. Save the analysis for your trip home, young man, Recovery Girl sighed, though a fond smile tugged at her lips. You have quite the welcoming committee waiting outside. Izuku's head snapped up. Uraraka. Is she okay? She wasn't hurt, was she? Zero-pointer didn't. Slow down, boy. Sorry. Your friend is fine, Recovery Girl assured him. Whatever power boost you gave her just wore her out a bit. She's waiting outside with your other friends. Though I must say, she raised an eyebrow. Enhancing others' quirks? You've been holding out on us, haven't you? Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. It's kind of new. Recovery Girl shooed him toward the door. Well, go on then. Your fan club awaits. And Izuku. He paused at the doorway. Quite the show you gave us today. Though next time, perhaps aim the robots away from the International Space Station. As Izuku rushed out, Recovery Girl shook her head with a warm smile. Izuku Midoriya. Launching robots into space, manifesting notebooks from thin air, and still worried about everyone else first. This year's going to be interesting. She glanced at her cane. Might need a sturdier cane though. The moment Izuku stepped out of Recovery Girl's office, he was engulfed in a wave of concerned friends. Midor bro. Kirishima's sharp-toothed grin couldn't hide his worry. That was the manliest thing I've ever seen, but you scared us half to death. Izuku-in. Mina practically bounced with nervous energy. You can't just yeet giant robots into space and pass out on us like that. Midoriya-chun. Ajui's usually calm voice carried a hint of concern. Karo, you really pushed yourself this time. But it was Uraraka who caught his attention. She stood slightly apart from the group, her hands clasped tightly together, eyes downcast. Midoriya, her voice trembled. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't overextended myself. If you hadn't needed to save me. She bowed deeply, her voice thick with guilt. You wouldn't have had to go so far. You could have been seriously hurt, and it would have been all my fault. Before anyone could react, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. She looked up to find Izuku smiling that warm, reassuring smile that seemed to light up the room. That's what heroes do, he said simply. We help people. Besides, he scratched the back of his head sheepishly, I probably didn't need to throw it quite that far. Got a bit carried away with the whole space thing. A bit? Kirishima snorted. Bro, NASA's tracking it. Speaking of throwing things, Mina grinned mischievously, pulling out her phone. Wait until you see what happened to Bakugo when he tried to copy you. Oh no, Izuku's eyes widened. Is he okay? Karo, his pride took more damage than anything else, Azui commented. Though the wall he made friends with might need repairs. The zero-pointer actually looked embarrassed for him, Kirishima added, his dead-eyed stare returning at the memory. Like, even the robot felt awkward about how badly that went. Speaking of throwing things, Mina grinned mischievously, pulling out her phone. Wait until you see what happened to Bakugo when he tried to copy you. As the video played, Izuku's eyes grew progressively wider. Wait, can you replay that part, Mina? His friends turned to him with such perfectly synchronized blank expressions that it was almost frightening. Mina's usual sparkle vanished so completely it was like someone had hit an off switch. Did he just say, "Watch me show you extras how it's really done"? Izuku asked hesitantly. Yes. The word came out in such perfect unison that Izuku actually took a step back. Their faces were so expressionless they might as well have been statues. Did he actually try to launch himself at the zero-pointer? Yes. If anything, their deadpan expressions had somehow intensified. Uraraka's usually rosy cheeks seemed to have forgotten how to emote. Wait, did he just get? Izuku's voice rose an octave, backhanded out of the air like some Saturday morning cartoon character? Yes. By now, their synchronized responses were getting eerily good. Even Kirishima's sharp teeth couldn't break his perfect poker face. That's definitely a Bakugo-shaped crater in the wall? Yes. Mina's face had achieved such levels of blankness that her pink skin looked like a mannequin's. He didn't actually claim that was all part of his master plan, did he? Yes. At this point, Izuku was starting to wonder if they'd been secretly practicing this routine. Is the zero-pointer actually looking down at him with what appears to be pity? Karo, even giant robots know when to feel second-hand embarrassment, Azui commented, and for once, her naturally expressionless face looked positively animated compared to the others. Suddenly, Mina's face scrunched up and she burst out laughing. Oh my god, my face hurts. How do you maintain that blank expression all the time, Itsu? Years of practice, Kirishima wheezed, massaging his cheeks. Though I think we nailed the synchronized deadpan thing pretty well. We've been practicing all morning, Uraraka admitted, her face finally returning to its usual brightness. Every time someone new came to watch the video. Karo, they made me coach them on proper deadpan technique, Azui added with what might have been pride. Though Mina kept giggling during the first 12 attempts. 13th's the charm. Mina beamed. Though I have to say, maintaining that level of expressionlessness is harder than hero training. My face muscles are going to be sore tomorrow. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. You mean you actually rehearsed that whole routine? His friends turned to him once more, their faces instantly dropping back into perfect deadpan. Yes, they chorused before immediately breaking into laughter. Worth it. Kirishima grinned. You should have seen your face, bro. As the group of 5 left UA's gates after their long day of robot fighting and test-taking, Izuku turned to his new friends with a bright smile. Hey everyone, he called out. Do you want to grab something to eat? I'm starving after everything that happened today. The others exchanged glances, their earlier deadpan expressions replaced with genuine enthusiasm. Hell yeah, they chorused, making Izuku laugh at how they were still perfectly in sync even without trying. Karo, I could eat a whole pond's worth of food, Azui admitted. Fighting robots really works up an appetite. Uraraka agreed, her stomach choosing that moment to growl loudly, making her blush. I know this super manly ramen place nearby. Kirishima suggested, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Race you there. Mina cheered, already bouncing ahead. As the laughing group made their way down the street, a figure stood watching from the UA entrance. Bakugo glowered at their retreating forms, his usually spiky hair still comically flattened from his earlier encounter with the wall. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets. He turned away, his scowl deepening. Just you wait, Death. Once we're actually in UA, I'll show everyone who the real top dog is. Later that evening, within UA's conference room, the staff gathered to finalize the entrance exam results. The projector displayed a detailed breakdown of the top 6 scores, catching everyone's attention. The results are quite remarkable this year, Principal Nizu began, gesturing to the screen. Let's review our top candidates. The display showed Midoriya Izuku. Villain points, 80. Rescue points, 70. Total, 150 points. Note, 0-pointer neutralization, multiple rescues, highest villain point record in UA history. Kirishima Ijiro. Villain points, 39. Rescue points, 80. Total, 119 points. Note, exceptional civilian protection, human shield deployment. Villain points, 35. Rescue points, 50. Total, 85 points. Note, consistent rescue operations, strategic thinking. Villain points, 38. Rescue points, 45. Total, 83 points. Note, multiple water rescues, tactical support. Ishido Mina. Villain points, 43. Rescue points, 40. Total, 83 points. Note, terrain control, evacuation assistance. Ida Tenya. Villain points, 52. Rescue points, 27. Total, 79 points. Note, efficient evacuation assistance, organized approach. Bakugo Katsuki. Villain points, 77. Rescue points, 0. Total, 77 points. Note, high combat efficiency, property damage concerns. These numbers tell quite a story, Present Mike commented, reviewing the footage. Young Midoriya not only shattered the villain point record but maintained impressive rescue operations throughout. And Kirishima-kun's rescue points are remarkable, Midnight added. 70 rescue points, the highest in that category. His decision to use his hardening as a shield for others showed true hero spirit. The tied fourth place is interesting, Cementos noted. Azui-san and Ishido-san achieved the same total through different approaches, Azui-san with her rescue focus and Ishido-san with her combat versatility. Though we need to address young Bakugo's results, Nizu interjected, pulling up additional footage. His villain point count of 77 is impressive, one of our highest combat scores. However, he paused, replaying the wall incident. He's the only candidate in our top rankings with 0 rescue points. Particularly notable, Midnight observed, is how his single-minded focus on combat actually dropped him to 6th place, despite having the 3rd highest villain point count overall. Still, Present Mike added, that raw power could be channeled properly with the right guidance. The staff members exchanged knowing looks, already anticipating the challenges ahead. Well then, Nizu smiled, raising his teacup. I believe we're all in agreement about these placements. It seems we have some extraordinary students joining us this year, each with their own unique areas for growth. The unanimous chorus of yes echoed through the conference room. Excellent. Though I suggest we allocate additional funds for structural repairs this semester. The ramen shop buzzed with warm chatter and delicious aromas as the group settled into their booth. Inko Midoriya had insisted on treating everyone after hearing about their eventful day, much to Izuku's embarrassment and his friend's delight. And then, Mina could barely contain her laughter, chopsticks waggling in the air. The 0-pointer just looked down at Bakugo like it felt sorry for him. The wall didn't feel sorry for him though, Kirishima grinned, slurping his noodles. But Midoriya-kun, that move you pulled off was amazing. Uraraka exclaimed, sitting snugly next to his right and leaning in closer. The way you calculated the trajectory and everything. Indeed, Karo, Azui agreed from his left side, her shoulder brushing against his. Though I was worried when you started falling. Izuku's face turned progressively redder, caught between Uraraka's bright smile and Azui's direct gaze. His chopsticks trembled slightly as he tried to focus on his ramen instead of the warmth from both sides. Oh, speaking of Izuku's clever thinking, Inko chimed in, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she reached into her purse. It reminds me of when he was 4 and tried to calculate the exact angle to jump into his all-might kiddie pool. Mom, no, Izuku's eyes widened in horror. But it was too late. Like a magician performing her signature trick, Inko somehow produced an entire photo album from her seemingly normal-sized purse. Look. She beamed, flipping to a page showing a tiny, determined Izuku with a notebook full of childish calculations. He even made a little graph. So cute. Uraraka cooed, leaning even closer to see better. Karo, you haven't changed much, have you? Azui observed with a small smile, also shifting nearer. Izuku's face reached new levels of red as he found himself sandwiched between both girls, who kept finding reasons to press closer to look at his baby pictures. Oh, and here's one from his hero analysis phase. Inko continued, somehow pulling out a second album from nowhere. Mom. Izuku squeaked, wondering if it was possible to drown himself in his ramen bowl. Kirishima burst out laughing. Dude, your mom's got the same quirk as you? Pulling things out of nowhere. More like embarrassing photo storage and retrieval, Mina giggled. The ultimate parent quirk. As his friends crowded around to see more photos, Izuku slumped in his seat, muttering a prayer for the floor to open up and swallow him whole. But despite his embarrassment, he couldn't help but smile. The warmth of friendship surrounding him, even if it came with the price of mortifying baby pictures, felt pretty amazing. Inko watched it all with a knowing smile, particularly noting how the two girls beside her son kept finding reasons to lean closer. Perhaps those hero analysis notebooks weren't the only things Izuku would be filling with notes in the future. As everyone finished their meals and prepared to leave the restaurant, Mina caught Kirishima's eye. They'd both been watching how Uraraka and Azui had barely left Izuku's side all evening, and something in the girls' expressions made their matchmaker instincts tingle. Psst, Kirishima, Mina whispered, already pulling out her phone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Kirishima glanced at the two girls, who were exchanging meaningful looks while Izuku gathered his things. Oh man, this is gonna be good. He positioned himself for the perfect camera angle. Mina, living up to her reputation for being prepared for any photo opportunity, somehow produced a set of small photography lights from her bag, setting them up with ninja-like stealth. How did you, Kirishima began. Always be prepared. Mina winked. Before Izuku could process what was happening, Uraraka and Azui moved in perfect sync. Two soft kisses landed on his cheeks simultaneously, one from each side. Thank you for saving me today, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka whispered, her face pink but determined. Karo, that's for being amazing, Azui added, a blush visible even through her green complexion. I'm going to have such cute grandbabies. Inko's delighted squeal echoed through the restaurant. Izuku's brain short-circuited completely. His face turned such a brilliant shade of red that Kirishima wondered if he'd discovered a new color. With a strangled eep sound, Izuku somehow managed to jump straight up in shock, stumbling backward before landing in a flustered heap. Nailed it! Mina and Kirishima chorused triumphantly, their phones capturing every precious moment. From the synchronized kisses to Izuku's spectacular malfunction, they got it all in perfect lighting. Send me copies, dears, Inko whispered conspiratorially, discreetly slipping them each a few bills. The teen's eyes lit up with cartoon dollar signs as they gave her matching thumbs up. Mom! Izuku squeaked from his position on the floor, steam practically rising from his face. What? A mother has to document these important moments. Inko replied innocently, while behind her, Mina and Kirishima were practically crying with laughter as they reviewed their perfectly timed photos. Operation Double Kiss, success. Mina whispered to Kirishima, both of them fist-bumping while pretending not to notice how neither Uraraka nor Azui had stopped blushing either. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, Inko sat in her favorite armchair, phone in hand and grinning like a cat that got the cream. She just sent Mitsuki the video of the evening's events, and right on cue, her phone rang. Ainkyo. Mitsuki's excited voice blasted through the speaker. Did my brat really get slapped into a wall by a robot? And more importantly, two girls? Your Izuku's got game. Mitsuki. Inko giggled like a schoolgirl. You should have seen them. Both so sweet and proper, but they couldn't keep their eyes off him all evening. The frog quirk girl and the gravity girl, right? The ones from the video? Mitsuki's grin was audible. Whoa. Looks like we might need to start planning not one wedding, but two. Oh. I've already started a Pinterest board for spring wedding ideas, Inko admitted, pulling out a tablet seemingly from nowhere. Though we could do cherry blossoms for one and autumn leaves for the other. Only you, Inko, Mitsuki cackled. Planning weddings before they've even started high school. Though I have to say. Her voice turned mischievous. Those grandbabies are going to be absolutely adorable. Imagine. They might get frog jumping or floating powers. Mitsuki. Inko squealed, before lowering her voice conspiratorially. But just think of the possibilities. And did you see how red my baby got when they kissed his cheeks? Saw it? I'm having it framed. That's prime blackmail material right there, I mean, precious family memories. The two friends dissolved into giggles, already planning future family dinners and holiday celebrations. Across town, in two different households, similar scenes were unfolding. At the Uraraka residence, Mrs. Uraraka suddenly sat up straight, her eyes glazing over with a dreamy look. The wooden spoon she'd been using to stir dinner hung forgotten in mid-air as wedding bells chimed in her imagination. Dear? Mr. Uraraka glanced up from his newspaper, a chill running down his spine. He knew that look. He'd seen it before, right before his own wedding, when his mother-in-law had taken over everything in a whirlwind of tulle and flower arrangements. In the Ajui household, Mrs. Ajui's tongue suddenly flicked out in excitement, nearly knocking over her teacup. Her eyes took on that same misty quality as she stared into the middle distance, already picturing tiny green-haired children with adorable frog-like features hopping around a garden. Mr. Ajui's newspaper crinkled ominously in his grip. The disturbance in the force was strong with this one. At exactly the same moment, in their respective living rooms, both fathers lowered their newspapers with identical expressions of dawning horror. Their wives' faces had that unmistakable, planning the wedding and naming grandchildren, glow. I need to get a gun, they muttered simultaneously, though separated by several city blocks. Their wives, lost in visions of spring and autumn ceremonies, didn't even notice. Mr. Uraraka's newspaper trembled. Maybe 2 guns. Mr. Ajui's webbed fingers tightened on his paper. And a permit. Both men shared the same thought, though they'd never met. As Izuku lay in bed still recovering from the evening's events, he suddenly sat bolt upright. His mother's excited giggles drifted through the walls, accompanied by Aunt Mitsuki's voice blasting from the phone speaker. And we could have a spring and autumn wedding, he heard his mom squeal. The photos are perfect for the wedding slideshow. Aunt Mitsuki's voice boomed. Izuku felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Somewhere in the distance, he could have sworn he heard ominous boss battle music starting to play. But why do I hear boss music? He whimpered into his all-might pillow. Oh, and I've already started looking at baby names, his mom's voice carried through the wall. Grandbabies. Aunt Mitsuki's voice thundered. The boss music in Izuku's head grew louder. Mom, Aunt Mitsuki, please no, he whispered, pulling his blanket over his head as if it could shield him from the sound of 2 excited mothers planning his future. But there was no escape from the wedding bells already chiming in their imaginations. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, Masaru sat at his desk editing photos when his wife's explosive laughter echoed through their home. Masaru, get over here right now. Mitsuki howled, tears streaming down her face. You have to see what our brat did at the entrance exam. Masaru hurried over, adjusting his glasses as Mitsuki replayed the video Inko had sent. His eyes widened as he watched his son's encounter with the zero-pointer. Did he just, Masaru began, get beach-slapped by a robot? Yes. Mitsuki collapsed into another fit of laughter. And look, the wall still has his outline. Our son got turned into a cartoon character. Dear, maybe we shouldn't? Oh my god, wait till you see the robot's face. Mitsuki rewound the video. It literally looked down at him like, really, kid? Would you two shut up? Katsuki's voice thundered from upstairs. Don't you take that tone with me, brat. Mitsuki shouted back. Not after you tried to copy Inko's kid and got sent to timeout by a robot. I did not. The wall says otherwise. Mitsuki cackled, turning back to her husband. Masaru, we're framing this. Every single frame. and putting it on the Christmas cards. Masaru tried to hide his smile. Now, dear. And on his graduation announcements. From upstairs came the sound of Katsuki screaming into his pillow, followed by several small explosions. You better not be burning holes in your sheets again, young man, Mitsuki yelled. Or I'll show this video at your wedding. 3 weeks had passed since the entrance exam, and the group's collective nerves were reaching their breaking point. Their latest video call showed 5 increasingly anxious faces crowded onto their respective screens. Still nothing. Mina groaned, flopping dramatically across her desk. How long are they going to make us wait? I'm dying here. Karo, patience, Azui advised, though her slightly twitching finger betrayed her own nervousness. But Suchun, Uraraka whined, hugging her pillow tight, it's been 3 weeks. I keep checking my mailbox every hour. Kirishima ran a hand through his hair, which had started to droop from stress. So not manly to keep us waiting like this. And maybe they're just being thorough with the scoring? Izuku suggested, surrounded by what appeared to be a fortress of hero analysis notebooks he'd been obsessively reviewing to distract himself. Mina suddenly sat bolt upright, her eyes gleaming with dangerous determination. That's it. Midoriya, you're a genius. I am. Izuku blinked, then paled as he recognized that particular glint in Mina's eyes. Wait, why am I a genius? Because you just gave me the perfect idea. She pressed her face closer to the camera. You're super smart, right? And I bet UA's computer system isn't that different from other schools. Mina-chan, no, Azui said flatly. Mina, yes. Mina countered. Listen, all we need to do is sneak into you. What? Izuku squeaked. And then Midoriya can hack into their system. I can't hack. And we can finally see our results. Mina finished triumphantly. I don't want to go to jail. Izuku wailed, his face ghost white. My mom would be so disappointed. And we'd probably get expelled before we even get in and… Mina-chan, Azui began reasonably, breaking into UA would definitely get us arrested. But think about it. Mina waved her arms dramatically at the camera. We could be like super spies. Midoriya's got the brains, I've got the stealth. Since when do you have stealth? Kirishima snorted. You tried to sneak up on me yesterday wearing neon yellow. That was camouflage. You were in a library. Midoriya-kun, Uraraka cut in, noticing Izuku's growing panic. Please breathe. We're not actually breaking into UA. But we could. Mina insisted. I've got it all planned out. We dress Midoriya up as a potted plant. What? Izuku squeaked. Tsu can use her tongue to swing us up to the 3rd floor. I'm not using my quirk for crime, Karo. Uraraka makes us float past the security. That's definitely illegal. Uraraka protested. And Kirishima can be our battering ram. Not manly to break down doors, bro. Izuku, who had been steadily sinking lower in his chair, finally found his voice. Mina-chan, what if we run into the teachers? Or worse, the principal? He'd probably have us solving differential equations as punishment. Math. Mina paled slightly. Okay, maybe we need a new plan. How about we just wait another day? Azui suggested dryly. But that's so boring. Mina flopped back. Dramatically. Fine. But if nothing comes tomorrow, Plan B involves Midoriya in a ninja suit. And no, the other 4 shouted in unison. You guys are no fun, Mina pouted, but couldn't help grinning at their collective exasperation. But seriously, these results better come soon or I'm going to lose it. You mean more than usual? Kirishima teased. The friendly bickering continued, successfully derailing any more plans involving breaking and entering, much to Izuku's relief. Mid-conversation, 5 different sets of parental voices suddenly echoed through their respective homes, announcing the arrival of UA letters. Wait! Mina called out before anyone could tear open their envelopes. We should do this together. Karo, that's a good idea, Azui agreed. It would be nice to share the moment. But where should we? Uraraka started. Midoriya's house. Kirishima declared instantly. And my house. Izuku squeaked. Why mine? The other four exchanged knowing looks before turning back to their screens with matching grins. Isn't it obvious? Mina said, rolling her eyes fondly. You're our leader. A leader? Izuku's voice cracked. Since when? Since you took charge during the entrance exam, Uraraka pointed out. Karo, and organized our study sessions, Azui added. Plus, your mom makes the best snacks, Kirishima grinned. But I'm not, Izuku started to protest. Everyone in favor of meeting at our fearless leader's house, say, aye. Mina interrupted cheerfully. Four voices chorused, while Izuku just buried his face in his hands. Democracy has spoken. Mina declared. Operation letter opening is a go. We'll be there in 20 minutes. I'll bring drinks. Kirishima offered. I have some cookies my mom made, Karo. I can grab some chips on the way. As his friends eagerly planned their impromptu gathering, Izuku couldn't help but smile despite his embarrassment. Leader or not, he was grateful to have such amazing friends. Mom, he called out, we're going to need more tea cups. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, the UA letter sat opened on the kitchen table, All Might's holographic message having just finished playing. 6th. FING. Place. Bakugo's voice started low, dangerous. 6th. All Might's words replayed in his head. Young Bakugo, while your villain point count of 77 is impressive, you scored the same amount of point I did when I took the exam. Katsuki smirked darkly. I got the same amount of villain points as All Might. I knew it. I am the best, and no one's going to stop me from being number one. This gives you the second highest villain points we've seen this year. But your complete lack of rescue points is concerning. A true hero must be well-rounded. Anything after that fell on deaf ear. Rescue points. Bakugo exploded, actual explosions crackling from his palms. Who needs that extra sheet? If you can't save yourself, you deserve to lose. And that DMN nerd. Getting first place? Those extras weren't supposed to be anything. Bakugo roared, scorch marks appearing on the table. They were supposed to be pebbles. Stepping stones. Not. His hands trembled with rage as he glared at the scoreboard displayed in the hologram. Izuku Midoriya, villain points, 80 rescue points, 70 total, 150 points. Note, 0-pointer neutralization, multiple rescues, highest villain point record in UA history. Kirishima Ijiro villain points, 39 rescue points, 80 total, 119 points. Note, exceptional civilian protection, human shield deployment. Uraraka Ochako villain points, 35 rescue points, 50 total, 85 points. Note, consistent rescue operations, strategic thinking. Tide, Azui villain points, 38 rescue points, 45 total, 83 points. Note, multiple water rescues, tactical support. Tide, Ashido Mina, villain points, 43 rescue points, 40 total, 83 points. Note, terrain control, evacuation assistance. Ida Tenya villain points, 52 rescue points, 27 total, 79 points. Note, efficient evacuation assistance, organized approach. Bakugo Katsuki villain points, 77 rescue points, 0 total, 77 points. Note, high combat efficiency, property damage concerns. 6th place. Dead last among the top scorers. And Deku. Deku had crushed All Might's record. The room went dead silent. Katsuki's hands began to spark and smoke, his eyes wide with rage. 6th place. The words echoed in his mind like a mockery. Second highest villain points, but 6th place. Overall. His jaw clenched so tight it could crack teeth, veins pulsing in his forehead as the reality of his placement sank in. I'll show them, he snarled, smoke rising from his clenched fists. I'll show them all what a real hero looks like. Katsuki, Mitsuki started, her voice unusually gentle. Maybe. Shut up. But his voice lacked its usual venom. I was supposed to be the best. The only one from that DMN school. Masaru placed a hand on his wife's shoulder as they watched their son storm upstairs, his usual explosive confidence seemingly shaken. His anger's getting worse, Mitsuki whispered to her husband. Ever since that sludge incident. Perhaps it's time we considered getting him some help, Masaru suggested quietly. Being surpassed by Izuku-kun seems to have hit him harder than we thought. Upstairs, Bakugo stared at his acceptance letter, his hands trembling with suppressed rage. Just you wait, he muttered. I'll show them all who's really the best. I'll put them in their place. I'll be number one. I'll be. But for the first time, a tiny voice in the back of his mind whispered, but what if you're not? Hi guys, this is Romjaheim. It looks like some of you are having issues with the story I created and are asking if I'm going to write other stories. Like I said before, this is my first time writing, and this is my version of Emichi. The whole Bakugo Katsuki personality change seems to be a turn-off for some readers, but let's be honest, I've read many fanfics where he's straight up evil, some where he's overprotective of Izuku, and some where they're best friends. So I don't understand what's the issue with my version of Bakugo. As for writing more stories, I have a couple in draft form that I'd like to post, but not right now. I'm having too much fun writing Man of Steel Deku. About the and symbols, I didn't know how to use them properly, so sorry for the confusion. I've fixed that mistake now. Rex 121. Thank you for catching that repetition in one of my chapters. About the laws in MHA. While the legal system is still in place, it's not as strict in Izuku and Kirishima's case since they graduated from the program. They got Quirk use licenses to use their quirks legally. If I didn't mention that, I will go back and correct that mistake. Thanks everyone for being patient with me while I work on improving my writing. 20 minutes later, right on schedule, a knock echoed through the Midoriya household. Izuku opened the door to find his 4 friends crowded on the doorstep. Acceptance letters clutched in their hands like precious treasures, their faces flushed from rushing over. We made it, Mina announced, waving her envelope triumphantly. The living room had been transformed. The coffee table was laden with snacks, treats, and traditional good luck foods that would put a festival to shame. Oh my gosh, Uraraka breathed, eyes wide at the spread. Mama Midoriya, this is amazing. Kirishima grinned, taking in the elaborate setup. Mina bounced excitedly from foot to foot. Look at all the food. Is that katsudon? And mochi? Mom, Izuku groaned good-naturedly, rubbing the back of his neck. I told you not to go overboard. Nonsense. Inko called from the kitchen, emerging with yet another tray. It's not every day my Izuku and his wonderful friends get into you. We haven't even opened the letters yet, but I just know you all made it. The 4 friends blushed at her unwavering confidence in them, exchanging touched glances. Tsuyu's eyes looked suspiciously misty as she set down her contribution of cookies next to the spread. Now then, Inko clapped her hands together, eyes twinkling with mischief. Why don't we play Jenkins to decide who opens their letter first? Jenkins. Mina perked up, while Izuku buried his face in his hands, already knowing what was coming. Oh yes. Inko beamed. It's a silly little game Izuku and I used to play when he was younger. Everyone stands in a circle and you have to. Mom, please, Izuku mumbled through his fingers, face turning red. Not the Jenkins game. Now, Inko waggled her finger playfully. It's a perfectly good way to decide. Unless you'd rather play the All Might Song Challenge? Jenkins is fine. Izuku squeaked, somehow turning even redder as his friends tried, and failed, to hide their growing grins. After 5 rounds of the mortifying Jenkins game, which involved far too much hopping on one foot and making silly noises for Izuku's dignity to ever recover, Mina emerged victorious while Izuku somehow managed to lose spectacularly, relegating him to last place. Yes. Mina pumped her fist in the air. Jenkins champion. Take that, gravity. I still don't understand how you managed to balance that spoon for so long. Kirishima shook his head, impressed. Pure talent, Mina winked, then grabbed her envelope. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slid them under the seal, but she paused just before she tore it open. Hey guys, she said, her usual playful tone turning serious. What if we save checking our rankings until after everyone opens their letters? Like, we just confirm if we got in for now, then look at the rankings together at the end. That would build more suspense. Uraraka's eyes sparkled. Like a big reveal. Karo, it would be more exciting that way, Tsuyu agreed. Plus, we can all celebrate getting in first, then see how we ranked after, Kirishima grinned. That's pretty manly. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. It'll be more special if we find out together. Okay then. Mina's excitement returned full force. She held up her envelope dramatically. Drumroll please. As her friends obligingly drummed on their knees, Mina tore open the envelope, pulled out the letter and the drumroll faltered as the holographic display suddenly illuminated the room, casting everyone in a soft blue glow. 2 options hovered in the air, rotating slowly. Option 1, full results and ranking. Option 2, acceptance status only. Whoa, Mina breathed, her pink skin taking on an ethereal blue tint from the hologram. They went all out with the tech this year. That's UA for you, Kirishima whistled, leaning forward to get a better look. Oh, this is perfect. Uraraka clapped her hands together. Now we can choose just to see if we got in. Tsuyu nodded approvingly. Karo, it's like they knew some students might want privacy with their results. Izuku, despite knowing his own ranking, found himself getting caught up in the excitement. It's really thoughtful of them to give us the choice. All right then. Mina's finger hovered over option 2, then paused dramatically. Everyone ready? No peeking at rankings until we've all opened ours. Promise, 4 voices chorused. Here goes nothing. Mina pressed option, the hologram flickered, and All Might's larger-than-life face suddenly filled the projection, his trademark smile nearly blinding in its intensity. The room erupted in startled yelps. I am here. As a projection. Holy crap. Kirishima toppled backwards off his cushion. Is that, Uraraka squeaked. All Might, they all shouted in unison. The number 1 hero's booming laugh filled the room. I know what you're thinking. Why is All Might here in this message? Well, I'm proud to announce that I'll be joining UA's faculty this year as a teacher. 5 jaws dropped simultaneously. No way. Kirishima whispered. We're going to be taught, Tsuyu started. By All Might. Mina finished, bouncing in place. This is the best day ever. Uraraka squealed. Guys. Mina waved her hands frantically, trying to contain her own excitement. Focus. He's still talking. They quieted down just as All Might continued. Now then, young Ishido. Let's talk about your results. On the written portion of the exam, you scored 85 points out of 100. Mina froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. 85. Tears started welling up in her eyes as the number sank in. All those late-night study sessions, all the practice tests, all the times she'd wanted to give up but kept going because of her friend's encouragement, it had paid off. She turned to Izuku, who was beaming at her with pride. Thank you, Izu, she sniffled, wiping at her eyes. Thank you for helping me study. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Izuku blushed bright red. You did all the hard work, Mina-chan. You earned this. Group hug. Kirishima declared, and before anyone could protest, they were all squished together in a celebratory embrace. Guys. Mina laughed through her tears. The message isn't done yet. They quickly settled back down, though Mina noticed her friends were all discreetly wiping at their eyes too. All Might's projection continued, ready to reveal the rest of her results. The hologram shifted to display Mina's villain point score, and her heart sank slightly at All Might's words. Villain points. This might not seem impressive. Hey, that's amazing. Kirishima interrupted, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Yeah, you took down so many robots. Uraraka added quickly. Karo, that's more than I got, Tsuyu reassured her. But All Might wasn't finished. His smile somehow grew even wider as he continued, if that was the only thing we were scoring. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion, question marks practically visible above their heads. Young Ishido, All Might's voice grew warmer, more proud. We watched as you gave up opportunities to score points to save a fellow participant. What kind of hero school would we be if we overlooked something that is the very essence of being a hero? Mina's eyes widened as she remembered the moment she'd used her acid to melt through debris threatening to fall on another examinee, the time she'd created a slide to help evacuate a group of trapped participants, the way she'd used her quirk to clear paths for others to escape. We reward you with 40 rescue points. All Might announced triumphantly, bringing your total to 83 points. Rescue points, Mina whispered, her eyes filling with fresh tears. Welcome, young Ishido. All Might's voice boomed. This is your hero academia. The hologram flickered off, leaving the room in stunned silence for approximately 2 seconds before. You did it, her friends exploded, tackling her in a group hug that sent them all sprawling. 83 points. Uraraka cheered. Those rescue points though. Kirishima grinned. So manly. You're amazing, Mina-chan. Tsuyu smiled. Izuku beamed at her through happy tears of his own. We knew you could do it. Mina couldn't stop crying, but these were happy tears. I did it? I'm going to Yua. You earned it, Izuku said firmly. Every single point. Okay. Mina wiped her eyes, her signature grin returning full force. Who's next? Kirishima, you're up. As Kirishima reached for his envelope, Mina caught him trying to discreetly wipe away what looked suspiciously like manly tears of his own. Kirishima's hands trembled as he tore open his envelope. Oh man, I'm so nervous. I don't think I did too well with destroying the robots because of Blasty, but... No worries, Kiri. Mina beamed. I know you did great. Just like with Mina's letter, he selected option 2, and All Might's massive smile filled the room once again. Hello, young Kirishima. Here are your results for the written exam. 80 points out of 100. A little on the low side, but still very impressive. 80 points. Kirishima's voice cracked. I would never have imagined scoring that high. He turned suddenly to Izuku, bowing deeply. Midor bro, thank you. Thank you for helping me and being my best bro. Thank you for helping me get this far. No. Izuku frantically waved his hands, flustered by the formal display. Please don't bow. I'm just glad I could help my first true friend. Now then. All Might's voice boomed, drawing their attention back to the hologram. For the practical exam. Young Kirishima, as you can see, you scored 39 villain points. Not a very high score, but more than enough to pass and get into the hero course. Kirishima's shoulders slumped. Sorry guys. I did my best, but... Kiri! Mina interrupted. Remember that's not all being scored. His eyes lit up with renewed hope as All Might continued. But wait, there's more. Young Kirishima. You achieved 80 rescue points, one of the highest rescue point totals in UA history, bringing your total to 119 points. Congratulations. This is your hero academia. The room fell dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Finally, Mina's voice broke through the shock. Did he say, the highest in UA history? Holy shit, Kiri. Did you hear that? But Kirishima just sat there, mouth hanging open, completely blue-screened by the news. Hello? Earth to Kiri? Mina giggled, waving her hand in front of his face. I think we broke him. 80 rescue points? He finally whispered. But I just did what any man would do. When I saw people in trouble, I just had to help. That's exactly why you earned those points. Izuku beamed. You're a true hero, Kirishima. Group hug. Uraraka declared, and they all piled onto their still-stunned friend. That's so manly. Kirishima sniffled, finally coming back to life. So manly. Karo, you're crying, Tsuyu pointed out with a gentle smile. These are manly tears. Kirishima declared, not even trying to hide them anymore. After they finally managed to calm down, and Kirishima stopped happy crying, all eyes turned to Tsuyu. I believe you're next, Tsuchun, Mina grinned, still wiping away tears of joy for her friend. Now it's Tsuchun's turn, Mina announced. As Shui reached for her letter, opening it with the same careful precision she approached everything with. Like the others, she pressed option 2, and All Might's grin filled the room once again. Young Azui, on the written exam, you scored 94 points out of 100. Congratulations on scoring in the top 10%. Everyone gasped. A small smile crossed Azui's face, accompanied by a soft carol of happiness. Mina launched herself at her friend. Way to go, Azui. I knew you were brilliant. That's incredible. Kirishima and Uraraka gave enthusiastic thumbs up. When Azui's eyes met Izuku's proud smile, a faint blush colored her cheeks. His warm, congratulations, Suchun, only deepened it, something both Mina and Inko noticed, the latter already lost in daydreams of swimming grandchildren. Now then. All Might's voice snapped everyone's attention back to the hologram. For the practical exam. Young Azui, you earned 38 villain points. A quiet carol escaped Azui as she looked down, shoulders drooping slightly. Sue, remember what happened with us. Uraraka squeezed her friend's hand. There's more to come. Indeed. All Might's smile somehow grew even wider. Adding to that, an impressive 45 rescue points. That brings your total to 83 points. Welcome to your hero academia. Wait. Mina's eyes widened. 83? We tied. Azui's usual calm broke into a genuine smile. We tied. Mina tackled her friend in another hug, both girls laughing. Kara, we did. That's so perfect. Uraraka clapped her hands together, then reached for her own envelope. Okay, my turn. Young Uraraka. All Might's voice boomed. You scored 83 points out of 100 on the written portion of the exam. Congratulations. Way to go, Uraraka. Mina cheered. Uraraka's hands pressed against her cheeks. Wow, I passed? I was so nervous, I thought I'd messed everything up. See? Izuku smiled warmly. You did great. We're all proud of you. Now then. All Might continued. For the practical exam. You scored 35 villain points. While this would be enough for general education, the room fell silent. Uraraka's breathing quickened, her quirk accidentally making the cushion beneath her start to float. But what if it wasn't enough? Her voice quivered. What if I don't get into the hero course with you guys? Uraraka. Izuku's firm tone caught everyone's attention. Take a deep breath. We're here with you. All Might isn't finished yet. Let's wait and see what he says, okay? She met his eyes and nodded, releasing her quirk as the cushion settled back down. And that's not all. All Might's smile somehow grew even wider. You also earned a whopping 50 rescue points. That brings your total to 85 points. Young Uraraka. Welcome to your hero academia. Holy moly, 85 points. Mina jumped up, pulling Uraraka into a spinning hug. Way to go. See? Izuku beamed. Nothing to worry about. You were amazing. Oh man, she beat us, Tsu. Mina nudged her friend playfully. Karo, she did. Tsu smiled proudly at Uraraka. Uraraka caught Izuku's eyes again, her heart warming at his encouraging thumbs up and bright smile. You were right, she whispered, wiping happy tears from her eyes. You were right about everything. Now last but not least, it's Izu's turn. Mina bounced excitedly. Open it, open it. Okay, Mina. Izuku laughed, reaching for his envelope. But when the hologram flickered to life, something was different. Instead of All Might, a different figure appeared. I'm a mouse, a dog, or a bear. I'm Principal Nizu of Yua. Everyone gasped. Wait, why is Izuku getting a message from the principal? Inko turned to her son, concerned. Izuku, did you do something? I don't know, Mom, Izuku stammered, just as confused as everyone else. Young Midoriya, Nizu continued, his intelligent eyes twinkling. You've given us quite a showing this examination year. Let's get to what we know you're waiting for. Congratulations on achieving a perfect score of 100% on the written test, the highest score this year. The house erupted with cheers and congratulations, punctuated by Inko's joyful tears. Not only that, Nizu added, you earned an additional 30 points for solving the bonus question, bringing your written score to 130%. Jaws dropped around the room. I knew Midorobro was smart, Kirishima shook his head in amazement, but this is beyond anything I could imagine. Now for the practical exam, Nizu continued. You scored an astounding 80 villain points, surpassing All Might's record of 77, the highest in UA history. The room exploded with celebration. That's so manly. Kirishima wiped at his eyes. Way to go, Izu. Mina cheered. Karo, see? I told you you're amazing, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu smiled. Uraraka rushed over, wrapping Izuku in a tight hug. That's incredible, Izuku. Everyone fell silent as they noticed Inko approaching her son, tears streaming down her face. Izuku dear, she whispered, cupping his cheek. I'm so proud of you, and I know your father would be too. You've made me the happiest mother ever. Thank you, Mom, Izuku's voice cracked. That means everything. I promise I'll always make you proud. Furthermore, Nizu continued, you achieved the second highest rescue point total at 70 points, bringing your overall score to 150, the highest in UA history, surpassing All Might's record of 120. The principal's expression grew more intrigued. You're probably wondering why you received my message instead of All Might's. Well, young Midoriya, I've taken a personal interest in you. Your intelligence is remarkable, and I would like to help mold that keen mind of yours. Therefore, I'm offering to take you on as my personal student at UA. His smile widened. Welcome to UA, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Did. The principal say he wants me to be his personal student. Everyone was too shocked to respond, just nodding mutely. 20 seconds of stunned silence passed before. What the hell, dude? Kirishima finally exploded. That's so manly. Midorobro, you absolutely destroyed that test. Guys. Mina bounced in place. Let's not forget the rankings. Oh yeah. Uraraka clapped her hands. Izuku, show us. Everyone held their breath as Izuku's selected option the rankings appeared. First place, Midoriya Izuku 150 points. Second place, Kirishima Ijiro 119 points. Third place, Uraraka Ochako 85 points. Fourth place, Tide Azuiti 83 points. Fourth place, Tide Ishido Mina 83 points. Fifth place, Ida Tenya 79 points. Sixth place, Bakugo Katsuki 77 points. The room fell silent again as everyone processed what they were seeing. I got second place. Kirishima whispered, a massive toothy grin spreading across his face. Third. I got third. Uraraka's hands covered her mouth in disbelief. Am I seeing that right? Everyone chuckled at her reaction while Tsu and Mina smiled at each other, clearly pleased with their tied placement. But the mood shifted slightly when they reached the bottom of the list. The four friends, minus Uraraka, shared a knowing look. They all had the same thought. Bakugo was going to explode when he learned he came in sixth place. Kirishima and Izuku exchanged glances, both imagining what the last few days of middle school would be like. All they could do was shake their heads. Oh well, Izuku sighed, but his smile remained bright. We'll deal with that when we have to. With all the acceptance letters opened, Izuku suddenly jumped up from his seat, startling Mina as he remembered something important. Oh! Izuku suddenly bolted upright, his earlier embarrassment forgotten in a flash of excitement. I completely forgot to tell you guys, I discovered another Quirk ability during the practical exam. His eyes lit up with that familiar gleam he always got when discussing hero-related developments. Everyone, including Inko, turned to look at him in perfect sync, as if someone had suddenly stopped a record player. You got what? They asked in unison. Izuku's hand found its way to the back of his neck, his classic nervous tell as he let out an awkward laugh. I guess it slipped my mind with everything else going on, he stammered, his voice growing quieter with each word. But, I think it might be X-ray vision. The last part came out barely above a whisper, his face already beginning to redden again at the implications. Dude, really? Kirishima leaned forward, eyes wide. I had to find Uraraka during the exam, Izuku explained, his voice softening as he glanced at her. She was in danger and I just... He trailed off, the blush creeping across his face deepening with each word. Across from him, Uraraka's cheeks bloomed pink at the mention, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her uniform as their eyes met briefly before they both quickly looked away. Oh really now? Mina's signature mischievous grin spread across her face as she leaned forward, wiggling her eyebrows. Planning to sneak a peek at Tsuchan and Uraraka when no one's looking? She punctuated her teasing with an exaggerated wink, clearly delighting in the chaos she was creating. Both girls' cheeks flushed pink as Izuku's face cycled through an impressive spectrum of reds. The mere thought sent his mind into overdrive, and with a soft thud, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed onto the floor in a flustered heap. Izuku! Everyone yelled in concern. Oops, my bad. Mina sang out with a lilting giggle, her bright eyes dancing with mischief. She pressed a finger to her lips in mock innocence, but there wasn't a trace of actual remorse in her expression. As the eventful get-together wound down, the group said their goodbyes and headed home to share the news with their families. While helping clean up, Izuku couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed since getting his quirk, the friends he'd made, achieving his lifelong dream of attending UA, and most surprisingly, securing first place and breaking All Might's record. Being mentored by one of the greatest heroes on the planet felt surreal. He had to pinch himself to believe it was real. He noticed his mom watching him with a warm smile and asked, "Hey mom, what's with the smile?" Inko caught herself. "Oh, nothing sweetie. Just seeing you so happy brings back memories of your father. You both have the same smile." She paused, then added, "Anyway, you should get ready for bed. You have a long day tomorrow." "Okay, Mom," he replied, heading off to take a bath. As he soaked in the warm water, letting it soothe his muscles, Izuku reflected on the day's events, still trying to process everything that had happened. As Izuku and Ijiro walked into Aldra Junior High, all eyes turned to them with looks of awe and envy. "Dude, what's up with everyone?" Kirishima whispered. "Not sure," Izuku replied, keeping his voice low. "Let's just head to class. I don't want to get mixed up in whatever's going on here." As both boys went to their respective classes, Izuku barely made it through the doorway before chaos erupted. Someone had pulled up a video on their phone showing him launching the zero-pointer into space during the entrance exam. "Dude, Midoriya, that was insane. Have you always been that strong? The way you froze the zero-pointer, picked it up, and yeeted it into space? I've never seen anything like that. Not even All Might has done something that epic." Izuku's face burned red from the praise, but his enhanced hearing picked up the telltale sound of small explosions coming from the corner of the classroom. He turned to see Bakugo practically vibrating with rage, like a pressure cooker about to blow. The final spark came when someone called out, "Hey, did you guys see how Bakugo got PMP slapped by that zero-pointer? Funniest thing I've seen all year. Deku, you yesterday." Like clockwork, Bakugo launched himself across the classroom, palms smoking and ready to release explosions into Izuku's face. The other students scattered, clearing a path for the rampaging blonde. Izuku sighed, already knowing this would happen, and used his frost breath to completely encase Bakugo's right hand in ice before the explosive teen could react. When Bakugo's hand connected with Izuku's chest, no explosion followed. He stared at his frozen hand in shock as his quirk fizzled uselessly against the ice. The look of pure fury Bakugo gave Izuku could have melted steel. If looks could kill, that glare would have tried its hardest. Finally, their teacher arrived. "Everyone, get to your seats. And Mr. Bakugo, Mr. Midoriya, please refrain from using your quirks in the classroom. We've replaced too many desks and windows over this rivalry of yours." Izuku rolled his eyes as he walked to his seat. "Rivalry? Yeah. You only call it a rivalry now that I have my quirk. If I didn't have powers, you'd be telling me to stop antagonizing Bakugo and blaming me for all the property damage he caused," he thought bitterly, still feeling Bakugo's burning glare on his back. The class eventually returned to normal, or as normal as it could be with someone staring daggers at your back, clearly hoping you'd spontaneously combust. When the lunch bell finally rang, Izuku quickly packed his things and headed out to meet Kirishima. Entering the cafeteria, he spotted his friend waving enthusiastically from a table. After grabbing his meal, Izuku slid into the seat across from Kirishima with a weary sigh. "Dude, was your class bombarding you with questions about the entrance exam too?" Kirishima asked between bites. Izuku nodded, pushing his food around. "Yeah, it was pretty overwhelming. Then Bakugo tried to attack me," he added with another sigh, finally taking a spoonful of food. "Oh, so that's what that noise was. Not manly at all, bro." Kirishima frowned. "What's that dude's issue anyway?" "He's been like this since we were young," Izuku explained, his voice tired. "It only got worse after my quirk manifested and now." He gestured vaguely. His anger and hatred just reached a whole new level. "I don't even know what to do anymore. Talking to anyone at our current school won't help. They've always encouraged his behavior." His expression brightened slightly. "But hey, at least UA starts soon. Maybe things will be different there." When lunch ended, everyone returned to their classrooms. Izuku checked the clock. Just 2 more hours until freedom. Just need to make it through without any explosions or yelling, he thought. But then an announcement crackled over the PA system. "Would all students and faculty please report to the auditorium immediately?" Students exchanged confused glances as they filed out of the classroom. Izuku's stomach twisted with dread as he joined the crowd, Bakugo and his 2 cronies, Fingers and Wings, as Izuku mentally called them, trailing behind like faithful puppies following their master. As everyone settled into the auditorium, the principal took the stage. Izuku's earlier sense of foreboding intensified, his thoughts racing wildly. No, not this. Anything but this. This is bad. This is really, really bad. "Welcome, everyone," the principal began, beaming with pride. "Today, I would like to announce, and please join me in congratulating, 3 of Aldra Junior High's rising stars who have been accepted into UA High School." As applause filled the auditorium, Izuku slumped in his seat. He didn't need his newfound powers to predict that a fight was definitely happening after school. "Please welcome Katsuki Bakugo, Eijiro Kirishima, and Izuku Midoriya to the stage," the principal announced. As the 3 boys walked forward, Kirishima's face darkened at the principal's near slip-up. A gentle tap on his shoulder made him turn to see Izuku offering a small, resigned smile and a shake of his head. "Don't worry about it." Standing on stage, Izuku silently prayed for this to end quickly. The principal turned to face them with a self-satisfied smile. "As principal, I'm proud of each of you. Even you, Midoriya. To think you made it in despite your quirk manifesting so late." Murmurs rippled through the audience. Clearly, they'd seen the viral video of Izuku's entrance exam performance. The principal, oblivious, continued rambling about Bakugo's future achievements and something about Izuku making a somewhat okay sidekick if he had made it into the hero course. He hasn't seen the video, Izuku realized, just as the principal proudly announced he would display the UA exam rankings. "And by the way, Midoriya," the principal added condescendingly, "don't feel bad about your placement. The fact you made it into UA's general education course speaks volumes about your attempt." Kirishima and Izuku exchanged knowing looks and sighed, while Bakugo's face showed early warning signs of an imminent meltdown. The principal turned with a flourish to face the screen, his smug smile freezing as he saw the rankings. His jaw dropped as he stared at Midoriya's name in first place, having broken All Might's record, followed by Kirishima in second, also surpassing All Might's rescue points. Bakugo's name sat at 6th place. This is impossible," the principal sputtered. "Midoriya is a nobody, a Deku. He must have cheated. Yes, they both must have cheated. I need to contact UA immediately because this doesn't make sense." Before he could finish, the screen changed to display video footage from the exam's final moments. The principal staggered backward, knocked off balance by the reality before him. Meanwhile, Bakugo's face turned an unprecedented shade of red, small explosions popping from his palms like angry firecrackers. The principal froze at the sight of Izuku's display of power and Kirishima's heroic feats played on the field. The vice principal had to step in, gently ushering his shell-shocked superior off the stage. As the auditorium erupted with laughter at Bakugo's failed attempts to match Izuku's performance, Kirishima and Izuku exchanged knowing glances. They could see Bakugo's hands sparking more intensely with each passing second, a clear sign of an impending nuclear meltdown. Time to make a strategic retreat? Kirishima whispered. Dealing with an angry Pomeranian isn't on today's to-do list, Izuku agreed quietly. The two boys slipped off stage while everyone remained distracted by the footage. They'd barely made it past the school gates when a massive explosion rocked the building behind them, followed by enraged screaming. Both boys sighed in unison and picked up their pace, heading home. Some things never changed, though at least now they could laugh about it. In a dimly lit room, a pale young man with white hair sat hunched forward, his skin dry and flaking. The newspaper in his hand, featuring All Might's upcoming teaching position at UA, crumbled to ash between his fingers. His other hand absently scratched at his neck, nearly drawing blood as he watched footage from the UA entrance exam on a nearby screen. "Master," he rasped, watching a green-haired boy display All Might level power. "Have you seen this? This kid. He could be problematic." Miles away, in an underground location, a tall, well-built man sat in a high-backed chair like a king on his throne, legs crossed. His custom-tailored suit seemed to absorb the shadows around him. "Yes, Tamura," he replied, his deep voice carrying authority even through the video call. "The boy is indeed quite powerful. But there's no need for concern. The good doctor has assured me his special creations are more than capable of handling both All Might and any up-and-coming students." A dark smile played across his features. "Just prepare your forces, Tamura. Your moment to shake the foundations of the hero world approaches." A devilish grin spread across Tamura's chapped lips. "Yes, master. Hey everyone. This isn't a chapter, but more of a request for help. Bouncing ideas between writer and reader. I would like some ideas who should get a power-up quirk and alter it to make it more usable and powerful for the user. I'm asking which of the people in class 1A, 1B, some of the pro heroes, no Endeavor because he's AD- and no Bakugo because I just don't like him, and the UA staff should get a power-up. Whoever comes up with the best power-up will be added to my story. I'll choose up to 5 people of your choice to pick from. MHA power-up powers. Shoto Todoroki, the Greinatsu control system, and enhanced power analysis. Shoto Todoroki's half-cold, half-hot quirk offers immense potential, but the internal conflict between his fire and ice sides has historically limited him. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Todoroki, where he has achieved complete mastery over his quirk through what we'll call the Greinatsu control system, a method of balancing and integrating both halves. Core power, half-cold, half-hot, integrated and controlled. Todoroki's quirk remains half-cold, half-hot, but the Greinatsu control system brings significant improvements. Simultaneous activation. Todoroki can now activate both his fire and ice sides simultaneously, achieving a perfect balance. This unlocks a range of new techniques and allows for more fluid transitions between offense and defense. He no longer suffers from the limitations of relying on just one side at a time. Temperature regulation. He has developed fine-grained control over the temperature output of both sides. He can generate intense flames or absolute zero ice, but also modulate the temperature for more precise applications. This allows him to create warm air currents for mobility, flash freeze specific targets without affecting the surrounding area, or generate localized heat to melt ice without creating a massive inferno. Elemental weaving. Todoroki can now weave together his fire and ice, creating complex elemental effects. Examples include Frostfire, a combination of fire and ice that burns with intense cold, capable of freezing and incinerating simultaneously. Ice-infused flames, flames that carry the chilling properties of ice, capable of freezing on contact while still burning. Superheated ice, ice that is superheated and pressurized, exploding on impact with the force of a powerful bomb. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond fire and ice. The Greinatsu control system unlocks new possibilities beyond simply generating fire and ice. Thermal vision. By sensing minute temperature changes in his environment, Todoroki develops a form of thermal vision. This allows him to see through smoke, darkness, and even walls, detecting heat signatures and identifying hidden targets. Cryokinesis and pyrokinesis refinement. Beyond simple generation, Todoroki gains greater control over the movement and manipulation of his elements. He can create ice constructs of incredible complexity, from intricate traps to mobile shields. He can also control the shape and intensity of his flames, forming them into whips, projectiles, or even large-scale firestorms. Flashpoint. By rapidly switching between extreme heat and cold, Todoroki can create a localized flashpoint, an area of rapidly fluctuating temperatures. This can disorient opponents, disrupt the flow of quirks that rely on temperature, or even cause localized explosions due to the rapid expansion and contraction of air. Heat absorption redirection. Todoroki can now absorb heat from incoming attacks, redirecting it as either fire or converting it into ice to enhance his own powers. This makes him highly resistant to heat-based attacks and allows him to turn his opponent's power against them. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Todoroki's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of simultaneous fire and ice attacks, elemental weaving, and flashpoints to create devastating offensive combinations. Improved defense. His temperature regulation and cryokinesis allow him to create versatile defensive barriers, while heat absorption and redirection make him highly resistant to many attacks. Strategic control. Thermal vision and enhanced control over his elements allow him to control the battlefield, creating obstacles, manipulating the environment, and even limiting his opponent's senses. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Todoroki still has limitations. Energy consumption. Using the Greinatsu control system, especially techniques like Frost Fire or Flashpoint, requires significant energy. Prolonged use can lead to fatigue. Focus and concentration. Maintaining the balance between fire and ice, especially during complex maneuvers, requires intense focus and concentration. Distractions can disrupt his control. Emotional equilibrium. While he has made great strides in overcoming his emotional baggage, extreme emotional distress could still temporarily disrupt his control, though to a much lesser degree than before. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Shoto Todoroki represents a significant leap in his abilities. By mastering the Greinatsu control system, he transforms from a powerful but conflicted individual to a truly formidable hero. He becomes a master of both fire and ice, capable of both precise strikes and large-scale elemental manipulation. He is no longer just half-cold, half-hot, but a true master of thermal energy. Eraserhead. Enhanced Quirk Analysis, Primary Power Evolution, Passive Erasure Field. Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, possesses the Quirk Erasure, allowing him to nullify the quirks of those he sees. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Aizawa where his quirk has evolved into a passive erasure field, granting him greater versatility and control. Core Power Evolution, Passive Erasure Field, Refined and Expanded. Aizawa's core quirk evolves from active erasure to a passive erasure field, a significant shift in its application. Passive erasure. Instead of needing to actively maintain eye contact, Aizawa now projects a field around him that passively erases quirks within its range. This frees him from the constant strain of maintaining eye contact and allows him to focus on combat and strategy. The range of this field is controllable and can be expanded or contracted as needed. Selective erasure. Aizawa can now selectively choose which quirks are affected by his erasure field. He can target specific individuals or even specific quirks within a group, allowing him to strategically disable key threats while leaving others unaffected. This greatly enhances his tactical flexibility. Quirk suppression. Nascent beyond simple erasure, Aizawa begins to develop the ability to suppress quirks within his field. Instead of completely nullifying a quirk, he can weaken it, making it less effective. This can be used to hinder opponents without completely disabling their abilities, offering a more nuanced approach. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond quirk nullification. The evolution to a passive erasure field unlocks new possibilities. Enhanced physical prowess. Freed from the constant strain of active erasure, Aizawa's physical abilities are significantly enhanced. His speed, strength, and reflexes are amplified, making him an even more formidable hand-to-hand combatant. Precognitive glimpses. Aizawa develops a heightened sense of awareness, almost a precognitive ability, allowing him to anticipate enemy attacks before they happen. This is likely a result of his increased focus and mental clarity now that he no longer needs to concentrate on maintaining his quirk. Erasure field manipulation. Aizawa can manipulate the shape and intensity of his erasure field. He can create focused beams of erasure, expand the field to encompass a wide area, or even create dead zones, where quirks are completely nullified. Quirk information gathering. While his erasure is active, Aizawa can now subconsciously gather information about the quirks he is affecting. He gains a better understanding of their mechanisms and limitations, allowing him to exploit weaknesses or devise countermeasures. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Aizawa's combat effectiveness. Strategic disabling. He can now strategically disable key threats while leaving support characters or less dangerous individuals unaffected. This allows him to control the flow of combat and prioritize targets. Increased combat prowess. His enhanced physical abilities make him an even more dangerous hand-to-hand combatant, allowing him to close the distance and engage opponents effectively. Improved situational awareness. His precognitive glimpses and enhanced senses allow him to anticipate attacks and react quickly, making him incredibly difficult to surprise or overwhelm. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Aizawa still has limitations. Range limit. The erasure field has a limited range, although this range is controllable. Eye strain. While he no longer needs constant eye contact, prolonged use of the erasure field can still cause eye strain and dryness. This is less severe than before, but still present. Vulnerability to sensory overload. While his senses are enhanced, he can still be overwhelmed by sensory overload, particularly if his vision is impaired. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Shota Aizawa represents a significant leap in his abilities. By evolving his quirk to a passive erasure field, he transforms from a strategically reliant hero to a truly formidable combatant. He becomes a master of quirk nullification, capable of both disabling opponents and exploiting their weaknesses. He is no longer just Eraserhead, but a true quirk strategist and a force to be reckoned with. Kaminari Denki. Enhanced electrical control analysis, core power evolution, static shock. Denki Kaminari's electrification quirk, while potent, is hampered by his lack of control, often resulting in indiscriminate blasts and short-circuiting. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Denki where he has mastered his quirk, evolving it into static shock, focusing on precise control, versatile manipulation of electricity, and expanded capabilities. Core power evolution, static shock, refined and controlled. Denki's core power evolves from simple electrification to static shock, representing a significant leap in control and versatility. Targeted discharge. Gone are the days of indiscriminate shocks. Denki can now precisely target his electrical discharges, delivering specific amounts of electricity to individual targets. He can stun, incapacitate, or deliver powerful blasts with pinpoint accuracy, eliminating the risk of friendly fire. Variable output and modulation. Denki gains fine-grained control over the voltage, amperage, and waveform of his electrical output. He can deliver short, sharp bursts for stunning, sustained currents for disruption, or modulated pulses for specific effects. This precise control prevents short-circuiting and allows him to conserve energy. Electrostatic field generation and manipulation. Denki can now generate and manipulate localized electrostatic fields. These fields can be used for a variety of purposes. Defense, deflecting small projectiles, disrupting the flow of incoming attacks, or creating barriers. Offense, creating static shocks in the air, manipulating dust and debris to create blinding clouds or makeshift projectiles, or disrupting electronic devices. Movement, subtly propelling himself or others, enhancing agility and speed. Electromagnetic field interaction, nascent while not full mastery, Denki begins to show an understanding of interacting with electromagnetic fields. This allows for limited manipulation of metallic objects, sensing electromagnetic radiation, like radar, and potentially even influencing the direction of lightning strikes, highly advanced and unreliable at this stage. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond basic electrification. The evolution to static shock brings a range of new abilities. Static cling and manipulation. Denki can charge himself with static electricity, allowing him to cling to surfaces, walk on walls, or even glide short distances. He can also use this to cling to opponents, hindering their movement or delivering a static shock. He can manipulate these clinging charges to pull himself towards conductive surfaces or even pull opponents towards him. Electrokinetic enhanced movement. Denki can channel electrical energy through his body to enhance his speed, agility, and reflexes. He can use short bursts of electricity to propel himself forward, perform quick dashes or leaps, and even enhance his reaction time. Electromagnetic pulse (EMP) generation. Controlled Denki can generate localized EMPs, disrupting electronic devices within a limited radius. This is a powerful tool for disabling technology-dependent opponents or disrupting communication systems, but requires careful control to avoid affecting allies. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Denki's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of precise electrical blasts, static cling for mobility and disruption, electrostatic fields for area control and projectile attacks, and controlled EMPs for technological disruption. Improved defense. The electrostatic field and static cling provide him with defensive options, allowing him to evade or deflect attacks. Strategic control. Denki can now control the battlefield by manipulating the environment with static electricity, creating obstacles, disrupting enemy movements, and even influencing technology. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Denki still has limitations. Energy consumption. Generating and manipulating large amounts of electricity, especially techniques like EMPs or extended use of electrostatic fields, requires significant energy. Prolonged use can still lead to fatigue, although the risk of short-circuiting is greatly reduced. Concentration. Precise control over his evolved abilities requires focus and concentration. Distractions or injuries can disrupt his control. Conductivity dependence. His powers are more effective in environments with high conductivity. In insulated areas, his range and power may be limited. He is actively working to overcome this limitation. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Denki Kaminari represents a significant leap in his abilities. By evolving his quirk to static shock, he transforms from a liability to a versatile and powerful hero. He becomes a true electric dynamo, capable of both precise strikes and strategic battlefield control. He is no longer just a walking taser, but a master of electricity and its many applications. Present mic, sonic evolution, and enhanced power analysis, echo-echo integration. Present mix voice quirk allows him to amplify his voice to incredible volumes. This analysis explores an enhanced version of present mic where he has integrated aspects of echo-echoes, Ben 10, powers, specifically the ability to create multiple copies of himself, each capable of emitting sound, transforming him into sonic evolution. Core power, voice, amplified and multiplied. Present mix core quirk remains voice, but the integration with echo-echo inspired abilities enhances it significantly. Sonic cloning. Present mic can now create multiple mic clones of himself, each capable of amplifying his voice. These clones are not just illusions, they are physical copies that can move independently and emit sound waves. He can create a large number of clones, effectively multiplying his vocal power exponentially. Sonic wave. Manipulation. Present mic gains finer control over the sound waves emitted by himself and his clones. He can modulate frequency, amplitude, and waveform to create a wider range of effects, from targeted sonic blasts to omnidirectional sonic waves that can stun or disorient opponents. Sonic constructs, limited by precisely manipulating the interference patterns of the sound waves emitted by his clones, Present Mic can create limited sonic constructs. These constructs are not solid objects, but rather areas of highly concentrated sound energy that can be used to push, pull, or even levitate objects. 2. Expanded abilities, Echo and sound manipulation. The Echo integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply amplifying his voice. Sonic flight levitation. By generating powerful downward-directed sound waves, Present Mic and his clones can achieve limited flight or levitation. This allows for enhanced mobility and aerial combat. Sonic duplication. Present Mic can now not only create clones that mimic his voice but also clones that can mimic his other actions, albeit with a slight delay. These clones can be used for distractions, scouting, or even coordinated attacks. Sonic disruption. Present Mic can analyze and replicate specific frequencies, allowing him to disrupt technology or Quirk abilities that rely on sound or vibrations. He can also use sonic waves to disrupt communication systems or even cause structural damage to certain materials. Sonic Scream Blast. Present Mic and his clones can unleash powerful sonic screams or blasts capable of stunning, disorienting, or even causing physical damage to opponents. These blasts can be focused into concussive beams for targeted attacks or emitted as omnidirectional waves for area of effect attacks. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Present Mic's combat effectiveness. Overwhelming offense. He can now use a combination of sonic clones, sonic wave manipulation, and sonic blasts to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, overwhelming opponents with sheer sonic power. Improved mobility. Sonic flight levitation allows him to quickly reposition himself on the battlefield and gain a tactical advantage. Strategic control. He can use his sonic clones for distractions, scouting, and coordinated attacks, while his sonic disruption abilities allow him to interfere with enemy technology and communication. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Present Mic still has limitations. Range dependence. His abilities are limited by the range of his voice, although this range is significantly increased. Energy consumption. Creating and maintaining a large number of sonic clones, especially for prolonged PRDS or during intense combat, requires significant energy. Vulnerability to sonic disruption. While he can manipulate sound, certain frequencies or intense sonic attacks could potentially disrupt his own abilities or even cause him pain. Also, while he can create physical clones, they are less durable than his real body. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Present Mic represents a significant leap in his abilities. By integrating Echo-inspired duplication abilities with his voice quirk, he transforms from a loud but relatively straightforward hero to a versatile combatant with both offensive and strategic capabilities. He becomes a true sonic evolution, capable of both unleashing devastating sonic attacks and strategically controlling the battlefield with his multiplied voice and clones. He is no longer just loud, he is a force of sonic power. Momo Yaoyorozu, the Creation Knight, an enhanced power analysis, Urza Scarlet integration. Momo Yaoyorozu's creation quirk allows her to create any non-living material from her body, provided she understands its molecular structure. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Momo where she has integrated aspects of Urza Scarlet's fairy tale, requip magic, specifically the ability to summon and equip various weapons and armor, transforming her into the Creation Knight. Core power, creation, enhanced and versatile. Momo's core quirk remains creation, but the integration with Urza's abilities enhances it significantly. Instant creation. Momo can now create objects instantaneously, eliminating the previous time delay and allowing her to react to threats in real time. This also allows her to create complex objects much faster and more efficiently. Material mastery. Momo's understanding of molecular structures is enhanced, allowing her to create a wider range of materials, including exotic alloys, advanced composites, and even materials with specific properties, e.g., heat-resistant, conductive, etc. She can also create perfect replicas of existing items, down to the finest detail. Storage and summoning. Momo develops a form of pocket dimension within her body, similar to Urza's Requip space. She can store a vast arsenal of created weapons, armor, and tools within this space and summon them instantly to her person. 2. Expanded abilities, creation and combat prowess. The Urza integration unlocks a range of new abilities focused on combat versatility and strategic deployment of created items. Creation armaments. Momo can create a wide variety of weapons and armor, drawing inspiration from Urza's vast arsenal. She can summon swords, spears, axes, shields, and even more specialized weapons like bows and arrows, halberds, or even magical artifacts with specific properties. Adaptive armor. Momo can create and equip different sets of armor tailored to specific situations. She can create heavy plate armor for maximum defense, light and agile armor for increased mobility, or even specialized armor with elemental resistances or other unique properties. Creation constructs. Beyond weapons and armor, Momo can create a wide range of tools and constructs, such as ropes, nets, traps, or even complex machinery. She can use these for both offensive and defensive purposes, creating obstacles, restraining opponents, or even building temporary structures. Strategic deployment. Momo can strategically deploy her created items, summoning weapons and armor to different locations on the battlefield or even equipping allies with necessary tools and equipment. This makes her an excellent support character as well as a formidable combatant. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Momo's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of instantly created weapons and strategically deployed constructs to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, adapting her tactics to any opponent. Improved defense. Her adaptive armor and instantly created shields provide her with a multitude of defensive options, making her incredibly difficult to injure. Strategic control. She can use her creation abilities to control the battlefield, creating obstacles, disrupting enemy formations, and even providing support for her allies. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Momo still has limitations. Understanding and knowledge. She still needs to understand the molecular structure of what she is creating. While her knowledge is expanded, she cannot create something she doesn't understand. She also requires time to analyze and understand the structure of new materials. Energy consumption. Creating and storing a large number of complex items requires significant energy. While her creation speed is enhanced, prolonged or excessive use can still lead to fatigue. Vulnerability to information warfare. If an opponent can disrupt her understanding or knowledge of a material, e.g., by providing false information or using illusions, they can potentially limit her creation abilities. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Momo Yaoyorozu represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating Urza Scarlet's Requip magic with her creation quirk, she transforms from a resourceful creator to a versatile and formidable hero. She becomes a true creation knight, capable of both instantly creating a vast arsenal of weapons and armor and strategically deploying them to maximum effect. She is no longer just creating objects. She is a master of strategic creation and combat. Tetsu, Steel Colossus, and Enhanced Power Analysis, Colossus Integration. Tetsu's Steel Quirk allows him to transform his skin into steel. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Tetsu where he has integrated aspects of Colossus's, Marvel, powers, specifically his ability to transform into organic steel, transforming him into the Steel Colossus. Core Power, Steel, Enhanced and Adaptive. Tetsu's core quirk remains steel, but the integration with Colossus-inspired abilities enhances it significantly. Organic Steel Transformation. Tetsu's transformation is no longer just skin deep. He can now transform his entire body into organic steel, increasing his size, strength, durability, and density exponentially. This is a full-body transformation, not just a surface hardening. Variable density. Tetsu can control the density of his steel form. He can make it incredibly dense for maximum strength and durability, or decrease the density for increased speed and agility. He can even partially shift his density, making certain parts of his body denser than others. Adaptive transformation. Tetsu can adapt his steel form to specific situations. He can grow larger or smaller depending on the need, enhance specific aspects of his steel form, e.g., thicker armor plating, sharper claws, or even partially transform, hardening only specific parts of his body. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond simple hardening. The Colossus integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply becoming steel. Superhuman strength and durability. In his transformed state, Tetsu possesses incredible superhuman strength, capable of lifting and throwing massive objects. His durability is also significantly enhanced, making him nearly impervious to conventional weapons and even resistant to some energy attacks. Enhanced stamina and endurance. Tetsu's steel form grants him near-limitless stamina and endurance. He can exert himself for extended PRDS without tiring, making him a formidable opponent in prolonged battles. Thermal resistance. Tetsu's steel form provides him with significant resistance to extreme temperatures, both heat and cold. He can withstand intense flames or freezing conditions without suffering harm. Limited regeneration. While not full regeneration, Tetsu's transformed state possesses enhanced healing capabilities. Minor dents and scratches in his steel form can repair themselves over time. Major damage requires him to revert to his human form for true healing. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Tetsu's combat effectiveness. Overwhelming offense. He can now use his increased size, strength, and durability to deliver devastating blows. His variable density allows him to adjust his attacks, delivering crushing blows or rapid strikes. Immovable defense. His steel form makes him incredibly resistant to damage, allowing him to withstand attacks that would cripple other heroes. He can also use his density control to make himself virtually immovable. Strategic control. His enhanced size and strength allow him to dominate the battlefield, creating obstacles, disrupting enemy formations, and protecting allies. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Tetsu still has limitations. Transformation time. While he can transform quickly, there is still a brief moment of vulnerability during the transformation process. Weight and mobility. In his fully transformed state, he can be quite heavy and his mobility may be somewhat limited, especially in confined spaces. While he can shift his density, there is always a trade-off between density and mobility. Vulnerability to specific attacks. While highly resistant to physical damage, Tetsu may still be vulnerable to certain types of attacks, such as those that target the joints in his steel form or exploit his human form when he reverts. Also, attacks that can generate or manipulate electricity can potentially overload his steel form. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Tetsu represents a significant leap in his abilities. By integrating Colossus-inspired abilities with his steel quirk, he transforms from a durable hero to a truly formidable powerhouse. He becomes a true steel colossus, capable of both delivering devastating blows and withstanding incredible punishment. He is no longer just steel-skinned, but a walking tank of organic metal. Vlad King, the Blood Commander, and Enhanced Power Analysis, Kaiomesa's Senji integration. Vlad King's blood control quirk allows him to manipulate his own blood. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Vlad King where he has integrated aspects of Kaiomesa's Senji's powers from Deadman Wonderland, specifically his branch of sin and control over his blood, transforming him into the Blood Commander. This integration focuses on brutal offensive power and enhanced control. Core power, blood control, enhanced and brutal. Vlad King's core quirk remains blood control, but the integration with Senji's abilities brings significant changes. Sharpened blood. Vlad King's blood now possesses the incredible sharpness and tensile strength of Senji's branch of sin. He can create blades, whips, and other weapons from his blood with the ability to cut through nearly anything. These weapons are not just sharp, but incredibly durable. Enhanced blood manipulation. Vlad King's control over his blood is amplified, allowing for even more complex and dynamic manipulations. He can create intricate structures, manipulate the density and viscosity of his blood at a whim, and even form his blood into complex, articulated shapes. Accelerated blood flow. Vlad King can now drastically accelerate the flow of his blood, granting him bursts of incredible speed and power. This allows for devastatingly fast attacks and enhanced reflexes. 2. Expanded abilities, branch of sin and blood weaponry. The Senji integration unlocks a range of new abilities focused on brutal offense. Blood weapon creation. Vlad King can create a vast array of weapons from his blood, mirroring Senji's branch of sin. He can form swords, spears, claws, drills, and even complex bladed constructs. These weapons are not only sharp but can be imbued with varying degrees of force and length. Blood armor. Vlad King can coat himself in a layer of hardened blood, creating a form of living armor. This armor provides exceptional defense and can be further enhanced with bladed protrusions for offensive capabilities. Blood barrage. Vlad King can unleash a devastating barrage of blood projectiles, ranging from small, needle-like shards to large, bladed projectiles. These projectiles can be fired with incredible speed and accuracy, overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers. Blood tendrils. Vlad King can extend long, whip-like tendrils of blood from his body, which can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes. These tendrils can constrict, ensnare, or even pierce targets with their sharpened ends. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Vlad King's combat effectiveness. Brutal offense. He can now use a combination of sharpened blood weapons, blood barrages, and accelerated blood flow to deliver devastating offensive attacks. His attacks are not only sharp but incredibly powerful, capable of tearing through flesh and bone with ease. Improved defense. His blood armor provides a strong defense against physical attacks, while his enhanced reflexes and blood sense allow him to anticipate and evade attacks. Ruthless efficiency. Vlad King's fighting style becomes incredibly direct and brutal, focusing on overwhelming his opponents with sheer power and relentless attacks. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Vlad King still has limitations. Blood loss. While he can control his blood flow and create blood constructs, significant blood loss will still weaken him. He has a higher tolerance than normal, but he is not invincible. Concentration. Maintaining complex blood constructs or controlling a large volume of blood requires focus and concentration. While his control is enhanced, distractions can still disrupt it. Vulnerability to extreme temperatures. Extreme heat can cause his blood to coagulate, limiting his control. Extreme cold can make his blood viscous and difficult to manipulate. These effects are lessened, but still present. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Vlad King represents a significant and brutal leap in his abilities. By integrating aspects of Kaiomasa Senji's branch of sin with his blood control quirk, he transforms from a powerful blood manipulator to a terrifying and devastating force. He becomes a true blood commander, wielding his sharpened blood with ruthless efficiency and overwhelming power. He is no longer just controlling blood, he is weaponizing it with extreme prejudice. Toru Hagekure, the Prism Phantom, and Enhanced Power Analysis. Toru Hagecure's invisibility quirk, while simple, has significant strategic potential. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Hagekure where she has combined her invisibility with the power of light manipulation, specifically the properties of a prism, calling this enhanced state Prism Phantom. Core power, invisibility, enhanced and integrated. Hagekure's core quirk remains invisibility, the ability to render her body completely unseen. However, the integration with prism-like abilities enhances this in several. Adaptive transparency. Hagekure can now control the degree of her invisibility. She can become completely invisible, partially visible, shimmering or translucent, or even briefly visible for specific actions, allowing for more nuanced tactical approaches. Light refraction camouflage. Beyond simple invisibility, Hagakure can now manipulate light around her body to create a form of active camouflage. She can bend light to match the background behind her, making her even harder to detect, even against complex or moving backgrounds. 2. Expanded abilities. Prism-like light manipulation. The integration with prism-like powers grants Hagakure a range of new abilities. Light-bending refraction. Hagakure can manipulate light to bend it around objects or people, making them appear to be in a different location or even making them temporarily disappear. This can be used to create diversions, conceal allies, or even create the illusion of empty space. Light projection manipulation. Hagakure can gather and focus light, projecting it as bright flashes to blind or disorient opponents. She can also manipulate light to create illusions, such as projecting images or creating shimmering distortions in the air. Light absorption redirection. Hagakure can absorb light, making herself even less visible in brightly lit environments. She can then redirect this absorbed light either as a concentrated beam or as a diffuse flash. Prismatic blasts. By refracting light through her invisible form, Hagakure can create concentrated beams of light, similar to how a prism separates white light into a rainbow. These beams can be of varying colors, each with potentially different properties, e.g., red for heat, blue for concussive force. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Hagakure's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of invisibility, light projection for disorientation or blinding, and prismatic blasts for targeted attacks. Improved defense. Light bending and refraction can be used to create illusions or diversions, making her difficult to hit. Her adaptive transparency also allows her to quickly shift between being completely unseen and partially visible for counterattacks. Strategic control. Her ability to manipulate light allows her to control the battlefield, creating distractions, blinding opponents, or even creating temporary cover for her allies. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Hagakure still has limitations. Light dependence. Her powers are more effective in environments with sufficient light. In complete darkness, her light manipulation abilities are severely limited. Focus and precision. Manipulating light with precision requires focus and concentration. Distractions or injuries can disrupt her control. Indirect combat role. While her offensive capabilities are enhanced, Hagakure's primary strength remains her support role. She excels at reconnaissance, distraction, and creating opportunities for her allies. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Toru Hagakure represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating her invisibility with prism-like light manipulation, she transforms from a primarily stealth-based hero to a versatile support character with surprising offensive potential. She becomes a true prism phantom, capable of both blending into the shadows and manipulating the light to her advantage. Kyoka Jiro, the Sonic Symphony, and Enhanced Power Analysis, Songbird Integration. Kyoka Jiro's earphone jack quirk allows her to extend her earphone jacks and utilize the vibrations they produce for a variety of effects. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Jiro where she has integrated aspects of Songbird's Marvel powers, specifically the ability to manipulate sound waves with great precision, transforming her into the Sonic Symphony. Core Power, Earphone Jack Enhanced and Amplified. Jiro's core quirk remains Earphone Jack, but the integration with Songbird-inspired abilities enhances it significantly. Sonic Wave Mastery. Jiro gains incredibly precise control over the sound waves produced by her earphone jacks. She can modulate frequency, amplitude, and waveform to create a wider range of effects, from targeted sonic blasts to subtle vibrations that disrupt specific frequencies. Enhanced range and sensitivity. The range and sensitivity of her earphone jacks are significantly increased. She can now perceive sounds from much greater distances and manipulate sound waves across a wider area. She can also detect even the most subtle vibrations, giving her a heightened awareness of her surroundings. Sonic Constructs. Jiro can now manipulate sound waves to create solid constructs. She can form sonic shields to deflect attacks, create sonic blades for offensive strikes, or even construct complex sonic devices for specific purposes. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond simple sound manipulation. The Songbird-inspired integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply amplifying sound. Sonic flight levitation. Jiro can manipulate sound waves to create localized anti-gravity fields, allowing her to levitate or even achieve limited flight. She can use this for enhanced mobility and aerial combat. Sonic mimicry. Jiro can analyze and replicate sound she hears, allowing her to mimic voices, create illusions with sound, or even disrupt specific frequencies to interfere with technology or Quirk abilities that rely on sound or vibrations. Sonic healing enhancement. By manipulating specific frequencies, Jiro can STMLT cellular regeneration, accelerating healing for herself and others. She can also use sonic vibrations to enhance physical abilities, temporarily boosting strength, speed, or reflexes. Sonic blast scream. Jiro can unleash powerful sonic blasts or screams, capable of stunning, disorienting, or even causing physical damage to opponents. She can also focus these blasts into concussive beams for targeted attacks. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Jiro's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of sonic blasts, sonic constructs, and sonic mimicry to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, adapting her abilities to any situation. Improved defense. Sonic shields and her enhanced awareness allow her to deflect attacks and anticipate enemy movements. Strategic control. She can use her sonic abilities to disrupt enemy communications, interfere with technology, and even create illusions or distractions. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Jiro still has limitations. Range dependence. Her abilities are limited by the range of her earphone jacks, although this range is significantly increased. Energy consumption. Using her more powerful sonic abilities, especially techniques like sonic constructs or sonic blasts, requires significant energy. Prolonged use can lead to fatigue. Vulnerability to sonic disruption. While she can manipulate sound, certain frequencies or intense sonic attacks could potentially disrupt her own abilities or even cause her pain. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Kyoka Jiro represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating Songbird-inspired sound manipulation abilities with her earphone jack Quirk, she transforms from a primarily support-oriented hero to a versatile combatant with both offensive and defensive capabilities. She becomes a true sonic symphony, capable of both manipulating sound with incredible precision and unleashing its devastating potential. Nito Monoma, the ultimate mimic, an enhanced power analysis, Calvin-Rankin integration. Nito Monoma's copy Quirk allows him to duplicate the quirks of others for a limited time. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Monoma where he has integrated aspects of Calvin-Rankin's mimic powers from Marvel Comics, specifically the ability to permanently absorb and master copied abilities, transforming him into the ultimate mimic. Core power, copy, evolved and permanent. Monoma's core quirk remains copy, but the integration with Calvin-Rankin-inspired abilities enhances it significantly. Permanent copy. Monoma can now permanently copy and retain quirks he has touched. The 10-minute time limit is removed, allowing him to stockpile and utilize a wide range of abilities at will. Quirk fusion. Monoma can combine multiple copied quirks, creating hybrid abilities with unique properties. He can fuse two strength-enhancing quirks for exponential power, combine a quirk with flight with one that manipulates air currents for enhanced aerial maneuverability, etc. Quirk evolution. Monoma can analyze and understand the underlying mechanisms of the quirks he copies. This allows him to not only replicate them but also potentially evolve or enhance them, pushing their abilities beyond their original limitations. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond simple replication. The Calvin-Rankin-inspired integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply copying quirks. Adaptive physiology. Monoma can adapt his body to better utilize the quirks he has copied. He can grow extra limbs to utilize multiple quirks simultaneously, enhance his senses to match the quirks he has copied, or even alter his body structure to better suit a specific quirk. Quirk nullification. Monoma develops the ability to temporarily nullify the quirks of others by analyzing their quirk factor and disrupting its flow. This can be used to disable opponents or create openings for attacks. Quirk bestowal. Monoma can temporarily bestow copied quirks onto others, essentially sharing his power with allies. This can be used to temporarily empower teammates or even create copies of himself with different quirks. Mental fortitude. Monoma's mental state is enhanced, allowing him to maintain control and utilize multiple quirks without losing himself or succumbing to mental strain. He can also suppress the mental drawbacks of certain quirks, such as those that induce rage or aggression. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Monoma's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of permanently copied quirks, quirk fusion, and quirk evolution to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, adapting his abilities to any situation. Improved defense. Quirk nullification and the ability to combine defensive quirks provide him with a multitude of defensive options, making him incredibly difficult to defeat. Strategic control. He can use his quirk bestowal and quirk nullification abilities to control the battlefield, empowering allies and disabling opponents. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Monoma still has limitations. Touch requirement. He still needs to touch someone to initially copy their quirk, though the copied quirk then becomes permanent. Quirk complexity. While he can analyze and understand quirks, extremely complex or abstract quirks may still be difficult to fully master or evolve. Overexertion. While his mental fortitude is enhanced, attempting to utilize too many quirks simultaneously or pushing copied quirks beyond their limits could still lead to mental strain or exhaustion. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Nito Monoma represents a significant leap in his abilities. By integrating Calvin Rankin-inspired abilities with his copy quirk, he transforms from a situational hero to a versatile and incredibly powerful individual. He becomes a true, ultimate mimic, capable of not only copying quirks but also mastering, combining, and even evolving them to their full potential. Ibara Shiozaki, the Nature's Wrath, an enhanced power analysis, poison ivy integration. Ibara Shiozaki's vine quirk allows her to generate and manipulate thorny vines. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Shiozaki where she has integrated aspects of Poison Ivy's powers from DC Comics, specifically the ability to manipulate and control plant life, transforming her into Nature's Wrath. Core power, vines enhanced and controlled. Shiozaki's core quirk remains vines, but the integration with Poison Ivy-inspired abilities enhances it significantly. Enhanced vine manipulation. Shiozaki can now control the growth and manipulation of her vines with greater precision and speed. She can create vines of varying thickness, length, and flexibility, allowing for more versatile attacks and defenses. She can also make them grow incredibly rapidly, ensnaring opponents before they can react. Venomous vines. Shiozaki can now imbue her vines with a potent, fast-acting venom. This venom can be tailored to have different effects, from paralyzing toxins to debilitating poisons. She can control the dosage, delivering a mild irritant or a knockout blow. Symbiotic growth. Shiozaki can now STMLT the growth of other plants, creating a symbiotic relationship. She can accelerate the growth of existing vegetation, creating instant barriers, traps, or even large-scale plant structures. 2. Expanded abilities, plant manipulation and toxins. The Poison Ivy-inspired integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply manipulating her own vines. Plant communication. Shiozaki develops a limited form of communication with plants. She can sense their feelings, environmental changes, threats, and influence their growth to a limited extent. This gives her a preternatural awareness of her surroundings and allows her to manipulate plant life beyond her own vines. Spore release. Shiozaki can release spores from her vines that have various effects. These spores can be used to create blinding clouds, induce hallucinations, or even act as a fast-growing, thorny carpet that hinders movement. Thorn whip. Shiozaki can create long, whip-like vines covered in razor-sharp thorns. These whips can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes, delivering slashing attacks or ensnaring opponents. Controlled plant growth. Shiozaki can now stimulate the growth of plants beyond simply accelerating their growth. She can manipulate their form, causing vines to grow into specific shapes, e.g., cages, restraints, thorny projectiles, or even causing flowers to bloom that release specific toxins or spores. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Shiozaki's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of venomous vines, spore release, thorn whips, and controlled plant growth to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks. Improved defense. Her ability to rapidly grow plants allows her to create instant barriers and defensive structures. The venomous nature of her vines also acts as a deterrent. Strategic control. She can use her plant communication and manipulation to control the battlefield, creating traps, hindering enemy movement, and even using the environment to her advantage. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Shiozaki still has limitations. Plant dependence. Her powers are more effective in environments with abundant plant life. In barren areas, her abilities are significantly limited. Vulnerability to fire. While she can manipulate plant life, she is still vulnerable to fire-based attacks, which can quickly destroy her vines and other plant structures. Toxin resistance. While she can control the venom in her vines, prolonged exposure to other toxins could potentially weaken her or disrupt her control. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Ibara Shiozaki represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating poison ivy-inspired plant manipulation and toxin abilities with her vine quirk, she transforms from a primarily defensive hero to a versatile combatant with both offensive and strategic capabilities. She becomes a true nature's wrath, capable of both controlling plant life and unleashing its deadly potential. Itsuka Kendo, the Density Queen, an enhanced power analysis, kinetic energy integration. Itsuka Kendo's Big Fist quirk allows her to enlarge her hands, granting enhanced striking power. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Kendo where she has integrated a form of kinetic energy manipulation, drawing inspiration from the concept of thunder without the electricity, transforming her into the Density Queen. This focuses on the concussive force and controlled kinetic energy aspect. Core power, Big Fist enhanced and charged. Kendo's core quirk remains Big Fist, but the integration with kinetic energy manipulation enhances it significantly. Kinetic impact. Kendo can now channel kinetic energy through her enlarged fists, significantly increasing their striking power. This amplifies the force of her blows, delivering devastating concussive force. She can modulate the kinetic charge, delivering stunning blows or more concussive, bone-shattering force. Density control. The kinetic energy integration allows her to control the density of her enlarged fists. She can make them incredibly dense and heavy for maximum impact, or decrease their density for faster, more agile strikes. This density control also extends to the kinetic charge, allowing her to deliver concentrated blasts or wider area concussive waves. Vibrational strikes. By rapidly oscillating the kinetic energy in her fists, Kendo can create vibrational strikes. These strikes deliver concussive force that bypasses external defenses, disrupting internal organs and causing significant damage. This is akin to a focused, non-electrical thunder. 2. Expanded abilities, kinetic energy and density manipulation. The kinetic energy integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply enhancing her fists. Kinetic enhanced movement. Kendo can channel kinetic energy through her body to enhance her speed and agility. She can use short bursts of kinetic energy to propel herself forward, increasing her movement speed and allowing her to perform quick dashes or leaps. This is a purely physical enhancement, not reliant on electricity. Kinetic field generation. Kendo can generate a localized kinetic field around herself. This field can be used for defensive purposes, disrupting incoming projectiles by disrupting their kinetic energy or creating concussive pushes to knock opponents back. She can also use it offensively, delivering kinetic shocks to those within the field's radius. Concussive wave. By rapidly expanding and contracting the kinetic field around her fists, Kendo can create a powerful concussive wave, a blast of pure kinetic energy that can stun or knock back opponents. This is her thunderclap equivalent, but purely physical. Density shift. Kendo can extend her density control beyond her fists, affecting her entire body, though not as dramatically as her fists. This allows her to briefly increase her overall density for enhanced durability or decrease it for increased speed and agility. This is a demanding ability and cannot be maintained for long PRDS. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Kendo's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of kinetically charged punches, vibrational strikes, concussive waves, and enhanced movement to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks. Improved defense. Her kinetic field and density shift ability provide her with defensive options, allowing her to deflect attacks and withstand blows. Strategic control. She can use her kinetic field and concussive wave to control the battlefield, stunning opponents and creating openings for her allies. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Kendo still has limitations. Energy consumption. Using kinetic energy, especially techniques like the concussive wave or density shift, requires significant energy. Prolonged use can lead to fatigue. Precision and control. Mastering the control of kinetic energy and density requires focus and concentration. Distractions or injuries can disrupt her control. Vulnerability to certain attacks. While she is physically powerful, attacks that can disrupt her control over kinetic energy, such as those that target her focus or exploit her human form when she reverts, could be effective. Also, while highly resistant to blunt force, she may be more vulnerable to cutting or piercing attacks if she is not actively hardening her skin. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Itsuka Kendo represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating kinetic energy manipulation with her Big Fist quirk, she transforms from a powerful hand-to-hand combatant to a versatile hero with both offensive and defensive capabilities. She becomes a true density queen, capable of delivering both stunning blows and strategically controlling the battlefield with her enhanced powers, all without relying on electricity. She is a master of concussive force. Jiroda Shishida, Beast Power Integration, and Enhanced Power Analysis. Jiroda Shishida's Beast Quirk grants him immense physical strength and a bestial transformation. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Shishida where he has achieved complete integration with his Beast Quirk, unlocking its full potential and overcoming its previous limitations. We'll call this state Beast Power Integration. Core Power, Beast Integrated and Controlled. Shishida's core quirk remains Beast, transforming him into a powerful, hulking beast. However, Beast Power Integration brings significant improvements. Controlled Transformation. Shishida can now control his transformation with precision. He can transform partially, manifesting only specific bestial features, e.g., claws, enhanced legs, heightened senses, or fully transform at will, maintaining his human intellect and control in his beast form. He no longer loses himself to a primal rage. Enhanced Physiology. In his integrated state, Shishida's physical abilities are amplified to their peak. His strength, speed, durability, and senses are all significantly enhanced. He possesses superhuman reflexes, allowing him to react to attacks with incredible speed. His body becomes incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding significant damage. Adaptive Transformation. Shishida can now adapt his transformation to specific situations. He can enhance specific aspects of his beast form depending on the need. For example, he can grow thicker fur for increased defense against cold, develop sharper claws for increased attack power, or enhance his legs for greater speed and agility. 2. Expanded Abilities, Beyond Raw Power. Beast Power Integration unlocks new abilities beyond simply enhanced physical attributes. Bestial Senses Enhancement. Shishida's senses are amplified to an extreme degree. He can track targets by scent, hear sounds from great distances, and possess near-perfect night vision. He can even sense subtle changes in air pressure, giving him a preternatural awareness of his surroundings. Animal instincts integration. Shishida can now tap into his animal instincts without losing control. He can access a heightened sense of danger, allowing him to anticipate attacks before they happen. He can also use his instincts to track targets or navigate complex environments. Regenerative healing, minor while not full-blown regeneration, Shishida's integrated form possesses enhanced healing capabilities. Minor wounds heal rapidly, and he recovers from injuries faster than a normal human. This is due to the increased cellular activity in his transformed state. Berserk suppression. One of the most important aspects of beast power integration is complete control over the berserk state. He can now access the raw power of his beast quirk without the risk of losing control, allowing him to utilize its full potential strategically. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Shishida's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of raw power, enhanced senses, and animal instincts to deliver devastating attacks. He can adapt his transformation to maximize his offensive capabilities in any situation. Improved defense. His enhanced durability and regenerative healing make him incredibly difficult to injure. His heightened senses and instincts allow him to anticipate and evade attacks. Strategic control. Shishida can now use his enhanced senses and instincts to track targets, anticipate enemy movements, and control the battlefield. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Shishida still has limitations. Transformation time. While he can transform quickly, there is still a brief moment of vulnerability during the transformation process. Energy consumption. Maintaining his integrated form, especially for prolonged PRDS or during intense combat, requires significant energy. Vulnerability to specific attacks. While highly resistant to physical damage, Shishida may still be vulnerable to certain types of attacks, such as those that target his senses or exploit his animal instincts. For example, loud noises could temporarily disrupt his heightened hearing. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Juroda Shishida represents a significant leap in his abilities. By achieving beast power integration, he transforms from a powerful but uncontrolled force to a truly formidable hero. He becomes a master of both raw power and strategic thinking, capable of both overwhelming physical attacks and cunning tactical maneuvers. He is no longer just a beast, but a true apex predator. Fumikage Tokoyami, the Shadow Sentinel, an analysis of enhanced powers, non-magical raven influence. This analysis explores a version of Fumikage Tokoyami where he has achieved greater control over Dark Shadow through a connection with non-magical aspects of Raven's character from DC Comics. Instead of magic, the focus is on emotional control, strategic thinking, and a deeper understanding of his own inner darkness. Core power, Dark Shadow, refined and controlled. Dark Shadow remains Tokoyami's quirk, but the influence of Raven's non-magical traits brings significant improvements. Emotional mastery. Tokoyami has learned to master his own emotions, creating a stronger bond with Dark Shadow. He understands its fears and anxieties, addressing them through mindfulness and self-control. This allows him to maintain near-perfect control, even in stressful situations. He no longer fears Dark Shadow's potential for rampage, leading to a more harmonious partnership. Strategic integration. Tokoyami now treats Dark Shadow as an extension of himself, not a separate entity. He plans his moves in conjunction with Dark Shadow's capabilities, using its strength and reach strategically. He can seamlessly switch between offense and defense, maximizing their combined effectiveness. Adaptive manifestation. Tokoyami can now control Dark Shadow's manifestation with greater finesse. He can alter its size and density, making it small and agile for scouting or large and powerful for combat. He can also partially manifest it, using only a limb or tendril for specific tasks. 2. Expanded abilities, shadow and darkness tactics. Instead of magical abilities, Tokoyami develops specialized tactics based on shadow manipulation. Umbral camouflage. Tokoyami uses Dark Shadow to manipulate the shadows around him, creating pockets of deeper darkness. He uses this for camouflage, blending into his surroundings and becoming difficult to spot. He can also use this to create distractions or confuse opponents. Shadow movement. By manipulating the shadows, Tokoyami can enhance his own movements. He can use dark shadow to propel himself forward, increase his jumping distance, or even create the illusion of teleporting short distances by quickly shifting between patches of shadow. Sensory disruption. Tokoyami uses dark shadow to manipulate light and shadows, creating visual illusions or disorienting flashes. He can also use it to create a sense of unease or dread in his opponents, playing on their psychological vulnerabilities. Shadow mimicry. Limited by carefully manipulating the shadows and the way light falls on dark shadow, Tokoyami can create deceptive shapes and silhouettes. This can be used to trick opponents into misjudging his position or intentions. This isn't true mimicry, but a clever use of light and shadow. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Tokoyami's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of Dark Shadow's raw power, strategic shadow movement for flanking and surprise attacks, and sensory disruption to create openings. Improved defense. Umbral camouflage and shadow movement make him difficult to target. He can also use Dark Shadow to intercept attacks or create diversions. Strategic control. Tokoyami uses the environment to his advantage, manipulating shadows to create traps, choke points, or escape routes. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Tokoyami still has limitations. Light sensitivity. Intense light still weakens Dark Shadow, though Tokoyami's improved control and strategic thinking allow him to mitigate this weakness. Physical limitations. While his control over Dark Shadow is enhanced, Tokoyami's own physical strength and stamina remain a factor. He cannot rely solely on Dark Shadow to carry him through every fight. Psychological vulnerability. While he has made great strides in emotional mastery, particularly traumatic events or extreme stress could still temporarily disrupt his control. The conclusion. This enhanced version of Fumikage Tokoyami represents a significant leap in his abilities. By focusing on emotional mastery, strategic thinking, and the tactical use of shadows, he transforms from a powerful but potentially volatile force to a controlled and cunning hero. He becomes a true Shadow Sentinel, a master of strategy and a force to be reckoned with even without magic. Ainen Kuros, Space Hero. 13. An enhanced power analysis, Lance Crown integration. Ainen Kuros, known as Space Hero. 13. Possesses the black hole quirk, allowing her to create and manipulate black holes. This analysis explores an enhanced version of 13 where she has integrated aspects of Lance Crown's martial, magic and muscles, powers, specifically his immense magical power and control, transforming her into an even more formidable force. This focuses on precision, scale, and control of her black hole abilities. Core power. Black hole, refined and expanded. 13's core quirk remains black hole, but the integration with Lance's control significantly enhances it. Precision control. 13 gains incredibly precise control over the size, density, and location of the black holes she creates. She can create miniature black holes for pinpoint attacks or massive ones capable of consuming large structures. She can even create black holes within a specific area without affecting the surrounding environment, a previously difficult feat. Variable gravity. 13 can modulate the gravitational pull of her black holes. She can create a gentle pull to levitate objects or a crushing force to obliterate them. This allows for more nuanced applications, from capturing opponents to dismantling structures piece by piece. Spatial distortion. Beyond simply creating black holes, 13 gains a deeper understanding of how they warp space. She can now manipulate space itself, creating portals for teleportation, limited range, requires precise spatial calculations, warping space to deflect attacks, or even creating localized spatial distortions to disorient opponents. 2. Expanded abilities, gravity manipulation and spatial mastery. The Lance Crown integration unlocks a range of new abilities beyond simply creating black holes. Gravitational constructs. 13 can manipulate gravity to create solid constructs. She can form gravitational shields to deflect attacks, create gravitational tendrils to ensnare opponents, or even form complex weapons like swords or hammers from compressed gravity. Gravitational flight levitation. 13 can manipulate gravity to propel herself through the air, achieving flight or levitation. This allows for enhanced mobility and aerial combat. Gravity field generation. 13 can generate localized gravity fields, allowing her to manipulate the gravitational pull on objects and people within the field's radius. She can use this to pull opponents closer, push them away, or even increase the gravity in a specific area to immobilize them. Spatial awareness. 13 develops a heightened sense of spatial awareness, allowing her to perceive the location and movement of objects and people around her, even if they are invisible or hidden. This is likely a byproduct of her enhanced control over space itself. 3. Enhanced combat applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in 13's combat effectiveness. Versatile offense. She can now use a combination of precisely controlled black holes, gravitational constructs, and gravity field manipulation to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, adapting her tactics to any opponent. Improved defense. Gravitational shields and her ability to warp space allow her to deflect attacks and protect herself from harm. Strategic control. She can use her spatial distortion abilities and gravity field generation to control the battlefield, creating obstacles, disrupting enemy formations, and even teleporting herself or allies to strategic locations. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, 13 still has limitations. Calculation and focus. Precise manipulation of space and gravity requires complex calculations and intense focus. Distractions or injuries can disrupt her control. Energy consumption. Creating and maintaining large or multiple black holes, especially for extended PRDS or during intense combat, requires significant energy. Vulnerability to certain quirks. While she can manipulate space and gravity, quirks that directly affect her mind or body could still be effective against her. Also, while she can control gravity, she is still subject to its effects. If someone can generate a gravitational field stronger than hers, she could be vulnerable. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Ainen Kuros represents a significant leap in her abilities. By integrating Lance Crown's precise control and immense power with her black hole quirk, she transforms from a powerful but potentially indiscriminate force to a versatile and incredibly dangerous hero. She becomes a true master of space and gravity, capable of both unleashing devastating black holes and subtly manipulating the fabric of reality itself. She is no longer just Space Hero 13, but a cosmic force to be reckoned with. Recovery Girl. Enhanced Quirk Analysis Hyper-Accelerated Healing. Chio Recovery Girl, Shizenji's quirk, Heal, allows her to accelerate the healing process of others through kisses. While incredibly valuable, it has limitations. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Recovery Girl's quirk, focusing on greater control, expanded healing capabilities, and a deeper understanding of biological processes, which we'll call hyper-accelerated healing. Core Power Evolution. Heal, Refined and Expanded. Recovery Girl's core quirk, Heal, undergoes significant refinement and expansion. Targeted healing. Instead of simply accelerating healing generally, Recovery Girl can now target specific areas or injuries. She can focus her quirk to mend broken bones, repair damaged organs, or even SMLT the regrowth of lost tissue with greater precision. This allows for more efficient use of her quirk and faster recovery times. Variable healing intensity. Recovery Girl can modulate the intensity of her healing. She can administer a gentle boost for minor injuries or unleash a powerful surge for critical wounds. This allows her to tailor her healing to the specific needs of the patient, minimizing the risk of overhealing or adverse reactions. Enhanced biological understanding. Through extensive study and practice, Recovery Girl has developed a deep understanding of biological processes at a cellular and even molecular level. This allows her to not only accelerate healing but also to diagnose injuries more accurately and understand the underlying causes of medical conditions. 2. Expanded abilities. Beyond accelerated healing. Recovery Girl's enhanced quirk unlocks new possibilities beyond simple healing acceleration. Cellular regeneration. Recovery Girl can now STMLT cellular regeneration, allowing her to heal injuries that were previously considered beyond her capabilities. She can repair nerve damage, regrow cartilage, and even accelerate the healing of severe burns. Vitality boost. Beyond physical healing, Recovery Girl can now boost the overall vitality of her patients. She can strengthen their immune system, increase their energy levels, and even temporarily enhance their physical abilities. This can be used to prepare patients for surgery or to aid in their rehabilitation. Pain management. Recovery Girl can manipulate nerve signals to alleviate pain. She can administer a healing touch that numbs pain receptors, providing temporary relief for her patients. This is not a substitute for proper pain management, but it can be a valuable tool in emergency situations. Disease suppression. While not a cure for all diseases, Recovery Girl can now temporarily suppress the symptoms of certain illnesses. This can give the body time to fight off the infection or allow doctors to administer treatments more effectively. 3. Enhanced medical applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Recovery Girl's medical effectiveness. Faster recovery times. Patients recover from injuries much faster, reducing their time in hospitals and allowing them to return to their normal lives sooner. Treatment of previously untreatable conditions. She can now treat injuries and conditions that were previously considered beyond medical intervention, such as severe burns, nerve damage, and certain types of paralysis. Improved patient care. Her ability to boost vitality and manage pain allows her to provide more comprehensive care for her patients, improving their overall well-being. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Recovery Girl still has limitations. Energy consumption. Using her enhanced healing abilities, especially techniques like cellular regeneration or vitality boosts, requires significant energy. Prolonged or excessive use can lead to fatigue. Kiss requirement. While her healing abilities are enhanced, she still requires physical contact, a kiss, to activate her quirk. Quirk limitations. Her quirk accelerates natural healing processes. It cannot create something that was never there. She cannot regrow lost limbs or organs. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Recovery Girl represents a significant leap in her abilities. By refining her control and expanding her understanding of biological processes, she transforms from a valuable healer to a truly exceptional medical professional. She becomes a true, hyper-accelerated healer, capable of not only mending wounds but also boosting vitality and suppressing disease. She is no longer just a nurse, she is a miracle worker. Midnight, Namuri Kiyama Enhanced Quirk Analysis, Somnambulance Ductin. Midnight's quirk, Somnambulist, allows her to emit a sleep-inducing aroma from her body. While effective, it has limitations. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Midnight's quirk, focusing on greater control, expanded sensory manipulation, and a deeper understanding of psychological influence, which we'll call Somnambulance Ductin. Core Power Evolution, Somnambulist, Refined and Expanded. Midnight's core quirk, Somnambulist, undergoes significant refinement and expansion. Targeted aroma release. Instead of a general cloud, Midnight can now control the direction and concentration of her aroma. She can target specific individuals or groups, adjusting the potency to induce drowsiness, deep sleep, or even temporary unconsciousness. She can also create localized pockets of varying aroma intensity. Aroma modulation. Midnight can now modulate the specific components of her aroma, creating different effects beyond just sleep inducement. She can create aromas that induce suggestibility, mild hallucinations, or even temporary feelings of euphoria or fear, depending on her strategic needs. She can also create an aroma that acts as a wake-up call for allies, snapping them out of drowsiness or other mental effects. Enhanced sensory influence. Midnight's aroma now affects more than just smell. She can subtly manipulate other senses, such as touch and even sight, creating a more immersive and disorienting sensory experience for her targets. This can create a feeling of warmth, relaxation, or even mild tingling sensations, enhancing the stuck aspect of her quirk. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond sleep inducement. Midnight's enhanced quirk unlocks new possibilities beyond simple sleep inducement. Pheromone manipulation. Midnight gains greater control over pheromones, allowing her to influence the emotions and even the behavior of her targets. She can create aromas that enhance feelings of attraction, fear, or even aggression, allowing her to manipulate her opponent's psychological state. Dream weaving. Nascent while not full dream manipulation, Midnight begins to develop the ability to subtly influence the dreams of those affected by her. Aroma. She can plant suggestions or create mild illusions within their dreams, further enhancing her control over their minds. This is a developing ability and requires significant concentration. Sensory deprivation. Midnight can manipulate her aroma to create a temporary sense of sensory deprivation. She can dull her opponent's senses of sight, hearing, and even touch, making them disoriented and vulnerable. Psychological insight. Through practice and experience, Midnight has developed a keen understanding of psychology and human behavior. She can use this knowledge to tailor her aroma and sensory manipulations to exploit her opponent's individual weaknesses and vulnerabilities. 3. Enhanced applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Midnight's effectiveness. Strategic crowd control. She can now control large groups of opponents with greater precision, inducing varying levels of drowsiness or even temporarily influencing their behavior. Enhanced interrogation. Her ability to manipulate emotions and induce suggestibility makes her a powerful asset in interrogation scenarios. Improved support capabilities. She can use her aroma to calm injured allies, alleviate pain, or even snap them out of other mental effects. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Midnight still has limitations. Range and wind dependence. The range of her aroma is limited, and strong winds can disperse it, reducing its effectiveness. Delay. There is still a slight delay before her aroma takes effect, making it less effective against highly agile or fast-reacting opponents. Resistance. Individuals with strong mental fortitude or those who are immune to suggestion may be resistant to her quirk's effects. Also, physical barriers like gas masks can neutralize her aroma. The conclusion. This enhanced version of Midnight represents a significant leap in her abilities. By refining her control over her aroma and expanding its sensory and psychological effects, she transforms from a primarily crowd control specialist to a versatile hero with both offensive and support capabilities. She becomes a true, somnambulant seductress, capable of not only inducing sleep but also manipulating emotions and subtly influencing the minds of her targets. She is no longer just a sleep inducer, she is a master of sensory and psychological manipulation. Snipe, Tsunaga Hakamata Enhanced Quirk Analysis, Precision Targeting and Kinetic Impact. Snipe's quirk, homing, allows him to accurately fire projectiles at designated targets, even those moving at high speeds. While incredibly accurate, it has limitations in terms of power and versatility. This analysis explores an enhanced version of Snipe's quirk, focusing on greater projectile control, expanded projectile types, and a deeper understanding of ballistics and kinetic energy, which we'll call precision targeting and kinetic impact. Core Power Evolution, homing refined and expanded. Snipe's core quirk, homing, undergoes significant refinement and expansion. Advanced target acquisition. Snipe's targeting system is significantly enhanced. He can now lock onto multiple targets simultaneously, prioritize targets based on threat level, and even predict the trajectory of moving targets with greater accuracy. His targeting system integrates advanced calculations of speed, trajectory, and even environmental factors like wind resistance. Projectile customization. Snipe can now customize the properties of his projectiles. He can alter their size, shape, weight, and even material composition mid-flight, allowing for a wider range of effects. He can create projectiles that explode on impact, pierce through armor, or even release restraining agents. Kinetic energy manipulation. Snipe gains greater control over the kinetic energy imparted to his projectiles. He can increase the force of impact for devastating blows or decrease it for non-lethal takedowns. He can also manipulate the trajectory of his projectiles mid-flight by subtly adjusting the kinetic energy, allowing for trick shots and evasive maneuvers. 2. Expanded abilities, beyond simple homing. Snipe's enhanced quirk unlocks new possibilities beyond simple homing. Ricochet and bank shots. Snipe masters the art of ricocheting his projectiles off surfaces, allowing him to hit targets behind cover or at unexpected angles. He can even calculate complex bank shots with multiple bounces to strike targets from seemingly impossible positions. Projectile swarms. Snipe can now launch swarms of smaller projectiles, each individually targeted. These swarms can overwhelm opponents with sheer numbers or create a net of projectiles to ensnare or restrain targets. Kinetic impact enhancement. Snipe can channel kinetic energy into his projectiles to significantly increase their impact force. He can deliver devastating blows capable of shattering even the toughest defenses. Sensory enhancement. Through years of training and experience, Snipe has developed a heightened sense of awareness, particularly related to his surroundings and the movement of his targets. This allows him to anticipate enemy actions and react quickly to threats. 3. Enhanced applications. These enhanced abilities translate to significant improvements in Snipe's effectiveness. Versatile offense. He can now use a combination of customized projectiles, ricochet shots, and projectile swarms to deliver a wide range of offensive attacks, adapting his tactics to any situation. Improved support capabilities. He can use his projectiles to disarm opponents, disable their quirks with specialized projectiles, or even provide cover fire for his allies. Enhanced precision. His advanced target acquisition and kinetic energy manipulation allow him to take down targets with incredible precision, minimizing collateral damage and ensuring clean hits. 4. Limitations and weaknesses. Even with these enhancements, Snipe still has limitations. Ammunition dependence. He still relies on physical projectiles, limiting his effectiveness if he runs out of ammunition. However, he has become adept at creating makeshift projectiles from available materials. Range limitation. While his range is significant, it is still limited by the speed and trajectory of his projectiles. Vulnerability to close combat. While his enhanced senses and reflexes make him more capable in close combat, his primary strength remains long-range engagements. Conclusion. This enhanced version of Snipe represents a significant leap in his abilities. By refining his targeting system, expanding his projectile options, and mastering kinetic energy manipulation, he transforms from a highly accurate marksman to a versatile and formidable hero. He becomes a true, precision targeting specialist, capable of both delivering devastating long-range attacks and providing crucial support for his team. He is no longer just a sniper, he is a force of pinpoint accuracy and kinetic impact. First day at U.A. The morning of their first day at UA dawned bright and clear. Izuku stood before his mirror, adjusting his uniform tie for the 10th time. Solar energy hummed quietly beneath his skin, responding to his mix of excitement and nerves. "Izuku, your friends are here," Inko called from downstairs. He grabbed his bag and rushed down to find Kirishima, Mina, Tsuyu, and Uraraka waiting by the door, all wearing their crisp new UA uniforms. The sight made everything feel suddenly real. "Looking sharp mid-or, bro?" Kirishima grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. "The uniform suits you, Karo," Tsuyu added, making Izuku's cheeks flush. As they walked to school together, their excited chatter filled the morning air. Even passing through UA's imposing gates couldn't dampen their spirits, though finding Class 1A proved more challenging than expected. "How is this door so huge?" Mina gaped at the massive entrance marked 1A. "Maybe it's to accommodate students with gigantification quirks?" Izuku theorized, already pulling out a notebook. "Or maybe," a dry voice interrupted from behind them, "it's to make you problem children feel small." They turned to find a man who looked like the physical embodiment of exhaustion, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. His bloodshot eyes studied them with an unnerving intensity. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa," he stated flatly. "You're blocking the doorway. Get inside." The group scrambled to comply, finding seats near each other as other students filtered in. Bakugo arrived last, his usual scowl deepening when he spotted them. Now then, Aizawa began, unzipping himself from his sleeping bag. Put these on and meet me at the P grounds. You have 15 minutes. He tossed them each a gym uniform, his expression unchanging as confusion spread through the class. But sir, a tall boy with glasses raised his hand robotically, what about the entrance ceremony? Or orientation? Waste of time, Aizawa replied. 14 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. The class scrambled to change and make it to the grounds on time. As they gathered, Aizawa's tired eyes swept over them. Quirk assessment test. Aizawa announced without preamble. Bakugo, you scored second highest in villain points during the entrance exam. Come to the circle. Bakugo stalked forward, his usual scowl deepening at the reminder that he hadn't placed first at the entrance exam overall. What do you want me to do? Softball throw. Use your quirk however you want, just stay in the circle. Aizawa tossed him a ball. Bakugo's grin turned feral as he wound up. Die! Bakugo roared as he launched the ball with an explosion. The rest of Class 1A watched in awe, but Izuku, Kirishima, Mina, Tsuyu, and Uraraka's faces immediately dropped into perfect deadpan expressions. They'd heard this battle cry so many times it had lost all impact. Did he just? Uraraka started. Yell? Die? At a softball? Mina finished, her usually bright expression completely flat. Karo. Some things never change, Tsuyu commented with a tired blink. Not very manly to threaten inanimate objects, bro, Kirishima shook his head. Izuku just pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. At least he's consistent? Their synchronized deadpan reactions drew curious looks from their new classmates, who weren't yet familiar with Bakugo's unique way of expressing himself. Is he always like this? The girl with earphone jacks whispered. The 5 friends turned to her with identical blank expressions. Yes. Know your maximum first, Aizawa said as he held up a device showing the distance, 705.2 meters. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The class erupted in excited chatter about using their quirks freely. While most students seemed thrilled at the prospect, Izuku and his friends exchanged thoughtful glances. Something about their new teacher's demeanor suggested there was more to this test than met the eye. Awesome! This looks like fun, exclaimed a girl with earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. Fun, you say? Aizawa's voice took on a dangerous edge. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here. And you think it's going to be all fun and games. Aizawa's voice took on a dangerous edge. How about this for fun? Whoever comes in last place will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled from UA. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as his words sank in. Most of the class erupted in panicked protests, but Izuku and his friends exchanged knowing glances. They'd worked too hard to let this shake them now. That's not fair, someone called out. We just got here. Natural disasters, major accidents, rampaging villains. Aizawa listed off, his expression growing more intense. The world is full of unfairness. A hero's job is to combat that unfairness. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one hardship after another at you. Consider this your first obstacle. His grin turned slightly maniacal. Welcome to UA's hero course. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Students lined up in pairs, each showing impressive results. Ida's engine quirk propelled him to a respectable 3.2 seconds, setting the bar high for the others. When Izuku and Bakugo were called up together, tension crackled in the air. Bakugo's face twisted into a calculating smirk as they took their positions. Only Izuku noticed Bakugo subtly angling one palm in his direction, clearly planning to use an explosion to both propel himself and throw off Izuku's start. Just as the starting signal sounded, Izuku released a precise breath of cold air. Bakugo's right hand misfired, causing him to stumble slightly at the start. 1.02 seconds, the machine announced for Izuku. 4.13 seconds, it added for a fuming Bakugo. The class watched in awe at Izuku's incredible speed, completely unaware of what had transpired between the two. Ida's jaw dropped at the display, while Bakugo's face contorted with barely contained rage. Next up, grip strength test, Aizawa announced, his tired eyes scanning the class. Izuku stepped up to the device, carefully wrapping his fingers around the grip meter. He tried to regulate his strength, but a slight miscalculation sent the numbers spiraling upward before the machine sparked and cracked with a pitiful beep. "Oops," he muttered, looking sheepishly at the broken device. "Sorry about that." "My turn." Kirishima grinned, activating his hardening. But instead of his usual rocky form, his body crystallized into the diamond-like state he'd developed through training. The moment his enhanced grip squeezed the sensor, the machine gave one final electronic wheeze before joining its companion in the scrap pile. "Not again," he rubbed the back of his head with his still crystallized hand. "Guess we overdid it, huh?" Mizo Shoji stepped up next, his multiple arms wrapping around a fresh device. His impressive score of 540 kilograms drew gasps from the class, though not quite as dramatic as the two destroyed machines smoking quietly in the corner. "Dude," the boy with the electric quirk whispered to his neighbor, "what kind of training did those two do?" Aizawa just sighed, making a mental note to requisition sturdier equipment. These problem children were going to be expensive. The rest of the test went as expected, with Izuku dominating most events. When it came to the ball throw, Uraraka achieved infinity with her zero-gravity quirk, setting what seemed like an impossible bar. When it was Midoriya's turn, the entire class held its breath. They'd all seen the viral footage of him launching the zero-pointer into orbit during the entrance exam. Even Bakugo, still seething from his own throw of 705.2 meters, watched with barely contained rage. Izuku stepped into the circle, the softball feeling almost weightlessly small in his palm. A slight breeze ruffled his green hair as he looked up at the endless blue sky above. "Mr. Aizawa," he called out, turning to his teacher. "Just to confirm, what exactly are the rules for this test?" Aizawa's bloodshot eyes held a glimmer of interest. "As long as you throw the ball from within the circle, anything goes. Show us what you can do." A small smile tugged at Izuku's lips as he crouched slightly. Then, in a move that left his classmates gasping, he launched himself straight up into the air. Higher and higher he soared, until he was just a green speck against the azure canvas of the sky. "What's he doing?" the boy with the lightning bolt in his hair wondered aloud. Then, suspended at what must have been the edge of the troposphere, Izuku wound up for his throw. With a motion that would have made All Might proud, he hurled the ball straight forward with everything he had. The result was spectacular. A series of thunderous sonic booms shattered the morning silence. The shockwave was visible, a rippling distortion in the air that made several students stumble backward. The ball became a streak of light, moving so fast it left a trail of ionized air in its wake. With casual grace born from extensive training, he reached out and caught the remnants of the ball, now smoking slightly from its high-speed, planet-encircling journey. Finally, Aizawa's device beeped. The number it displayed made even his stoic expression crack. 40,075 kilometers. That's quite a throw, was all Aizawa said, though the slight widening of his eyes betrayed his amazement. Wait, Mr. Aizawa." Yaoyorozu burst out, her usual composure cracking. "Is that all you're going to say? Does anyone else realize what he just did?" When her classmates looked at her blankly, she took a steadying breath. "He threw that ball around the entire planet. The Earth's circumference is 40,075 kilometers. A stunned silence fell over the field as the implications sank in. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes widened fractionally, his usual stoic mask slipping for just a moment as he processed the sheer power on display. His right side frosted slightly in unconscious response to the demonstration of such overwhelming strength. Behind a nearby building, All Might, who had been secretly observing, felt his jaw drop. Even he, in his prime, had never attempted something quite like this. His sunken eyes studied the green-haired boy with growing interest. Perhaps his initial suspicions had been terribly misplaced. Bakugo's face had gone through several interesting shades of red before settling on a particularly concerning purple. Small explosions popped from his palms as he processed being so thoroughly outclassed by his former victim. "Midoriya-kun," Ida finally spoke, his hand movements more robotic than ever in his agitation. While your throw was undoubtedly impressive, isn't it a bit excessive for a simple test? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, I guess I got a bit carried away. It just, Mr. Aizawa said to show what we could do and well. He gestured vaguely at the sky, where the ionized trail of his throw was still visible. Dude, Kirishima grinned, clapping him on the shoulder, you didn't even break a sweat this time. Didn't even break a sweat this time, Kirishima quipped casually, as if throwing a ball around the entire planet was just another Tuesday for Izuku. The entire class whipped their heads toward Kirishima, processing the implications of this time. Even Todoroki's cool demeanor cracked slightly at the suggestion that this wasn't even Izuku's full power. This time, Kaminari squeaked out. Wait, he's done something like this before? Ciro's jaw dropped even further. Well, not exactly like this, Mina chimed in cheerfully. Usually there's more property damage. Karo, remember that time with the shipping container? Tsuyu added thoughtfully. Oh yeah, that was pretty wild, Uraraka giggled. Their casual conversation about Izuku's feats only served to further stun their classmates. Even Aizawa's eyebrows had climbed slightly higher at the implication that this demonstration was somehow routine for the group. Once again behind the building, All Might choked on air after hearing what Kirishima had said. Just what kind of monster had Yue admitted? With the final test complete, Aizawa called the class together to reveal the results. The holographic display ranked their performances, and while the top scores weren't unexpected, the consistent placement of Midoriya's group within the upper middle tier sparked further speculation. Oh, and by the way, Aizawa added casually as the rankings dissipated, a sly grin spreading across his face, I lied about the expulsion. It was a rational deception to gauge your potential under pressure. A wave of relief washed over the majority of the class, though Yaoyorozu simply nodded, as if confirming a previously held suspicion. A logical ruse, she murmured, easily deducible with proper analysis. Midoriya and his friends exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. While the expulsion threat had been unexpected, they understood the logic behind it, a calculated move to assess their reactions under pressure. They sensed Aizawa's intent to push them, to uncover their hidden reserves and drive them beyond what they believed themselves capable of. As the students dispersed to change, the air buzzed with excited chatter about the day's events. Several classmates attempted to approach Midoriya's group, eager to understand their apparent familiarity with the tests, but Aizawa's voice cut through the noise. Midoriya, Ashido, Azui, Uraraka, Kirishima, a word. The 5 students lingered as the others filed out, curious glances trailing after them. Once alone with his students, Aizawa's stern facade softened slightly. Good work today, he acknowledged, his tone conveying a rare note of approval. Don't get complacent, this is just the beginning. Yes, sir, they replied in unison, eliciting a subtle eye roll from their teacher. Get changed and head to class. And remember, Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, your current advantage isn't an excuse to slack off. Plus ultra. As they hurried to rejoin their classmates, Izuku couldn't suppress a smile. They had successfully navigated their first day at UA, attracting attention while simultaneously proving their worth. The next hurdle would be explaining their unusual preparedness to their inquisitive classmates without revealing too much. Should we tell them about the water gun training? Mina whispered mischievously. Absolutely not, Tsuyu stated firmly. Ribbit, that's classified information. Besides, Kirishima added with a grin, it's way more fun to keep them guessing. Uraraka giggled, and Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, their shared experiences forging a bond that set them apart from the rest of the class.